Good evening. Apologies for running a bit late. At the very least, we're still in the early evening. And we can catch some gamers playing video game. Hello Fekdam, Alem, Galaxy, Red. Everybody else too. Hello, Benedict. Alright. Let's check out the situation on the server. Hello Trunkly. NGO. Welcome. Alright. Hazard on the grind. Simo on the grind. Birdie also on the grind. Haven't seen Birdie too much, honestly. Plays in these early hours, I think. Both Hazard and Bren cleared the ceiling jump. Oh yeah. So Bren has done it as well. Okay, let's start from there. So yesterday, in the late hours, hello Reptex, Hazard was able to clear the ceiling jump. And yeah, it is a ceiling jump indeed. So Hazard, I don't even know exactly what happened there, but it seems like you just kind of like go over here and flip directly into the ceiling, and the turbos in the ceiling push you upwards, and because there's this slope, they also push you towards the pool, and you land here. It's wild, it's crazy, but that's how it works. Hazard was able to do it as the first person last night, and I'm hearing that Bren has done it as well, and maybe you guys also know where Bren has been afterwards, but Hazard was able to also clear this final jump, getting to floor 15, and then was able to do quite a bit here. Setting up here, getting the speed, jumping through, landing clean, and I was really scared of this jump, because you're not supposed to go to the dragon just yet. You're supposed to jump to the right first. So, I was super scared that this jump was gonna be like impossible, but Hazard one-shot it, and it didn't even look to be that far away. So maybe this is gonna be fairly regular, yeah? We'll see. Wait, Bren didn't get past the ceiling? Or did get past the ceiling? Because I just heard the exact opposite. Okay, let's check in just a moment. So, okay, Hazard, jumping here. Hello Nas, thank you. Hope you had a great stream. So, lining back wheels after this line here, taking a circle, landing to this ramp, jumping to this ramp, and then flipping off the right side upside down, bouncing on the plastic, landing in the pool. And then, unfortunately, failed this jump here. You do drop back to the previous floor, 14, if you fail this, so it's somewhat generous, but wasn't able to recover the run anymore, and yeah. This jump is gonna be the next one, as far as I know. Okay, so Bren did get the ceiling once and failed a bunch. So, did Bren manage to also get to 15? Oh, the height we can check indeed. Yeah, 1627. So that's... Okay, that's going to mean that Bren has been here, to this jump. At least. Oh, it's so hard to read. It's hard to read because this is the highest point of the map so far, right? I don't think the quarter pipe jump goes higher. But maybe it does? No, I don't think so. Bren failed the barrel roll. Okay, thank you. So, this jump here. flipping the car upside down. This one. No? Oh, first them. Okay, so this one. Yeah, Hazard did that. Alright. This barrel roll. Okay. So, Bren has tried this jump to the right and probably fell down here, and it's a long way down. Yeah. Yeah, if you, like, turtle this and fall down, yeah. God damn, it's one of those sections, I see. Okay, so Bren has made it further, though. Seems like pretty good progress anyway. Hazard still holds the water guard, and I'm guessing that Lars is still third. Lars, not a super fruitful session, the last one. Didn't really get much further, as far as I know, as far as I saw. Okay, thank you guys. Now we're up to date, and we can check in on our players. Birdie actually on a personal best. Oh, the turtle is so weak though. That is unfortunate. It's such a tricky technique to get to. But still, close to floor 9. It's respectable. Only the turtle and then the final jumps remaining. Maybe Red can do a, or Uhu or whoever can do a birdie shoutout as well. A lot of these players are grinding hard, right? They're really putting in the hours. The joke there about turtling. Happens to the best of us, though. Pretty sure Simo has dead turtled on this map as well. Oh. Birdie may be done for the day as well. Hello, Leon. Thanks much. Well, Hazard trying to get those runs going. We have a lot of players on the grind still. A lot of players who, we don't really talk about that much. Semifying almost at the 1,000-meter point. And I feel like Semi might be one of the players who eventually will finish this map. Probably not like a, contender to finish in the top 3 at this point, but putting in really respectable hours, trying to get like further and further in a style that Semi is honestly not that familiar with. So this kind of like trial RPG style. Kind of new to it. Very good player though. Very good at especially the campaign hunting has been. Won the winter campaign just recently. But yeah, learning these things very nicely as well. That was not Hazard, and also Hazard is no longer the only floor 15 player. But hey, that's how we want it. Oh, Hazard, very slow through this. 10 speed, okay. Still works. So Bren has made it to floor 15 as well. Today. Competition, pretty close. But I feel like now it's time for the other players to kind of see like, okay, hold on. We have 2 players on floor 15 out of 16 right now. You have to start thinking about the competition now. It's been a good grind from like a personal point of view, and for a lot of people it will always be that way, right? It's not really about who finishes first or last. Some players definitely just want to finish the map, right? They don't really care. But I know that some people definitely also want to be in that top 3, at least. So I think for like Lars and Virtual and Elcon, you have to kind of start thinking like, okay, what's my plan right now? Am I gonna like improve by doing the same things as I've done before, or do I need to do something different? Do I need to like start playing more? Do I need to maybe take like one day off and then go for like a full focus grind for like a full week, or you know, however long you would have to still make it to the top 3? We don't really know. That's kind of the question. Turtle is where you can really see a difference. Hazard and Bren make it look so easy and others really struggle. Yeah, I think Simo is probably the best one that I've seen, like the most comfortable with it. And actually, like one of the key things that you kind of see with these better players is that the ones that are a little bit less comfortable oftentimes have like this steady pace, and they sometimes even rush through the section. And while that might sound like it takes more skill, I feel like when you watch Simo or Hazard do these turtles, they slow down a lot on the tight sections, because they want to be sure that they don't make any like silly mistakes, right? And it looks so controlled. It looks incredibly controlled when these guys do the sort of like slow down almost to like 0 speed, and then they look at the timing, they get it perfectly, and then they keep going. That's really impressive to me. So like the way that you can almost control it the same as when the car is upright is really, really impressive. Maybe Deep Deep 3 will have wetwood turtles. I hope that that is not the case. Like, yeah, like, you know, we can say that, alright, this is not the hardest turtling ever on this map. And we can also say that, oh, this ice spin is not the hardest ice spin ever on this map. And we can also say that, you know, these speed slides, these backwards speed slides you need to do on floor 7, they are not the hardest speed slides ever on this map. Nothing will be, because the challenge is doing like 1,000 tricks in a row, not to maximize one trick so that you get like absolute perfect speed from it, right? That's kind of the point. So you could go like super overkill with any single technique. Like for example, plastic backward speed slides. If you want to perfect those, it's essentially impossible on keyboard. Like you could make a plastic backward speed slide that is impossible to do for keyboard players, more or less. But you're not gonna do that, because why would you, why would you do that, right? Like, it's just, you can make it so incredibly precise. Like, Hazard just kind of does the wiggle, and it increases your speed. It's not like the kind of speed slide that you would see, like, competitive backwards players do, because it's a completely different skill set to playing a map like this. So, you know, you need a very general skill set for this. I don't think you really need to master anything but the sort of endurance aspect and the general like RPG, like being able to control the car when it flips upside down, and you know, understanding how you can slow down before a trick and how you approach different sections. That's the most important skill set. But like then there's these like really specific things, like, you know, some things like the turtling, for example, that you just need to know how to do. You need to be able to do that consistently, but you don't need to be like the world champion at that technique. Well, totally. Hazard, clean lines through 7. For now, if Elcon won't join the top 3, guys, the progression pace is really clear for Bren, Hazard and Lars. Virtual is making great progress as well, however in a slower pace. I don't know what about Elcon, as I see him less often than in the beginning. I think one thing that's good to remember is that while it's true that Elcon and Virtual and Scrappy all in floor 13, floor 14 was cleared really quickly by these other players. So it could literally be one run from Elcon getting to floor 14, or Virtual, or Scrappy, and then they're also able to do like one sort of really good run where they get to the final tricks as well. Especially now that we know all the strats, we know the approaches, and you have, again, many VODs to think about. So I really think there's at least 6 players that can still win this. But it's pretty clear as well that just looking at the past few floors, it has been Hazard, Elcon, and Hazard, Lars, Bren, and Elcon kind of doing the discoveries mostly. Elcon less so, that's true. But I could see Elcon still come back. Virtual has never held a world record. Currently top 5 in the leaderboard. So Virtual, obviously, eventually you're gonna have to hold the world record if you want to win this, right? Like that's pretty clear, yeah? So it's possible the snipe could happen, for sure. But it's gonna be difficult, for sure. All others, Lars has held the world record, Bren has held more than one world record, Hazard also held more than one world record and holds the current world record as well. And Elcon as well was holding world record in the like middle floors. Hello, Blueberryon. You're predicting Scrappy to win? That would be quite the unexpected result, honestly. But I won't say it's not possible, because Scrappy has made it to floor 13. So Bren, currently, thanks Hazard for stopping for me, so I can explain this. Bren has made it to floor 15 as well. Here. And failed this jump over here. Failed this landing here. Probably fell down over there. I haven't seen the clip, but this is what I heard. So Hazard has made it here. Has made it over here. And has done the plastic bounce into the pool. So for Hazard, the next section to clear is this. For Bren, it's to land on this road. Thanks, Hazard. You can go now. Bobsleigh landing. There we are. And now going for this new shortcut here. So, getting the speed. Jumping over here. It's a little scary. A little scary. You wanna know how many hours Hazard has on this map yet? I don't know if Hazard has a timer on the stream. I feel like the hours overall are kind of balancing out though. Like Hazard did skip that one weekend where he was playing the LAN tournament. 135, yeah. So I feel like at this point the like 3 skipped days when we're on day 23 matter a lot less. So like overall I don't think it really matters if you have like 140 hours or 160 hours. That kind of a difference is not that meaningful anymore, because there's so much down to like getting a little bit like lucky recoveries as well, and getting, you know, some really good runs where you learn a lot, and then, you know, having a couple bad days and stuff like this. So I feel like the time is less relevant right now. And honestly, at this point, you know, at some point we were thinking like, okay, well... Oh, Hazard. Oh, that's a dead turtle. Oh. What? Oh, what? Huh? What? What? Huh? Okay. Yeah, well, here we go then. Turtle part. Ask him what happened. I don't know if he knows. There's like a... Okay. We can look at the geometry in a moment. We're not gonna understand it fully, but it gives some, like... some level of understanding. So... there's the ramp here, and the ramp has like an extra ledge here. So I think what must have happened is that the left... what is it? Right front wheel got stuck here, below this ledge. And then the car just flipped. It has to be that. It was a really weird angle and wouldn't usually flip on like a flat surface, but I'm pretty sure the geometry of this ramp is not flat. There's this small ledge that, you know, the wheel got kind of stuck on, and then, you know, things happened. Well, unexpected either way. Price pool right now is $30,000, 754 as well, and 69 cents. Pretty solid. Good landing. Here we go. Even if it's flat, the far was slightly angled, so the tire would have gripped. You mean the car, I guess. No, but it was, like, stable. I'm not sure how it would, like, go down without the ledge there, pushing the front wheel down. That would be extremely unusual. Feel like the wheel getting stuck enabled the flip to get started, because it was, like, the turtle was pretty much, like, flat, right? Like, you can't do that against, like, a normal wall. You can't just be, like, flat and then immediately flip the car. Like, it needs a little bit of momentum. And the car's motion was pretty much dead there. Well. Keeps going either way. Maybe Bren is feeling a bit of pressure. I feel like everyone's starting to feel a bit of pressure, for sure. Maybe there was, like, very small horizontal momentum, but didn't look enough to flip the car. I think it's probably about the ramp specifically. That's my guess, but... well... it worked either way. Final parts of floor 9. Needs to land properly here. There we go. Yeah, there's 0 to 8 practice floors. I don't know, honestly, if we're gonna get any more during the competition. It doesn't feel like they really affect the flow of the competition at this point anymore. The next big one would be floor 10. But even then, like, I don't really know that would really change the competition. I feel like Hazard, Lars, Bren, they're just a bit too far from the people who are currently still trying to clear floor 10 or are having trouble with floor 10. Like, inconsistency. So I don't know if the practice floors would affect too much at this point. They might just leave the rest of the practice floors until someone finishes. We'll see though. Maybe I'm wrong. Hazard into this ice floor. Carefully getting the speed for the jumps here, but hasn't really had issue with these early parts at all. Do you think someone will complete the map next week? Yeah. At this point I think so. You think you'll be driving the tower when Trackmania version's uploaded? Yeah, I'll try it once the event is over. Oh, thank you, Quentar. I can check it out soon. Floor 11, yeah, it's going better and better for these players. Well as floor 10, Hazard has been improving so much on this ice stuff recently. I spin. A little early, but still works. Doesn't hit the plastic, fortunately. Hello, Nico. So currently, practice floor 8. It is the turtling floor. That's the last one that has been released. Clean landing. And again to the half pipes. It's very much figured out. You start a little bit to the right, slightly to the right, go to the left in the uphill, and then turn around at the right time. Hazard perfectly does it. Landing on the plastic that's a bit far. Able to correct the line. Trusts the speed. Oh, it's gonna bounce. But does land. Oh, but the icy wheel still. Or maybe just the gear or something. Needed a little bit more speed. Oh, this is a big fall as well. I think that's floor 6. Floor 6 at best. Where are we? There's absolutely nowhere. The least useful block on the map, I think. It's gonna be floor 3 even. That is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But looked fairly consistent on everything else. So Hazard can climb back up. How much time will the first world record likely be? Like after the event? I think sub 40 minutes is possible. Who knows what the first finish will be, because it could be like a 3-hour run, you know? Who's your favorite player? I don't really have a favorite in this. I'm neutral. I cheer for the players and not the map. Does floor 16 look significantly harder than previous floors to your eyes? It's harder. It looks to be harder. Definitely very punishing. Not too many like good saves from what I've seen. At the very least you can like practice some of the tricks there. And I don't think there's anything like new necessarily. Nothing really that's not on the other floors. Dima falling down, Julian falling down. The normal experience, I suppose. Sammy on the beam. Oh, goes straight into it and it works. Pretty brave, but it works out. Probably has been playing the practice version of this floor a little bit. Floor 8, the last one that's out. So you can learn these tricks, get comfortable. No need to climb all the way here. Sammy has the world record on this practice floor. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Map might win? No. We're too close for the map to win. Not today, Geometry. We're getting to the final parts of this event, so we'll focus on this one right now. I will say that there's like a couple very scary parts on floor 16. So we actually scouted through floor 16 yesterday as well, because we're very close to the end, right? Hazard has reached this pool, and you look above, that's the crown over there. The floor 16 is right here. We were close enough to finally take a look at what's actually happening here. This god-awful beam is the final part of floor 15. So there's like a couple key positions on this floor. It's pretty long. There's a lot of stuff. A couple sections that scare me the most. So one of them is here. You accelerate here, jump through, jump here. Hello, jumper, by the way. And then it looks like from this corridor, you need to jump to the right in this narrow line, land on the ice. This looks miserable. I don't know if I'm missing something. It's definitely not gonna be just full YOLO, eyes closed, bounce on these beams. There's no way that's a thing. Then there's this one right after. This one right after, where you go around here. You can practice like a dirt wall ride thing here. So this is not the actual route, this is just a practice floor. But what you need to do, go around, jump through, land on this plastic, land here. This also looks very punishing, because if you hit this, if you're too, like, short for this jump, if you bounce on this one, this is ice, right? So you might fall all the way down. So there's, like, really punishing falls from this floor. Yeah, Sammy on the flip. Same time. Then there's these beams that, yes, you need to drive, like, around these flags. That's cool. Anyway, then there's this whole thing as well, which is the dirt wall ride that you have maybe practiced for over here. So now you need to actually do it for the route. You go here, you do the 45-degree angle where you kind of stay on the dirt wall ride. We have this same trick on floor 4, for example, at the very end. So then you hang on to this dirt wall ride all the way through, plastic bounce on the other side, and then you go to the other direction, and then you go on the top part, and you fly off of here, landing here. This looks brutal again, because there's absolutely no recoveries if you fail. There's nothing at all. The only recovery you might have is if you miss this final jump over here, where you might land onto this quarter pipe, which is also not secure because there's, you know, ways to fall off of it. Then into the window, then probably chaining all of this, jumping over here, again slowing down, and you will have a little bit of icy wheels, so I don't know how difficult this is gonna be. You just make sure you don't, you know, again, fall down about 8 floors down. So around these parts, this is kind of like a hand-shaking test. Jump here, and again one of these beams that you need to balance on. Over here, and now you're mostly done with the floor. So then you accelerate, and you jump over to this beam, climb up here, go around, into the pipe, up on top, And now you're here. And there's the crown, and there's the jump. So now you figure out what to do here. That's the final thing. So there's like 3 sections, I think. There's the first landing onto the ice from the narrow corridor. That looks very rough. Then there's the dirt wall ride thing, which looks more than very rough. And also the jump across the plastic blocks looks like kind of repeatable. But you need very specific speed for it, so I don't really know how that's gonna look. Yeah, there's 2 training sections before, and there's also, if you mean the wheel hang. The wheel hang, I'm honestly, and I could be completely wrong, but here you need to get the, like, 2 wheels, right side wheels, onto the beam, and then you need to, like, carefully drive along this. Then the plastic pushes you back. I could be entirely wrong here. There's like a practice section here where you can kind of try it out and, you know. Yeah, send me on a PB. Yeah, we can check that in just a moment. But I don't think this is gonna be the biggest problem on the floor. I feel like this will be mainly about just finding the setup to land onto this beam, which I don't think is built to be like the worst ever setup here. I think you really just go into this corner, like the corner point between these here, and then you just kind of drive parallel to the wall, and because it's a curved wall, the wheels will probably automatically kind of stick to it. There's even a pool below, which is nice, I guess. Back to floor 15. I don't think this is gonna be a huge problem, but I could be wrong. But you're supposed to hook wheels? Yes. On the top. On the top of this. There's actually a similar khaki map, which can give you an idea of how this might or might not work. There's always a khaki map. I don't remember which one it is. Is it in Khaki Reloaded 2? I know that it's by Rockets, I think. Hi, Tortuga. Okay, if it's not here, then it's in... Oh, this one, yeah. This one is kind of like... similar. Probably not the same, but similar. Is it actually the same setup? No. But... it's not that far, I suppose. So, you kind of turn the car sideways, one of the side wheels go on top, and then here you need to exit backwards and also do like a backwards B-slide, which is... this is like a lot of extra stuff, obviously, because the khaki map is supposed to be extreme difficulty. So the wheel hang is the only thing you need to do on the map. I don't think it's gonna be that bad for the players, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. But that's the goal, from what I can see. With the practice thing as well, yeah. It's a cool trick. It looks very scary, but like once you're in on the wall, I don't think you very easily leave. Like there's a reason why there's like a plastic block actually like pushing you off. Hello, Jepski. Yeah, floor 15 has the... Floor 16 has the... Yeah, wheel hang. So, Sammy, maybe we can get a Sammy shoutout. Floor 9, first time. Oh, why am I here? Camera 7, please work. We've seen this floor many times before, but of course when you do it for the first time you want to be sure that you get as much out of it as possible. But yeah, here's the wheel hang again. So as you can see, it's pretty similar setup. So you just get the right side wheels over here, and then you go below this thing. I guess this is a cheese prevention system. And then you have the plastic block here that pushes you on this plastic. Yeah, so this snake thing is the last thing that Kubas built. What a legacy. Imagine that this is the final thing you put onto this map. Your final contribution. Well, this is where floor 16 starts. How does the catwalk handshake trick work? Oh, the shaking hands part. Sammy's going right now, so we can maybe check on this. The fast answer though is that I don't actually know. But someone said yesterday that it's easy. Which doesn't usually mean that it's easy. It usually means that it's extremely difficult. But like it's something where there's like a set strat. You do the strat and then it works. And if you're nervous, you know, if you're not really doing the right things, then yeah, it can be pretty rough. Oh, I forgot to give Twist the badge today. Okay, let me do that as Sammy's still waiting. Okay, well, Sammy going right now, actually. Floor 16 does not have many good saves. Can thank Jumper for that one. Sammy a little bit too slow, but now knows what the speed requirement is. And the good news is that you are now on the pole. You didn't fall off here. And you can drop down and take the turbo and get back. So, should be a fairly doable save. Okay, let me give Twist the badge now that I remember. Why add saves if the players can just one-shot it? Do you think someone's gonna one-shot your floor? No? Yeah. What are you talking about? Great intel. They will need to eventually, I guess, yeah. Well, you can fail a couple of things. You can fail like the double plastic jump, right? As long as you don't fall off the edge. You can also fail the dirt wall ride thing, which, you know, you can fail in the wrong ways, but... Did Hazard beat yesterday's water guard? Not today, no. Last night was the water guard run. I guess it technically was today in some scale, but you know. Not on this evening session. Well, here we go again. Sammy, now trying to find the correct amount of speed. You can just retry this as many times as you want. Only commit when you're comfortable with the line. it's way more forgiving than it was originally. Floor 16 is more forgiving than it was originally. How? Did you have like 100 engine of blocks or something blocking the possible recoveries? Well, Sammy this time has the speed. Now just lining for the turbo landing. Looks good. Oh, a little bit too slow though. Oh, and turtles as well. A little bit of panic there, but might be able to save this. Just timing. Well done. Well done. And now, this is the better turbo to fail. Because from here, you can land here. And then you can land here. And then you can get back to the beginning of the floor, getting more and more practice. Absolutely doable. The other turbo is the bad one. The other turbo, if you fail it, you fall down here into the hidden pool thing, and then you need to go to the snake. Not good. But this one, not too bad. Oh, the practice areas were added later. Yeah, okay. Honestly, I'm not sure if they are even that necessary. Like, for example, for the dirt wall ride thing, I don't think we'll see anyone practice that. I think everyone knows how to do it. Actually, though, wait, hold on. Hold on. One thing about that. Now that I'm thinking about it. Wait. Is this turbo setup the same as this turbo setup? Is it exactly the same? Almost. This one is a little bit closer. Okay, this is actually not that bad. No. Yeah, this is... Hold on. This is very useful, actually. Because you can get a feel for how much speed you get from this. Well, yeah, there's like a small amount of plastic. It doesn't really affect much. Like, it's still a yellow turbo, roughly in the same position as here. So, and it's the same, like, start, same entry to the wall ride. So you can actually practice here. What you can practice is being as low as possible on the dirt. So you can try out this one, trying to be, like, as close to the edge as possible through the entire block, and then fall off here. You can practice that specifically, and that is valuable, because once you then get here, now you have like an understanding of how much speed is actually going to be required to hang on to this block to get the entry. If you follow the entry of the practice, you break down mentally. Maybe, but it looks fairly safe. Honestly, for these players, it looks fairly safe. I do think this is actually useful. The wheel hang, I suppose, is just like to calm your nerves. Like, you know, to kind of tell yourself that, oh, I know how to do this. I don't think anyone has, like, any questions about how this works. But you can kind of get, like, you know, just some reassurance, I suppose. Optimistic stream. Well, no, it's reality though. It's reality that that setup, the turbo setup before the dirt being the same as on the real thing, is actually going to help the players. Like, you know, the question is like, is anyone gonna do it, or is everyone just gonna ignore that? Optimistic that players will soon be up here? I didn't say that. But we're not that far away. Like, you know, we also said that, oh, floor 15 looks insane, right? But just like that, Hazard got to floor 15 last night. Immediately cleared this. And cleared this with the plastic bunch and up here. So, it's not too bad. I think the hardest part... Oh, tell me, going for the recovery. Um, hardest part is probably gonna be the avoiding the hole. I don't know what the ice part at the end is gonna be. The boost bounce, like the very next section. I actually don't think it's gonna be that bad. I think it's just gonna be like a straight line. Oh, but you mean the boost bounce, like the wall bounce thing? Yeah, that's the scary part. Yeah, because of the landing area. The plastic before that, I don't think is gonna be an issue. Getting up there is getting more and more difficult, obviously, because you need to do everything on floor 11, everything on floor 13, everything on floor 14, and all of that is still difficult, right? But at the same time, we do see players get to floor 13, get to floor 14, like, every day. So, if, like, one of those runs a day starts getting to floor 15, that's gonna be already, like, huge for progress. Gets a landing. Nicely done. Yippee. It's an important recovery. And now you can do the recovery, and it's good that you get used to this, because this one is definitely useful. You will be doing this more than once. Jumping over here, and then jumping back to the beginning. Timo also. On this floor. Yes, Sami is for the first time on this floor. White line, jump. Oh, it's very much on the edge, but works. It's scary. The jumps Hazard made were not the ones people are scared of. I was scared of the quarter pipe jump, and Brent failed it, to be fair, so... Everything is difficult, obviously. Everything is failable on floor 15. Every floor. Floor 1, everything is failable. So it's definitely, like, very hard. All of that. At the same time, I feel like we were looking at like floor 14 sections with the same kind of lens. Which was that like all of it looked super inconsistent and weird and kind of crazy, and it ended up being kind of crazy and weird, to be fair, but it ended up being also consistent. So, floor 14, most of the turbo things there actually look like fairly good now for the top players. There's really only like 3 issues on 14 at this point. One of them being the quarter pipe jump up. Always ends up being the quarter pipe jump, I guess. One of them is the final turbo ceiling thing. And I think the very beginning of the floor as well. Looks pretty scary. Simo's 43rd attempt at floor 10, is it? Oof. Sami won the winter campaign, the official winter campaign. There's like every 3 months there's a new official campaign that the developers organize, and at the end of those 3 months, whoever has the best score, meaning like overall best rankings across all maps, will win the campaign, and Sami was able to win the previous one. So definitely like a well-known player in the scene. Fairly new player, I think started playing in 2021, which, you know, is still there's a lot of years in that still, and, you know, might sound silly to somehow that can be like a, you know, small amount of time to play a game, but compared to some people who have played since like 2005, you know, it's less. I mean, looking to get the final recovery back to the beginning of the floor. Yeah, so the Deep Dip 2 price pool right now is 30,000, 31,000 almost dollars. Winner gets 50%, second place 30%, and third place gets 20%. Yeah, Sami does play Geometry Dash. Timo, good progress through floor 10 again. The ice spin has been a problem, but Timo has cleared it before now. Finally got through it. Sami also back to the beginning of the floor here. But yeah, the consistency is lacking, and that's always the thing. Like we do celebrate when players clear some new section. I'm taking like a slower approach. Oh, that seems to work. Nicely done. So going on the very right side of that pipe to get an actual jump through through here. So not dropping off the left side, which results in this kind of a fall, but actually doing this kind of like a jump. Did you see Elcon skip? Yes. We did see it live. What consistency is better, chewy or watery? Icy. Timo needs that ice consistency. Maybe it'll happen. Spin through, landing here. You have to do that spin. Well, Sami, second try. Oh, that is a fortunate recovery, and we'll be able to do the same recovery path again. Luckily not falling into the water hole thing. No snake. That's good. Good rioter. We've seen the snake enough, okay? Can I show the Elcon skip? There's the link just above. So the plastic behaves essentially just like ice in this case, because you have wet icy wheels. Simo, timing the spin. Oh, this looks good. Makes it through again. And now Simo has a personal best chance here. Very good. Very good timing. Very good line. There we are. I believe this might be the second time for Simo. Past the spin. Last time failed this plastic part after. But yeah, this basically works just like ice, because you get wet wheels first from the pool, then you get onto the ice, and for whatever reason water is retained when you get icy wheels. So you have both wet and icy wheels at the same time. Don't ask me how that works, that's just how it works. And plastic keeps wet wheels keep icy wheels, so that means that now you have wet icy wheels on plastic, and basically you can think of all of this as ice. The reason why it's built with plastic is probably because to build these kind of narrow sections, you can't really use ice. You have to use these plastic items, these small items, if you want to build these narrow parts. Probably the same thing on floor 3 as well. So mappers often, when they want to build like, you know, vanilla stuff, not using any custom blocks, because, you know, the file size skyrockets when you use custom blocks, so the mappers were probably advised in this kind of huge project to not use customs. So they, you know, do this workaround where you get wet icy wheels and then you can use the plastic blocks kinda like ice. That's pretty much it. Magnets are custom, yes. As well. Magnets also enable shortcuts, because you can, like, yeet out of them, so that's another reason why they weren't used. Bijan's on floor 10. Interesting. That's a public server player, right? Verifying a map also costs file size. It used to, but not anymore. Let's watch Simo's attempt now. Sliding through. Oh my god, the bounce. Is it gonna land on floor 9? Barely. Oof. That was a tight angle. That was a tight one. Just look at this angle. You bounce from here and then you land right there. That's kind of fortunate. But yeah, the speed just not enough. Simo didn't quite get the slight angle there. Probably needed to brake tap a little bit to get like a more sort of straight angle. Because if the line goes towards the left side, then obviously it's like a longer distance from like here. This is a longer distance than this, right? So probably needs to try to brake tap slightly to land over here. Semi on the turbo. There we are. Timo here as well. Though a little bit off the platform. Should be able to save it. Semi gets a GPS from Simo. Jumping in. Simple as that. But not actually. Not actually that simple. But it is not complicated. It's not easy, but it's also not that complicated what's happening here. Getting speed, jumping through, and landing. There we go. Well done. Then jumping here as well. Timo now ready to go. And lands the beam. Sami will probably take a little bit of time to investigate this. There's one key thing about that beam landing, which is that you want to air brake at the correct time. You air brake too early, and the car is going to most likely clip the back wheels on the turbo, which is recoverable if you don't fall off the actual ledge here, but it's better if you make it so that the car's front wheels are a little bit low and you air brake then. So front wheels land first, and then the car will nicely roll clean onto the platform. Very straight line. Will take some time lining this up, I think. Brent did get to 15 as well. J-Farbs. But I'm not sure if there's a vote of that. Not quite getting the Walter card. Getting to the first section of 15, we can say. Sami played much trial before? I don't think so. Seems to be a pretty new style. Simo. Lining up the final jump again. Very consistent. Perfect landing as well. Gets right up the ramp. Very consistent on floor 9. Just the ice stuff. But the spin is going better. And here we go. Floor 10 again. Simo's dedication is, yeah, it's great. Really pushing. And I feel like if Simo keeps these days going, honestly, if this ice floor clicks, Simo could potentially get pretty far. Maybe even contest the top 3. But it's, I think, time to get to those floor 11 sections. And needs to really pop off over there as well to catch up to others. The experience on those floors will be really important. Doesn't look like there's a Brentwood. Yeah, okay. Maybe Valen. Well, there's ice on 15, but it's not an ice slide. From what I can tell. It will be difficult to catch up. But I wouldn't really put it past him. I mean, if Simo actually like gets really good progress, I think it's honestly possible that Simo will also prioritize this over Kaki, because Kaki is 1 month long, right? And if Simo suddenly gets to like floor 13 in a matter of like 2 days, then I feel like I could see Simo also prioritizing this. I mean, great air brake, perfect. Front wheels a little bit lower than back wheels, really nice. Said something about doing both. Yeah, it sounds pretty exhausting, but hey, up to him. Can we, if Red is here, can we get a Simo shoutout as well? I feel like people have been saying that Link would be the favorite for the Kaki season. I mean, Simo, obviously, if Simo commits to it, absolutely. I guess it depends. I guess it depends what the priority is, right? If it's gonna be this map, we'll see. But if it's gonna be Kaki, then absolutely can win. But it's 2 big grinds in a row, it's kind of rough, yeah. Simo said he doesn't think he will. Will what? There are prizes in Kaki, yes. Generally, yes. I don't know what amounts though. So Simo doesn't think he will full focus Kaki. You saw a dream where Hazard finished first? We'll see. Hello, everyone. This is gonna be the 1000 meter jump for Sami. And this is one of the easier ones on this floor as well. Both waiting. This landing next for Sami. There's 2 ways to accelerate for this. One is that you can go back here onto the beam, take speed. The other is that you can just do like a circle here. Nicklander is actually not part of the Kaki crew anymore. But I mean, yeah. Maybe you'll still get the kiss. Don't know. But yeah, that happened late last year, I think. Or early this year even? It's not too long ago. not sure who's the like leader right now in the organization. Well, I mean, ready to go. It's ends? Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Makes sense indeed. Oh, Simo, this is not the greatest angle ever. Oh, okay. Oh, this is snow. Oh, no. Oh, misses the floor 9 landing. Oh, that is rough. Plastic bones. Another one. Floor 6 landing. Well, it's something. Oh, Sami actually has reached the 1,000 meters, but hasn't quite done the jump. What happened here? Maybe just not going sideways enough? There's a recovery though. You can go over onto this beam and just drive back. So you can try this again. Hazard not on the server right now, no. We will see who will hold the world record for longest. Suppose it depends. If there's like an incentive for streamers to still go for this, if the hype kind of keeps up, then I could see multiple people grinding this. Like, you know, Lars and Mada, for example, have been grinding similar maps. Kind of. Have also has the world record on Deep Deep 1. Could see Have grinding this one as well. Tommy makes the recovery. It's really anyone's game. Could be someone who's not even playing the map right now, because even though the map is really difficult and we think that, you know, the playtime is really important. Oh, line looks better. I think it will land. There we are. 1,000 meters reached officially, landing the section that gets you here. Well done. Next section is tricky though. Taking speed from here, very clean line. Landing on the pole, landing down here, jumping up. That's gonna be the next part, and it is not easy whatsoever. Someone will probably check out some VODs, check out some strats. Before moving on. Juliana not doing too bad either. Yeah, but what I was saying is that after this event is over, it's no longer gonna be like a climb to the top in the same way. Because you will have like all the practice floors out, you will have the checkpoint version, and you can practice the maps so much better. So it's gonna be less about like learning everything that comes after your personal best, and more about just like learning everything in the checkpoint version on the practice floors, even in the editor at that point, and you know, you practice everything so much more efficiently, and then, you know, at that point, anyone who puts in enough time can get the world record. Could be anyone. Will be an endurance challenge and not a Vodian game. Kind of, but I mean, both are endurance challenges, in a sense. It's gonna be more like, it's a different grind, right? It's the kind of grind where you know exactly everything what you need to do. You've already done those things before, and you just need to do them all in one run, right? This one is more like you try to learn as much on every run as you can before falling back down. Yeah, sure, have a... Did Bren end up tying Hazard? Not quite, not quite. We can check in with Sammy again. So Bren made it to the very first section of floor 15, from what I've heard. That's the information I've received. So failed the quarter pipe jump. If you remember that one, but I can show it in a moment as well. Hello, Argo. Turtle at the end of the first jump segment. Yeah, that's what I heard. And probably fell all the way down the middle. Because that's where it kind of goes. Earlier today, I suppose. I'm not sure what time. If Deep Deep 3 exists in the future and is a bit less extreme than this one, would you consider playing the map, or is it too grindy for you? I mean, I would consider... Well, okay, hold that thought, Sammy. Trying this out. Lands in. Is this a little too early? Is it enough speed? Lands a little bit too much to the left, so it's gonna be a bit rough, but... Fortunately, the car lands in the recovery, so Sammy can get more and more practice on this floor. And this is kind of what we see players do when they get to floor 9, that, you know, they fail these sections a couple of times, failing, you know, this turbo landing, and then they manage to recover that still. They fail the quarter pipes, manage to recover it by, you know, going on the beams and back to the previous section. And this part as well. Fortunately, this road is right below. So it's kind of, you know, forgiving in a sense. Much more forgiving than like floor 10, for example. Needed to jump a little higher, I think. Excellent insight, Sigvason. That is absolutely right, yes. Sammy, instead of crashing into this wall here, needed to actually jump over here. That is the goal of the section, yes. That is true. And we try again. I could potentially build for the whatever next project Sparkling runs. I don't think it would be too grindy necessarily. It's just more like I was trying to find some way where I could be the most useful to this kind of an event. And I figured I would take this kind of an approach instead of playing, because I know that there's way better players who can, you know, kind of showcase the map in ways that I wouldn't be able to. I mean, it would be very grindy though, on my skill level, which I'm not a bad player, but yeah, I would be at this point, maybe at, like, if I grind it the same way as these guys have, I would maybe be on floor 5 or something. All this studying is to one-shot the map? Yeah, that's it. Hello, Elise. Yeah, I can show the floor 15 progress. Landing in. There we are. I mean, back to the beginning, getting more and more practice. I like that actually this floor 9 recovery way, the most common recovery way, actually requires you to, like, clear some jumps still. It's not like just driving back, but you have to kind of do something, so you need to earn your new attempt as well. It's cool. So, anyway, so floor 15 starts here. Bren and Hazard both reach this. First you take speed around here, jump through, land here, and then you do this quarter pipe jump. So Bren unfortunately landed upside down, and you know what happens when you roll down here. You can imagine. I haven't seen the run either, but I can also imagine what probably happened. Hazard was able to land it though. And Hazard was able also to go here, take speed around the ring, land here, jump here, and flip here, bounce on the plastic into this pool. Wasn't able to clear this jump. Landed in the pool below on floor 14, so that's something, you know? But yeah, this jump, landing this jump is gonna be the next wildcard. Like to see if the previous wildcard point? Sure. So here's this thing. Hazard was able to get into the ceiling, flipping into the ceiling, kind of like similar to what we were expecting this to be, and the turbos push you up, and they zoop you into the pool. It's kind of wild, but it works. Then speed, land, and that's 450. Nothing really more to it. This section does seem pretty tricky to do consciously though. I will say that if I want to go for like a mega grind, I do have some in mind. Some on my list. But, yeah, they're maybe not in Trackmania, honestly. Air brake looks good. A little early maybe, but that works fine. On the beam. Timo back on the grind as well. And Juliano also in the same area. Both doing the duck jump. Nicely done. We can check in on 2 until Sammy's ready to try this again. Wet plastic. We are. 860 height is generally the beam landing on floor 8. Very tricky. But this run is getting there. I mean, getting the hang of this jump, it's the next one that requires a little bit more learning. Did get the first 2 landings nicely though. Didn't clip those landings. That's already... Basically, it means that the speed was enough. Yeah, the end tag over here, that's the end of floor 16. And then it's basically just the final jump. Oh, Juliana falling down as well. Unfortunate, unfortunate. Nami nails the jump this time. Second try and already so much cleaner. Looking like he's been doing these jumps all his life. There we go. The next jump. Not really a jump. I mean, it is a jump by definition. But it is not like a section. You just go forward. You can... If you max out your speed here, you can definitely go way too far. So you don't really need to overthink it. Just line up for it. And... there we go. Then the turbo landing. Turbo landing. Gonna be the next part. Simo passed the tricky turbo tunnel. So, getting another run close to floor 8 now. Very consistent, honestly, Simo. Very consistent on these earlier floors now. So I feel like it's just about that floor 10 clicking. I feel like Simo can get really far after that happens. The question is like, does it happen too late? Because I feel like Simo would be able to get to floor 11 like 5 times a day at least, if the floor 10 just clicked. Floor 8, there it is. They make a deep D3, would you be interested in making a floor? Potentially, yeah. If they have another mapping competition for whatever project they do next, then maybe I'll try something. Yeah, I guess, you know, someone needs to do the wall right first. Onto the beam. Great landing. I'm going for the shortcut. Doesn't seem like it. Jumps to the right. Into the tunnels. It's like, you know, 20 seconds at most, and it's pretty trivial stuff getting around these corners here. Getting ready for the second turtle part. Again, you need to flip the car upside down here because you need to squeeze between the two blocks. Can't do that if you're not upside down, but also because you need to flip the car at the end of the section onto the platform. If you drive there normally, you will just crash the platform. So first, getting stuck right here, hoping that the car just moves through the whole thing, and then keeping the turtle going. You time the car to flip. Front wheel into the corner and one wheel on top of the platform. That's how you climb this. Oh. Okay. Should be climbing this, yeah. Should be fine at this point. Landing on the grass. No issue. Well, a little bit of an issue. The bug slide. Ending the bug slide pretty early there. But hey, the fence. Oh, is Simo actually testing? No, don't test, guys. Come on. Don't test if the fence is low enough to hold you. It's not worth testing. Just believe that it's too high. No, Sammy just probably looking at watch. The personal best. Well, ready to try now, it seems. Really, this section is not that bad compared to the next quarter pipes. It's really just that you need to do it once and then you understand what the speed requirement is. It's pretty forgiving. It's not the biggest speed check. You don't need to max out your speed at all. Some people do this with a neo slide. You don't have to do a neo slide though. So you can simply start driving from somewhere here and then just take a wide line, land on the turbo. Somewhere in the middle is fine, somewhere in the beginning is fine. You don't want to like completely overjump the turbo. You don't want to be too fast, because the turbo is one of the big reasons why you get enough speed for the final jump. Then onto the right, landing in. That's it. The rest will basically work if you did the previous part fine. Trying out the line first. It is a scary section, but once you do it once, I think it kind of clicks like, oh, okay. It's actually fine. Do you get the same boost if you barely touch the booster? No, that's why you don't want to land too late. If you want the full boost from this turbo block, you need to take the entire turbo block. So it kind of like speeds you up as you drive over it, not like immediately when you touch it. Here we go. That looks like the line, landing on the turbo, onto the right, and into the quarter pipe. There we are. And now I think it's kind of like, oh, okay. It's not that bad. Not that bad, but then we get to this quarter pipe sequence, and this one requires a lot of speed. I think we'll see Simo do it before Tommy here. Landing in, jumping up, and you kind of see like the, you know, level of comfort that eventually Simo will also reach. Simo kind of just landing here, going straight away, taking some kind of a line here, landing on the turbo very early. You get more than enough speed, and here we are. So it's not really like, you don't really need like specific lines, specific setups for those sections, but then we get into this part. Simo going for the low jump line, and I'm guessing that someone will also go for the same one. So very low jump here. You can also do the high jump line if you really want to. 232 speed, great line, Simo makes it work. No problem. So the hazard line is actually lining up from this side, and then a very high jump over here. It feels a little bit like less consistent, but it is usually recoverable. In the sense that it lands into the quarter pipe, and there's a good recovery for the quarter pipe as well, if you just manage to land on the other side. Simo, big jump. Is this gonna turtle? Not quite. Simo gets it and is now on way towards floor 10 again. Like I said, Simo seems really, really good at these middle floors here. It's really just the ice floor. Lands in. And lands here as well. Back we go. Tommy. Also ready to try this one. So if you don't get the 230 speed or so, you can simply turn around here, get some speed, jump onto these ramps, climb back up. So, oh, Sammy misses the jump over to the road. That's a rare one. Oh, let's see, needs to think pretty quick here. You can try to go uphill here and try, but uphill turtling, not so easy. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Car might fall off here. That is really unfortunate. It doesn't really look like there's going to be a good save unless the car is somehow going forwards. Going backwards, but might be because of the downhill right now. So the really sad thing about that is that you don't get practice on that section. Which is really important, because it's a difficult section. Potentially the hardest, or at least second hardest part of the floor. So you would really hope to get some attempts in. But looking better and better on floor 9 now. Very good progress overall. Hello, Slays. People who get far further than their PBs usually die in odd spots. Kinda, yeah, kinda true. Maybe it's the nerves, ultimately. Scouting ahead. Was the dirt wall ride reversion done in a map before, or is it a new trick? It's been done before. There's nothing like new on this map. Yeah, we did scouts through the entire floor 16 last night. And we will do it again today at some point when there's a good spot to do it. End means the end of floor 16, and then from end to fin, it's gonna be the final jump. Does it look hard? 16? Yes, there's I think 3 spots that will be very difficult. Waterguard is hazard. Well, Simo failed this ice slide on the previous run. Oh, again a little bit shaky setup. Oh, just managed to get it though. Here we are. Now getting the ice off the wheels before continuing. Floor 15 is Waterguard. 1/3 through. Or maybe 1/4. Simo should have enough speed, makes the landing work. Bren has also reached the very first part of floor 15. Did not manage to continue. So, personal best for Bren, but not reaching hazard yet. Simo, plenty of speed from the beam, and now the slide up works. This section looks really good for Simo. The beams, the pipes have been a problem though. Last time was really good. We'll see if Simo can do it again. Good first one. Oh, slight left tap there at the end, but still lands. Low line, jump through. Beautiful. Well done. So then the ice spin again. Did clear it on the previous run. Again we go. Second gear, 100 speed. Gets it. Slide in. Oh, that is too early. That's been any kind of a landing at all. No, it hits the snake. Bounces. Oh my god. Where are we going? Off the track. Into bottom. 9 meters. Unfortunately. That's how the spin works sometimes. That's how it works sometimes. Yes, I mean, might be actually falling off the edge to floor 8. Like maybe. Needs to like air brake very quickly and hope that the cart doesn't go here. Chances look pretty slim. Well, let's see. Still a new PB. Big personal best. For Sammy. There we go. How's it gonna fall? Too far. Well. Floor 5. Could be worse. Could be worse. That's what it is, sometimes. Timo also leaving the server, maybe has had a pretty long session already. Juliano, still on the grind. Maybe if Red is here, we can get a Juliano shoutout also. Been putting in some serious hours. Do you know what the process of creating such a map is? So each floor is built by one person, generally. Then you save that floor as a macro block, which basically makes it into one sort of big block. Then you can take that block, save it, and you can add it to another map. So basically at the end you just combine the 16 different floors by, you know, just putting them on top of each other. Every floor is built in like a spiral formation. So it starts from a specific point and ends in a specific point. So then you can just like stack the floors on top of each other. It's always going to be the same like start point and end point. So it's a very clever building. No, actually, Timo back on the server. Maybe just restarted the game or something. Hello, SMB. I'll try the map when the event is done. Oof, really not getting the landing. Floor 4, potentially. We'll land it, yeah. Red here, ooh. Whatever. I can do it as well. Too late, oh. So. I don't think there's anything, like, any special stuff around the tower. Like, there's some cool stuff around the tower, but it's not gonna be anything, like, you know, any practice sections or anything like that. There's these penguins here. There's also a car over here. That's cool. Cool. I don't think that there's anything that helps our top players, though. It's nice, though, you know? If you want to wind down a little bit, you can just chill and drive around this. This circuit here. Anyway. So, we can check out floor 16 again. So, alright, let's go from where we are right now. Hazard is right here, okay? Jump up here. That's the next part. It looks so simple, but Hazard, I guess, needs to take a bit more speed for it to make it work. And then you have the turbos here, they boost you, you go upside down, go onto the beam, which is also plastic, and at the end, this plastic bounces you, like, forwards. Spoilers, where, well, you know, it's kind of time we look ahead. We don't want to be completely clueless about everything that's about to come now. We've kind of scouted the few tricks ahead, previously as well. But, yeah, now it's been time to also check out the rest. But of course, if you want to keep it a surprise entirely, then, yeah, look away for a couple minutes. So you flip back up here. I don't think this beam will be a huge problem. It looks fairly automatic. Yeah, all good, Lanky. All good. So then we have this section, and this one scares me probably more than anything else on this floor. The turbo into this wall bounce, you flip the car. This is like a very traditional thing in RPG maps where you kind of drive against this kind of a wall and you sort of like backflip bounce, similarly to the turbo wall things on the previous floor. But then this landing looks just so miserable. Like, why is there a hole here? It's hard to get a read on how this is exactly going to work. The turbo bounce, I don't know if you need to jump over the hole or if you need to jump like here or what. Where do you need to go? I don't know. But yeah, this looks painful. This section scares me. We'll see how it goes. Maybe it's easier than it looks. But yeah. It's probably not going to be any kind of a bounce. I think you just drive into this. This is not wood. This is like concrete surface again. So you just drive here. The car flips. And you maybe land over here. Maybe you land here. I don't really know. Maybe over the hole. That would make the most sense. So then it's just a speed check. And you have this small pool here. Which you will probably miss. Even if you fall. And you will fall down like all the way. Actually all the way. Maybe to floor 6. So this looks painful. But let's say we make it through. Jump on the beam. And then the turbo here will bring us into the dragon. So you jump over here, go up, hit the plastic flip here. Now the one danger might be on this part that you go too fast. I don't know if that would be possible. But like if you go too fast, then you might also hit this plastic wall. And you might bounce back and you might go all the way back down. And that's also, like if that's possible, that's also going to be very bad. Maybe you can save it here on floor 14, but it looks very unlikely. So we'll see. But let's say you make that too. Let's say you make it up on top here. This jump, hopefully just the press forward setup, honestly. Wood floor up there to stop you. At top of dragon. All of this is plastic. Everything here is plastic. So into the hole, into the water. This is still floor 15. Then these ring jumps here. Which look very failable. Well. So climb all the way. Do all of this. Jump here. This is still floor 15. The GoFundMe is for the mappers, mapper support, by the way. It's not for the players, it's for the mappers, organizers of the project. So then, going through here, land on the ice, and this doesn't really look like an ice slide. I think you're going to land here, and then I think you just angle the car and kind of press forward. It doesn't really look like a good ice slide exit. You'll probably end up losing more speed. So my take is that you just take the speed, land here, and then you angle the car, stay on the ice, jump over here. And now on the dirt, I don't know if this is also something you need to chain. If you need to do the dirt zoop here, like kind of go with ice wheels and then zoop over here on the ice, it might be. So this could be like this entire final thing here has to be chained. Definitely possible. And then over the extremely cursed beam or snake number 2 maybe. And then this is floor 16. So here, you go through here, you go backwards here, you hope that you don't go too far. You try to stop in time. Then take speed, flip the car onto this quarter pipe, go all the way around without getting airtime, and then jumping over here on the left side. Now you jump over here. And then you have a practice section. So here's a wheel hang. So basically meaning that you get one side of the car, wheels on one side, in this case left side, on top of this beam, and then you just go very slowly, very carefully, and you can practice it here if you need to. I honestly don't know how big of a problem this is going to be. The main issue with this is going to be getting the 2 wheels actually on top of this beam. Once you're in here, where you're in the wheel hang, I think there's very few ways you can actually fail. You just go very slowly, below this thing, and then there's a plastic piece here to push you away, and you land here. Then, jump over here. And now, you get speed, jump here, I suppose the question is if you can accelerate or not, but in wheel hangs that I know from other maps, you can. So I'm gonna imagine that there's just like a set speed that keeps you on, and then you try not to accelerate beyond that. Most likely. So, land here, jump on the left, and now this part is one of the ones that really scares me. This is one of the 3 parts that I can see being like a big issue. Because here, it looks like you need to jump to the right over this narrow gap, land on the ice. This looks horrible. Okay is right. The angle here, terrible. And if you hit this thing here, well, yeah, good luck, I guess. It's definitely not gonna be like a press forward line. Some people were thinking like, oh, maybe you just full send this and you bounce over, but like, how is that gonna ever work consistently? You're not gonna just rebound over there, unfortunately. Like, this will have way too many variables to be consistent. Every bounce will do something different. I feel like it has to be a direct jump to the ice, because there's even like not a good landing position here. You'll need to somehow land sideways onto the beam, which seems even worse than just jumping directly into here. It could be that there's something else as well, that, you know, some very well hidden route, but I don't think so. I think you just go into the narrow gap and then immediately ice slide to save yourself from falling. So then, over the beam, and now this is the next part that scares me. There's a practice section here, or a section that comes after, which also scares me, but you don't go here now. You take the turbo, go up, turn around, and now you need to jump with high speed, land here, jump again, and land here. The car will full stop here. Not a problem. The problem is if you don't have enough speed. Because if you just jump here, and in the air you still hit this plastic, it's gonna bounce you backwards onto ice, and that's looking pretty scary. So I'm not sure how far it would bounce you, but I feel like if it bounces you over there, then that's not good. Over here, this could honestly be like a dirt zoop as well, by the way. Like you go over the ice and then you full turn. Similar to floor 10. Honestly, very similar. Almost the same. Just to the other direction on flat dirt. So hopefully that's like automatic in a sense as well. We'll see. There is luckily like a wall here, so if you go too far, it's not gonna end your run. If you are too inside, then that's gonna be bad though. But yeah, chaining this, getting the speed, jumping on the ice, and then getting over here. Then you need to go over this beam. And some people were saying that this is like, there's like a setup for this. It's not that bad, apparently. It looks bad. I don't know personally what the like technique is to get around these flags. But I suppose like if there's like a sort of standard setup for it, then it could be something. Part of Tompos? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know this specifically. But well, you go through that, and now this is scary. This is a kind of a ridiculous section. Oh, you hook the wheel. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll need to check the Tompos checkpoint to get an idea. Alright, so this one you can practice over here, below. You don't want to really go back there and practice, so you're hoping that you kind of tried it before. And you can practice the line on this first part as well, but it still looks hard. You go over here, and then you hold the same 45-degree angle that you do on floor 4. You have the same kind of a dirt wall, right? Go along this wall, and you bounce on this plastic, and then you switch the direction. Hopefully without falling down, because... So bounce over here, and then you keep going. Now you go up. And then here, you need to flip up, land on this. I haven't also seen this kind of a direction change, but that's what it has to be. I don't think there's any other way to switch the direction. So that, I don't know how that's gonna work. But that's, you go here. And then you go into this window, take some speed, jump up, land here. And if you do this landing, you're most likely done. Then it's just like a nerve check. You go over the ice, you're very careful, your hands are shaking. Jump over to the right, and then again one of these beams. This one looks even a little bit more... more sort of forgiving. Over here, and now you don't even need to clear this gap. They give you like a plastic box here. But then you go here, speed up, land on the plastic, and now you're in the end section, basically. So now, all you need to do this jump over to this ledge. Hopefully that's just a straightforward jump. Climb up here. Climb the pipe. On the beam. And now, here you go. And now, when you're here, there's one jump. You've done all of that. Now it's one jump. Last jump is impossible. Imagine actually. So the good news here is that on this wall, not only can you practice this setup, so you can practice, because the turbo is in the same position, the quarter pipe is the same, the angle is the same, so you can practice the turbo setup and getting very low onto this wall. You can practice the same thing here. And also, there is a plastic here. So you can practice also the bounce into the direction change here. So as long as you know, land into the pool. So you do have 2 practice sections on this floor. One for the wheel hang, and one for the dirt wall thing. Yeah. That's what remains. There's the jump Techie said was almost keggy difficulty. I don't know. I am very unsure. Yeah, the floor 16, honestly, I think there's gonna be 3 choke points there. Which is, to be fair, more than what 14 has. More than what 13 has. Definitely more than what 12 has. More than what 11 has. I do think that the wheel hang will probably be fine. It's failable, and it's going to be failed most likely, but I think it's fine in the sense that, like, you know, some floor 14 sections are fine, where, you know, you have the setup, you have the technique, and you can do it almost every time. Sometimes you're gonna fail. Like, you know, this ceiling thing will probably be, like, also fairly consistent once people just get more attempts in. But kind of like this quarter pipe jump over here, like, once you have the setup, you probably can do it fairly consistently. But then, yeah, the dirt wall ride thing. Maybe this plastic jump, maybe this is also gonna be okay. It's hard to tell. But this dirt thing, this will be, like, when you get past this dirt, that's kind of like, okay, this might actually happen. This, I think, is gonna be the biggest choke point still remaining on the map. One question mark that I do have about this is that there is like a plastic piece over here, And I was kind of thinking like if it would be possible to go here instead and land this, but I think where it kind of falls apart is that you will not probably have speed to do this jump. So I don't know, this is probably just like a cut block. This is just a way to make sure that you can't drop to the tunnel from early on here. You need to do the entire wall over here. That's probably the reason. But yeah, when you do this landing and you manage to not go too far, that's kind of it. So this dirt wall, I think, for these players is gonna be like the last like major thing. Oh, thank you, Chris. Let's check the. Let's check the beam thing. Yeah, so you do go like this. Is it wider? Also, a good question is, like... Yeah, it does seem wider. I think this is not exactly centered, though. I think... maybe it's just me, but doesn't it look like there's a little bit more space on the left side? Yeah, you probably stay on the left side. So in that sense, it could be about the same time. Yeah, it's like very small, but I suppose, yeah. Suppose you go on the left side. Yeah, it looks to be more space. Yeah, okay. And then the last one seems even a little bit more generous, right? Like it's the entry into this looks a bit rough, but you just kind of like go into it. And then these are pretty far, right? So you can probably like two-wheel this entire thing. In the sense that, you know, you just have two wheels off the edge here, and the car will probably fit here otherwise. This looks fine. I suppose like the problem here is gonna be the climb back onto this, because there's again like very little space to do that. So maybe this climb is gonna be a little bit rough. And of course there's absolutely no recovery. Jumper! Can we have like one pool on this floor? Well, I mean, that's the last thing you need to do though. We hope that you one-shot. Oof. It's quite the floor. Jumper has built floor 16. So end means the end of floor 16. So where I just looked, that's the end of floor 16. And that's the end marker here. The fin is the final jump, basically. How was the last jumping one work? Okay, we go back. So the final jump, you need to maximize your speed, obviously. I think how you do it is you just like try to find some full speed line over on this edge. That's gonna be my take. That's probably how you get the most speed. I don't think it's gonna be like some quarter pipe jump. You just speed up along this edge, hope you don't fall off the other side. Then when you have enough speed, you push, try to maximize the space here, and then you jump up. And how this works is when you have a quarter pipe like this, if it doesn't have these fully vertical wall ride blocks, it will push you a little bit inside. So if you have a quarter pipe I don't know if I have a good example here. Here. So if you... Well, no, this is not a quarter pipe. Looked like one. Here. Okay, this quarter pipe. So this one doesn't have like a wall ride block at the top, which means that essentially you will not be able... This is even a better example. You will not be able to jump straight up. You will always go a little bit forward. So as you jump over this, you will go a little bit forward. It requires the like extra wall ride block, the vertical block, so you jump actually like straight up and you fall back down. So that means that when you take the speed, you jump forward, the car will go a little bit towards the crown. And if you're too slow, if you don't reach this red line over here, that's the finish line. So you don't need to go into the crown. The finish line is just here. We can see the finish blocks over here. So you only need to reach this height. But if you don't, because you're going a little bit forward, you are not landing back there. You're landing on here. Water jump on 13 end. True, but that's a little bit different. Different quarter pipe. This is one of the plastic things. But yeah, that would be... How consistent is this jump? How would I know? Can you even test going diagonal? Sounds really scary. Like, yeah, I guess maybe. But that's a... No. Who would do that? Like, how are you gonna land it? I feel like it's so much harder to calculate this, a diagonal line. Bren would do that, you think? No, it seems... yeah. I feel like it's built exactly in the way where it's as difficult as possible to test. You just need to believe. You a mapper, of course. I just don't have an intuition for that. Hard to say how much speed you can get. No, yeah, like, it's definitely gonna be like 5 or 10, even 10 minutes of just driving in circles, and then, you know, just checking like, okay, what speed did I have at the specific point? And then you try again, did I get more speed? Then you try again, did I get more speed? You're gonna do this like 15 times. And then you find the line that gives you the best speed, and then you go with that. That's gonna be the strat. You can like, you don't need to commit when you have the speed. You can just drive like to the side. Yeah, you can drift, you know. You can definitely like cancel the line. Price for first place right now is a bit over $15,000. But they would be driving in infinity path for speed, like a figure 8 type line. I think it's just gonna be like a circle line on one of the circles, because you will get too much speed eventually to stay on the road. So you want to find like a full speed line, a setup that gives you a full speed line around one of the circles, and then you commit. That's gonna be the highest speed. Did anyone fail final jump on Deep Deep 1? Not out of the top 3, I don't think. Is the price pool dropping? No. It's not dropping. Still increasing. Now that would be brutal. The price pool reducing the longer the event goes. No, yeah, it's increasing if anything. $30,754.69. Oh, Simo. Scary going into the turbo. You need to be fully sideways over these turbos, otherwise they push you through. So even just being like in the hitbox of that turbo, even if you're sideways, is kind of scary, because if the car turns a little bit backwards, a little bit forwards, it's gonna boost you again, and the boost is pretty massive. You don't wanna fall all the way down, because if you do, if you get the boost, you fly over here, and that's a long way down. If I was the guy who went first and failed the jump, I would have nightmares. Yeah. I think the issue is that you will start like overthinking things so much there, because you know that it might be your one chance to do that. You don't get it, it's over. You might not actually get there again. Like, in some sense, you know that you are able to do everything again, but like the feeling that you get is that this is my one chance. And like, if you throw it away, are you gonna get a new chance? And you don't really like, it's hard to believe in that, right? When you're one jump away, you don't think like, oh, at least I got practice. No, you're not gonna think that. When you fail on like floor 15, you can still say like, oh, well, at least I was able to get practice in, you know? At least I was able to get some more experience on these tricks. But no, when you're on the final jump, your only thought is like, I have to do this. I think it's gonna be mostly mental. Yeah. Because, like, the actual, like, execution of, like, a circle acceleration line is really nothing new to these players, right? Like, you drive in a circle, you get speed, you find the line, you can take all the time you want here. Just testing out, like, how does the circle work, how much can I push, how much speed can I keep and not fall off the ledge. And then they find the setup position, you do the circle, and then the final jump just has to work. It just has to work. Here we are. No, yeah, the plastic corner actually looks a little dicey as well. Tough times. I don't know if the players are thinking about it just yet. It could be that they're starting to like see that, okay, we're actually kind of close. Of course you need to like clear all the sections before that. But I do feel like slowly but surely you're starting to think like, okay, there's not a lot left anymore. Yeah, all the circles seem to be the same size. But no spoilers for later parts allowed. No, you can free camera through them. The players have already probably done that. Like, I would imagine most players that are now on floor 14 have scouted through the entire rest of the map. You just can't watch people play those parts or play those parts yourself in like a editor or something like this. But you can use the free camera. You can check what's ahead. Map can fall tomorrow if there's a legendary run. In theory, but in reality, not really. We're still like... There's still like 10 tricky sections left. Would be completely unheard of. Like the first time in this entire 23-day grind that someone one-shots 10 difficult sections in a row. Might see some streams with a dashboard plugins. Yeah, for sure. Like hiding the inputs. Yeah. Playing in solo, like off the server, still streaming, but hiding the inputs. Yeah, absolutely possible. Come on. Final turtle time. 1 floor 8. Seymour really climbing very consistently, honestly. I feel like Seymour is constantly getting these higher floor or middle floor attempts. It's just the floor 10 that needs to click. What's the decal he drove past there? That's a reset block. It doesn't do anything there, but what it's used for is, for example, you have some special effects, like for example, engine off block, which turns off the engine, so you're freewheeling, and the way you reset those blocks... Oh, the graphic on the wall. Okay, it's okay. I'll just explain the reset block as well. Someone might be wondering about that too. So the reset block can be used to reset those kinds of effects. Also, there's like a no steering block, which disables steering. If you drive over a reset block, that also disables the no steer block. And yeah. But I think it's really here just for visual effect, so looks cool, I guess. Here as well, I suppose. And yeah, this is Blip. I don't know the lore behind this though. Probably Dundi's cat. I would imagine. Yeah, where is all? One of the latest water card. It was last night. Hazard got 1, 2, 3 sections into floor 15. Hard to quantify. Bren also did get to floor 15, but failed the first sequence there. Yeah, it's in the WR clip comment. What is the lore behind message jump on floor 2? I think it's just, you know, it kind of feels like scoring a goal. Because you kind of jump through this, like, you know, kind of, you know, a goal post, I suppose. Simul Turtle is active. We'll be saving this. No problem. There's also this thing, yeah. It's very cool. It's all made from these small, colorable plastic pieces. It's nice. There's some other Easter eggs as well. On floor 15, you have this thing here, which, when typed with like old phone, would type Bren Have. It's essentially like a show of respect to Bren, who won Deep Deep 1, and Have, who at the time of, I guess, building this map, held the world record on Deep Deep 1. A jump that is messy to land. Terrible. But kind of fitting. It is a bit of a messy jump, yeah. It does still hold the wildcard, yes. Air brake. This time works fine. Is that how you pronounce Have? Yes. Hello, Clips. Yeah, a bunch of other Easter eggs too that I probably haven't seen yet. That I've only heard about. Timo onto the turbo, jumping through into the quarter pipe. No issue with that, and Timo also has a really nice technique for this following jump. Ren asleep. Probably. Not sure what time it is in Australia. Very clean jump. Should be enough speed. 231 I saw there. Oh, the line is a little bit off. And this will bounce on the plastic. Oh, misses the pool. Oh god, where are we going? That is unfortunate. I think floor 5 at best. I would imagine it eventually falls off. Moving backwards, there's like a hill. It'll probably still fall off the side here in not too long. Probably worth waiting, it's not gonna be many minutes. There's, I guess, a chance that it falls to the final part of floor 5, which wouldn't be too bad at all, but I don't know. It's a very difficult landing to save as well. About 3 AM? Yeah, fair enough. I do think the car is kind of slowly going off the edge. Slowly but surely. I don't understand how it's like going in a... like there. Well, maybe about 1 minute, maybe less, 30 seconds. Floor 5 has a lot of sort of recovery places, especially on this first half. The second half is a lot of bobsleigh where you kind of bounce around and stuff, but you will hit something here for sure. Whether you bounce away, that's a different question, I guess. Do you know if Nadio is involved in the Deep Dive 2 event? From what I know, they are not. This is a purely community-run event. As far as I know. Well, any moment now. Probably best to not accelerate during this fall. If you accelerate, the car will fall faster. Maybe better to just not touch anything. Just air brake. Okay, well, Timo accelerating. Maybe he has some other plan. Or just trying to accelerate the fall. Here we go. Not accelerating. It's gonna land on the grass ledge. Wow. Okay, that was clean. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Well, it was an unfortunate fall from floor 9, but that landing was, that was good. No issue at all. I do think that the no acceleration strat is actually like a pretty big one sometimes when you do these big falls. It is not at all intuitive, and a lot of players might even not know it because you're not usually falling down long distances. But when you fall like just straight down, you do accelerate slower if you're not pressing anything, if you're not pressing acceleration. So if you press forward while falling down, you will fall faster. I guess that's how gravity works in the Trackmania universe. Ixon also on floor 9. The personal best here, 1071. That is floor 10. Probably in the very first sections there. Here we are. Ixon going for the high jump line. So now we have more than just Hazard going for this. It seems to work for the players that are doing it, but there's probably also a good reason. Oh, this is a bit slow. 223, wow. Still worked. Great line. But yeah, it seems to, you know, work, but there's probably a reason why others have moved away from it. Just seems to give, like, inconsistent speed, I suppose. But it will work. You can retry it as many times as you want as well. Then, the final quarter pipe. Landing onto the pole, it's a little short. It's gonna land back on this platform. Yes, it will, but... Okay. The wheels fortunately getting grip early enough there, because if the nose stand thing went all the way, you can't do anything. You can't control the car if the wheels are not touching the ground, so that was scary, but it works. So the save here, dropping down onto this beam, and then just doing the entire floor again. A lot of these falls, these mistakes on floor 9 end with you having to redo the entire floor, but at the very least you don't need to drop down to the previous floor. Is Ixon trying something else? Oh, it's gonna be this. Finding the line. Come on. No, it's a scary jump though. Generally speaking, you want to land front wheels first. I think air braking immediately makes these kinds of landings very dicey, so most likely just dropping with front wheels. There we go. Late air brake. One wheel off the track. It'd be fine. There we are. Demo, back to climbing already. The game looks very different when you look at it from like a custom camera angle. Very close to the edge, I think, but it will land. Good work. So Hazard went to take a break. Usually I think has been taking a break at this time. Anyway, might be back later. It's usually been Hazard's schedule. Were either of Brent's or Hazard's new PB streamed? Hazard's was. And I think I heard earlier that Stealth was streaming Brent's POV. There we go. Ixon back onto the turbos as well. We can check the turbo tunnel from Simo. Oh no, slightly too far. It just keeps doing this. I feel like the turbo tunnel, honestly, is one of the big issues. Not even getting the floor 3 landing. Unfortunate, all these bounces around. It's definitely one of the big problems on floor 7 right now. One, because it's very difficult to just find like a good strat for. Every time you do it, it seems like there's too many variables to control. Every outcome is a little bit different. You need to be very quick to potentially save yourself if something goes wrong. And the other one is that floor 7 has terrible recoveries in general. I feel like floor 16 is actually very similar to floor 7 in that sense. Both have absolutely no recoveries, and both have like a lot of like diverse tricks in a sense that are very failable. Some very low speed tricks, some very high speed tricks. So I think floor 16 will probably play out pretty similarly, where you will never get entirely consistent on everything there. But you hope that you figure out some kind of a strat that you can keep doing on every run. And then you just hope that everything clicks. When everything clicks, it really only needs to happen once, hopefully. 225 speed, a little bit more than last time, works out. 234 I think is the highest that I generally see. You don't really need that much, but you do need, like, at the very least, like, 220 is too slow. Doubt that. You can train the 2 of the 3 main parts there. That's true, but, like, if it plays out in the same sense that floor 7 does, then the training will not really be that big of a deal. Because what's gonna happen is that, you know, when we look at this turbo tunnel, for example, we have probably had like 100 runs per top player here, right? And they're still failing it, right? I'm guessing that the same thing will happen with some of these parts on floor 16. Just very difficult to like understand how to do this. And probably as difficult to execute all of this. All of these dirt, very narrow parts here. The side switch. Yeah, you can practice it, which is great. But, like, are you still, even with practice, going to be able to do it 100%? Probably not the case, right? Yeah. I suppose these circle things are the same. Don't think it matters which one you take. Look to be the same. Pretty sure. I mean, it would be a little bit mean if they made them different. All legs on. Getting close to floor 10. PB chance. Virtual play at all today? I don't know. How far is Kuba's out to drive? Not allowed to show anything that hasn't been discovered by the players. Not floors and not strats. No, Kubas has definitely known every single floor before this event. Mappers are not eligible for the prize pool, and Kubas is also like a playtester of the map, apart from building floor 15. So Kubas will not play any further than what the players have been to. Honestly, would be surprised if Kubas even went to like floor 13 right now. Or like floor 12 and then you kind of stop there. How many players do you think will finish it this year? I don't know. Depends on who has the motivation, but once the checkpoint version is out after the event, everything will be so much more efficient to practice that I think even players who are currently struggling to get to like floor 6 or 7 will be able to grind this down and finish it. If they want to. Ixon? This might be a personal best, actually. But I think it's gonna be a little bit later. I don't think this is quite the 1071 speed, 1071 height. I think it might. Probably not. Well, it could be this one. I don't know. Maybe this hill, or maybe this one. Could already be 1100. Hard to say, but looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Oh yeah, this is it. This might be the ice slide. But of course the next part also... This could have been failed, because this is a little bit lower, I suppose. Well, pretty much the same height, actually. Uhu here, still. I'll just do it. I don't know if Ixon is streaming too much. Oh, a bit of a shaky line. Oh, not to the turbo. Good control. Manages to slow down early enough. Doesn't want to commit to that line. Would have been a struggle to make that work. This one looks a lot better. Lands on the ice. That is already a personal best. And then a clean line here. Lands in the pool. Oh, nice clear. Well done. Don't think he streams too often. Yeah, fair enough. Well, just in case. Ixon also was the third player to finish Deep Dip 1. So, shouldn't be underestimated at all. Probably lacking playtime quite a bit right now. But hey, great progress. Now up the snow. Something we call a penalty surface. Snow and sand and the penalty grass that we have, for example, on floor 8 over here. Penalty surfaces, meaning that you are very slow on them. Snow especially is kind of just a slow version of ice. Ooh, barely makes it to the ice, which means that you can ice slide on snow. Which is also used here. So Ixon knows the trick already. Goes to the right. Oh, not quite able to do the technique. Maybe able to save it. Looks pretty bad though. I think it's gonna go all the way down to floor 7. Or 6. Oh, missing a lot here, bouncing through. Doesn't quite land here either. Well, it lands eventually, but at this point you might hope that it didn't, honestly. Because it's a... floor 3, I suppose. Good personal best still. So this snow uphill, you essentially need to just heavily steer into it, and because of the dirt wheels that you have here, you kind of zoom upwards. You get like a very sort of sudden speed boost upwards, but then you need to switch to those ice slide inputs. So you need to first accelerate, and when the ice comes you need to steer to the right, You get to the snow, and then you need to steer to the left to actually do the ice slide over the snow. Pretty close to the ice spin. There's these pipe sections here, and then you have the spin, which has been difficult for many. Ubas, as said, one of the mappers, not part of the competition, just wants to participate in the event, you know, in spirit. Kind of just getting some runs in. Enjoying the map. And it's a good sign when you, as a mapper, also enjoy playing your own maps. 410 has been the run killer today. Yeah, it kind of always is, and it depends on the player. Some players have been very good on 410 recently. Have been improving on it a lot, but yeah, for some players it's still a big choke point. Oh, Giuliano. Not quite able to get a clean line through the turbo. Oh, the car doesn't go the right way just yet, at least. Maybe some kind of a fall here below. That would be not too bad. A lot of turtling right now. Sammy also on the grind. Was able to get to floor 9 not too long ago. Have been busy today, and so Bren and Hazard got higher on the leaderboard. Did they make it to 15? Yes, Hazard a little bit further than Bren. I'm looking forward to seeing Lars play as well. Because Lars has had a couple, like, pretty sort of slow sessions where hasn't really been able to get to these higher floors now. But Lars, of course, third place player, has been to floor 14. And I could see Lars kind of one-shotting the end of 14 as well. We'll see. Virtual, why not? Elcon, why not? Scrappy, why not? I feel like we could actually get like a pretty surprising top 3 once floor 16 is reached. Currently the situation is that Hazard is the furthest on floor 15. Bren is a couple sections behind. Basically 2 sections behind. Lars is 3 sections from floor 15, so 5 sections behind Bren, basically. Or something like that. Okay, 4 sections behind Bren, maybe. Elcon is at the very end of floor 13. Very close to 14. Scrappy failed the big jump just before the plastic bounce. And Virtual is on the wall right on floor 13, so ahead of Scrappy, just hasn't used the plugin in a while, I guess. That's our current top 6, and I feel like any of these players, if they keep this up, can definitely go up and get some runs going. 2 jumps behind Hazard? Yeah, so I can show. I can show exactly, because when we talk about jumps and sections, it can be a little bit, like, hard to tell. So, floor 15 begins right here. So, if we go back from here, there's this jump over here. This is the final jump. And then there's this turbo ceiling thing where you go into the ceiling and the ceiling pushes you with the turbos into the pool. Then, before that, you have this jump sequence. You have to jump through here, over on this ledge. And before that, you have to go from here, bounce over this beam onto this road. So Lars is on this section here. Going over the dirt, quarter pipe jump, up on this. So from here, Lars needs to clear, if we say that this is one section, Lars needs to clear 2 sections, 3 sections, 4 sections, and 5 sections to get to floor 15. Bren has failed this first section, so was able to jump over here, but then you need to combine the speed here to jump over here. Bren wasn't able to land this clean, so that's gonna be the first part of floor 15 in a sense, because you need to do everything in one go. So Bren still trying to clear this one. Hazard did make it, and Hazard also speed around the hole here, landed these jumps, landed this jump, flipped upside down, bouncing through, landed here. So Hazard, we could say, has done 2 sections of this floor, because both of those need to be, like, chained. They're just very long sequences in a sense. So, yeah, it's kind of hard to quantify, but that's the situation with our top 3 right now. Everyone else on floor 13 still. So many of those tricks are so sketchy, so hard to do without weird bounces. Yeah, it remains to be seen, like, how consistent the players can get on these sections. I would imagine that, like, for example, Viro, the mapper of floor 14, is consistent on almost everything on that floor. I think there are, like, setups that you can do that give you, like, almost always the same outcome. The question is, are we gonna find those setups? And are we gonna do them exactly how they're intended to be done? Or is it gonna be a bit of a coin flip still until the end? Because now we're, you know, far enough that repetition is not really going to be that important anymore. Maybe on floor 14 it will still be, but I think, like, getting just through floor 15 somehow, that's gonna be the main sort of goal. Because when you get just somehow through 15, whether it's, like, you know, a little bit lucky, or whether you know some exact strategy, or whether, you know, you just feel like you want to go for some strat even if it doesn't make sense to others, as long as you get through it, you get the floor 16 attempt. Floor 16 is long, but it has these practice sections for the toughest parts, the 2 toughest parts, or at least, you know, 2 parts that might be less intuitive. So you can sort of, like, when you get to floor 16, you can probably get quite a bit of experience there. It's a very difficult floor, what it looks like. A lot of weird wheel tricks and such. But yeah, like, you will never really get consistent during this event on floor 16. You just hope that you improve enough that you will get it once, and then you hope that you don't fail the final jump. What is the final validation for the map? So it is essentially every floor done separately. So what they've done is kind of play every floor as a segmented version, then they added up the times, and then after adding up the times, they added an extra 25% roughly to that time. So it's not like a it's not like a legitimate validation. Author time is 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, you just need to have the run that somehow gets through the floor 16. You don't need to find the best setups ever, because your goal is not to get consistent on floor 16. Your goal is to clear floor 16 one time. And that's not to say that you don't need any strategies. It doesn't mean that you can just, you know, close your eyes and run through it. But, you know, as long as you have some kind of an idea. So, here's the wheel hang practice section where you can practice the setup for this one. So basically you need to lock the wheels on one side, left side in this practice version, right side in the real version, so that the wheels stay on the top, and then you just slowly go forward. I don't think that staying on this wheel clip is gonna be difficult. I feel like the difficulty will come from the fact that you need to get that landing. So you will practice the landing on the right side here, and then you will go on this side, which has a much longer fall, and then you just slowly go through this and land here. I don't think the wheel clip is going to be the biggest issue here. I think this jump again, jumping from here, hard right side line, probably over here, landing onto the ice, this is going to be really rough. And then you have this dirt thing here, which you can practice a section here that comes a little bit later. You need to turn around, jump over here, do all this stuff, go around, very barely make it over the beam, and then the 45-degree dirt wall thing mechanic. Plastic punch at the end, switch direction, keep the grip on the wall, flip over here. And with some luck... Oh... Telly's getting to that point, so it's the same technique as what you use here. So, this dirt wall right. It's the same technique. But it's obviously a lot longer, a lot more narrow. Very difficult. Same technique. Unfortunate for Tally here. Unfortunate fall. Happens occasionally. How did the creators of the map do the validation? So it's done with a plugin. There's a plugin that you can just type a number in and that's that. Tell me with the inverted steering. There's rough times. Happens when you switch from forwards to backwards driving. A lot of the time, if you start pressing backwards at the wrong timing, you might get inverted steering, where you try to steer to the left, and the car turns to the right. It's very difficult to recover. Just unfortunate, unfortunate. What do you think Deep Deep 2 will be beaten and by who? I don't know by who. I have a feeling that it could happen next week. A lot of Trackmania can be summed up by saying that's not how cars work. Could be the slogan of the game. What's the new personal best? From who? The Water Guard? Hazard has the Water Guard right now. Floor 15, 2 sections in. I'm not sure if you can air brake in real life, honestly. How long has Manjmoa be playing? From the beginning, I think. It's a good grind from Boulay. $7.51, I think, is generally going to be somewhere in the middle of floor 6. I have not tried air braking in real life. I don't think I've ever had airtime to try that. Sure, but air braking and so on add to controllability and fun. Inverted steering just doesn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure inverted steering is just a bug. Like, basically, I think the game still thinks that the car is going forwards, even though it's not. Like, something like this is probably the reason. So, you know, the steering is just not working properly because the game doesn't know what's happening to the car. Air brake definitely exists in real life. You can see it more clearly in monster trucks. Okay, maybe I need to do my homework on that area then. Juliana back to floor 7. Maybe getting a floor 8 run going. Usually the 860 personal best is always going to be the beam landing, and if we look at the leaderboard, there's a lot of people here. Like, look at this. This height exactly. There's 10 people right here. Paul Jr., 860. Mario's 860, Wally 860. 860, probably these like 859s as well, from Juliano and Gladovicom, are probably going to be the beam landing. Usually it is. It could also be the bobsleigh landing after, because it's a little bit lower, but usually that's gonna be like the very beginning of floor 8. And then when you go to like 856, then it can be these like highest parts, like this jump of... Maybe not this jump quite yet. Oh, Juliana, not quite making it. But some highest parts of floor 7. Unfortunate. Upside down landing too. That is a bit tough. Bit tough. A bit of a slow moment, I suppose. Sano getting some good runs going here. This could be a personal best attempt. Hard to say where exactly it would be. Planes can air brake. Yeah, planes are a little different, I think. Did that one guy on public servers that was doing okay stick with it? You probably mean Whirl. Whirl, 855. Like, it's a good height. A good height. It's no longer the best player outside of this server, though. Oh, Zano, not quite able to control the wet plastic. Launched into the pool. Floor 6 or floor... I think floor 5, the final jumps. Probably gonna be it. Not the worst end result. But yeah, right now, actually, Bijans is probably the best public server player. 1075 is floor 10. That's pretty good. So, not looking too bad at all. Good recovery from Sono. A lot of players trying to get those runs going, but more and more players reaching the ice floor now. There's definitely like a bunch of really good players outside of this server as well. But I do think that our winner is gonna be from the server. I mean, there's a big difference still between like being in getting your first run to floor 10 right now and being on floor 15. Might be hard to get those things down. I think if there's two people that could do that, it's probably Mada and Simo, who I could see like somehow learning the next few floors like super quickly. But even that is looking to be like a pretty rough journey. Basically needs to have a great day every single day from this point on. 500 meters gets you to top 100, almost. Not quite. But yeah, so only 100 people from like 15,000 that use the plugin have been actually able to reach the 5th floor. It might be even less than it. I can't remember exactly what the like safe height for floor 5 is. Somewhere here though. And then if we go to top 1000, we start seeing a pattern here, I think. 244. How many people are stuck on 244? Or like, well, let's see the 244, yeah? So from 545 onwards to... Still going. Still the same jump. I can't scroll down far enough. It's well more than 1,000 people. This is as far as I can scroll. So 244. I think is the height that you get from here, right? I think it's this jump. And then you fall back to floor 2. And I think that's the highest point that you reach for a pretty long time. That means that there's like thousands of people, most likely, stuck between that jump and... Does this jump go higher? No, this is still lower, I think. That jump, and I think maybe the messy jump goes higher? Yeah. So, between, like, that final part of floor 1 and then this middle part of floor 2. Thousands of people. So, floor 2, huge choke point for most people. A lot of people can turtle for sure, and also the jumps on floor 2 do get pretty rough. Hello, Kay. The public servers, like the first player that's not on this server is top 13 right now. Bijans was gotten to floor 10, the beginning part of floor 10, which is very good. Hello, RTJ. It's going great. What about you? So currently, Hazard is first place on floor 15. Bren a little bit away from Hazard on floor 15 as well. So Hazard a couple sections in, Bren still trying to clear the first sequence. Then we have Lars in the last third of floor 14. And then no one else is on floor 14 right now. Elkon is on the very final jumps of floor 13, trying to land into the final pool. Virtual is on the wall right part of floor 13, didn't get the landing there. Which is also fairly close, like it's on the last third of floor 13. Scrappy is about halfway through floor 13, just before the plastic bunch. And then that's gonna be our floor 13 players as well. Then it's floor 12, which is only Schmanil right now. From what we know. And then on floor 11, Skandir, Mada. And then floor 10, Simo, Matt, Ixon, Bijans. Hugo as well, I think. And then the rest is floor 9 or below. So, yeah. pretty big difference. Virtual is 5th. You wrote a deep dip song. Reminds me of the khaki songs that people used to do. Oh, I mean, not the goal to recovery there, I think, but grass turtling is technically possible. Let's see if we can keep it up somehow. Like, it's technically possible, but it's pretty weak. Well, I just need to get to the wall. Timing. Nice. Good save. WR clip comment has the hazard. Run. So, upside down driving is basically based on the fact that the car's wheels keep touching the ground. So this is why you need the sideways momentum, because the wheels are what drives the car. So when you keep the car swinging from side to side, the wheels always on one side will touch the ground and you can keep driving. Anything that makes the grip worse, anything that's like slippery, will make turtling harder. So on something like concrete, it's gonna be fairly stable, fairly consistent, if you know how to do it. But then when you go to grass, when you go onto dirt, they are a little bit more slippery, the wheels are getting less grip, and it's much more difficult to turtle again. So it's possible technically to even like kind of turtle on ice, but it's very cursed and not really something you're meant to be doing. I mean, I don't know if you're meant to be doing upside down driving at all, but you know. Ave also on the server. Deep Dip 1 world record holder. Trying to make some progress. 8:58. Surely is gonna be the beam landing again. On floor 8. If I also show it, if someone doesn't know where that is. Tricky section. So floor 8 begins over here. You flip the car upside down, because you need to flip it back up on this ramp. How it works. So when you do that, you drive up here, and this is the beam landing. Surprisingly difficult section. It looks kind of, you know, just landing on the beam. But the way you accelerate here is going over here, going low, and then jumping on the beam, and you barely get enough speed to land it. But it is also possible that if you get a really good line, you go too far. So you need to be a little bit careful with how much speed you have. Usually the mistake is not having enough speed, or the line is wrong and you kind of just fall down here, and there's not good recoveries there. So really, just taking enough speed, landing onto the beam, that's a big choke point on this floor. When you then make this bobsleigh landing as well, the map gets significantly easier, because now you can do this safe way here. You can also jump directly onto this platform if you want to do the intended shortcut, but like generally speaking, you can just go for the easy way. There's really nothing dangerous there. You just need to kind of be careful for a little bit, and you should be always fine. Hello, Slim. Basically draw horizontally on the beam in the practice map. Yeah, there's two ways to do it. One is what you say, so basically just kind of driving on it sideways and then turning the car once you're on the beam somehow. That will work. Some players also go for a little bit more speed, and they turn the car in the air so that the car lands on back wheels onto the beam. And they find it maybe to be a little bit safer, because you can fail both ways. I really see like some players even switching the strat kind of based on how much speed they have. So it doesn't seem like you need to like necessarily decide immediately what you want to go for. What is the name of plugin for tire status? A dashboard. It is the same that shows the inputs. Dashboard, you can make show the wheel status as well, but the problem is that it doesn't work in spectator properly. It doesn't show the wet wheels at all, so I keep it off because I think it would be more confusing than helpful. Just bought the game. Oh, enjoy. Yeah, it's very useful. Open Planet in general, very useful. Bit of a quiet time on the server right now. Guess we're waiting for maybe Lars and Hazard to jump in. Not sure about Elcon, for example. Some players might be taking a day off as well. We could think about some mechanic to explain. 2 days ago we talked a little bit about ice. Yesterday we talked about some speed slides, like what Juliana just did there on the plastic. Is there anything you guys want to know more about? Does the Plexity floor still have the hidden water beneath? The last times I've seen others get there, they didn't get wet wheels. Yeah, it still does. It is definitely like intentional. Now the players are just jumping far enough, they're getting a little bit more speed, that they don't get the wet wheels. But you can still do the section with the wet wheels as well. But yeah, you can overjump the pool. So then with dry wheels it's a little bit easier to do. It is there. Here's the pool. The hidden pool that gives you wet wheels here. Still cool, that's why Gear 2 is so preferable for floor 11 jumps. So, generally speaking, there's like a couple sort of standard situations on like traditional maps where you want to avoid getting gear shifts. One is that if you're drifting, you don't want to get a gear shift, because getting a gear up during drifting will make you have a slowdown. So this is often a mapper's job to essentially make sure that on your map the players don't need to do any weird strategies where they need to like uncomfortably straighten out the car to get a gear clean. So that's like one thing, yeah. The other reason why you wouldn't want to get a gear shift is if you need to drop that gear immediately after. That usually ends up being slower than getting the gear and keeping it, or just keeping the older, like the lower gear as well. So basically, if there's like a section where you drive on the 4th gear and then you can get 5th gear, but you need to drop it like 2 seconds later, it's often better to just like slightly slow down, not get the 5th gear at all, and then just drive with 4th gear. That often ends up being better. But then there is this third scenario in which you get on these very slow sections, you get a gear shift just before a jump. And it can be a clean gear shift, technically. But you still get a slowdown. And I'm a little bit unsure if there can be some other reason to that. Like why it causes a slowdown. It definitely causes a slowdown. There's one thing that's often not really talked about. I can... Well, let's watch Juliano's run here, and I can show one map in particular, if I can find it pretty quickly, that has like a pretty interesting situation when it comes to gear shifts. It's not the same thing. We can, I guess, explore this a little bit in the editor, though. Liano a bit too fast. Oh, not able to slow down in the plastic, and that will always fall down here into the hole as well. That is rough. That is a rough fall. A good try, though. Okay. Okay. Well, let's jump away a little bit. I'm gonna find a map. It's somewhere. Somewhere. I think this year. It's actually made partially by Zertrov, who made this Dips++ plugin. I think it's earlier. The I don't know if there's a mountain, but the sort of... It's by Archer and Zertrov. It has like these moving clouds and stuff. Might be December? It's not far, I know. I should have like a search plugin. Here! This one. Okay. Kind of a cool map visually, but the reason why I want to show this is because there's an interesting gear shift here in the beginning. It's very cool as well. There's like this moving block rock explosion here. Cool. This is what Trackmania can sometimes look like. All the stuff like the rain and stuff, that's all custom moving items. But this is the gear shift that I want to talk about. So if we look at the water guard, we can slow this down. So we can notice the gears at the backlight of the car. So right now it's 4th gear. We can tell that we have 4 lights. The 5th one is not up. So this is 4th gear, yeah. But now 5th gear will happen at 340 speed roughly. But what happens here is kind of interesting, where you kind of like speed up in the air, and now you have the speed for the gear, and the gear will like immediately change in the landing. And it's kind of like an interesting sort of scenario where you get the speed for the gear like before you actually get the gear shift. And this might not be like entirely related, but it kind of shows that gears can end up being kind of strange and situational, where even if you land slightly off here, it can be a little bit like sort of off. That's one example. Another example, which is much harder to show and it's very rare, is where sometimes, extremely rarely, you can get very precise speed for gear shift, where you get the speed for the gear shift before a drop down. But the gear shift is not immediate. It takes a little bit of time. It's a very minimal amount of time, but it takes a little bit of time. I really don't know if it would be possible to show this at all. How much speed do I get here? Okay, I mean, that's kind of close. So, what happens is that the gear shift begins when the car falls off, but it doesn't finish until you land. I suppose I should make the landing as well. And this can make it so that if the gear shift begins before the drop-off, and then it only finishes when you land, you can still get like a bad gear on the landing. Here I'm a little bit too slow, I think, so I'll move this a little bit further back. It's really difficult to tell. It's extremely situational, and usually, you know, not something you need to worry about at all. But it kind of shows, like, you know, things are weird. So there are like strange situations where you can get slowdowns because of gears. I'm gonna get less speed for this drop down if I start further. 235 is the speed, by the way. Kinda hit it, but it could be that it doesn't happen on the turbo anyway. Could be that I need some extra block. Whatever. Just take my word for it. I don't know how I can, like, create that. Hello, Solar. But I wonder, like, what the reason is why sometimes, especially on these kinds of jumps, why the slowdown happens if you seemingly get a clean gear. I can understand, like, if you get the gear just before the jump, that would be kind of, like, strange, right? But let's just build, like, this kind of jump, yeah? This is probably not anything on the map, right? So I'm wondering if the reason is simply that you want to just not drop the gear. Because dropping the gear, I guess, will be slower. Always. That makes sense to me. Let's just use these. But it could also be that when the gear shift happens, it stalls the acceleration just before the jump. And it could be that somehow it doesn't complete, because of the uphill reducing the speed even more, it doesn't somehow complete in time. Like this. So fascinating how quick you are in mapping with the blocks. That's crazy. I've done this a bit, yeah. I have some useful shortcuts and even some plugins that help me out. Brent showed this on Rocket Club mini trial campaign. Oh yeah? Let me try to just get it done here. But that's the slowdown, right? Yeah. It's the gear down, right? That's all it is. I think it's just the gear down. Yeah, so there's nothing really more to it. So it's the same reason. Plugins. Here they are. No, okay, really quickly. Some editor useful plugins. Editor++, extremely good. Okay, it's intimidating. Like, you know, it looks like when you get into it. Oh, it's maybe not updated actually for this patch, so I can't even. Or no, I'm just in test mode. Yeah, editor++, it's intimidating. You have all this stuff here. And then, like, you don't know what any of this does. But when you learn to use this, it's extremely, extremely useful. I recommend that one. Editor camera hotkeys, very useful. Allows you, for example, to be like here and then control right-click a block and it goes straight to it, the camera. Map Validator is good. Light Map Priority Manager, specifically by BMX, is very good. There's a lot. Okay, too much to get into right now. But ask me after Deep Dip, I will show everything. But yeah, if I just enable the dashboard gearbox, it's very small, the number there, but like here, yeah, it's simply the gear down. Okay, so there's nothing crazy like about it. It's literally the same reason why we avoid sometimes getting gears on like normal maps, you know? Because when you get the gear down, you get a slowdown. So that's all it is, really. So really, in a situation like this, on a jump like this, you would want to avoid... Oh, nice, it's possible. Hey, deep dip 3, here I come. So when you avoid getting the second gear, which is you keep your speed below 100 speed, that's gonna allow you to keep a little bit more speed. So if I do slight releases here, I will be able to make this jump, because I don't get the slowdown. And if I just press forward, I will get the slowdown. It's a huge difference, right? So that's it. That's literally it. Yeah, I was wondering if there was something more to it that I didn't know, but no, it's just a gear down. So you just need to be careful. If you are going to get a gear, you want to get it a little bit before the actual jump happens, so that the jump and the uphill itself doesn't drop your speed low enough for the gear to drop. So that's the goal. And that's one of the reasons also why, for example, on floor 11... Why on floor 11 it is better in the second last section to be a little bit slower. Because when you are a little bit slower, here. When you are a little bit slower, you don't drop the gear. Because when you keep 155 speed or even 159 speed or whatever, below 160, you will keep the second gear. The moment you go over 160 speed, you risk getting the third gear. It could happen a little bit higher speed, maybe 162 or something. So here's the thing. If you get that 162 speed, you probably get it very barely before this jump, and you might get like a clean gear shift. But the problem is that this is an uphill landing, and uphill landings slow you down a lot. So you will slow down, you will get a gear down, and now you get the slowdown, right? So now you're not able to get up. So it's better to be a little bit slower, just so you avoid losing the third gear. That gives you more speed up the quarter pipe. You're a little bit slower around this ring, but you don't get a slowdown in the quarter pipe. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Is there a way to change map editor camera to Cam 7-like behavior? I would just... I don't know, but I would recommend just getting used to the holding Alt and rotating the camera. I think, like, the workflow actually becomes pretty nice when you get used to it. Like, it's strange that you have different ways of using cameras, but I honestly think that this fits the map editor better. So you get third there and immediately drop it on landing and then can't make it. Yeah, exactly. Mock. Sure. Give me a moment. Can you make a floor in Deep Dip 3 so that every time you progress to next jump, player also gets a new PV height? I actually feel like if there was one sort of change that I would do to like the template sort of building, the way that they have structured this map, I would always make it so that when you reach a new floor, it's always going to be a personal best height. Because on floor 10 it's not the case, for example, and on some other floors as well. Like floor 9 reaches to the same level as the beginning of floor 10. So I would probably rebuild the template, like if they want to do another tower anyway. Maybe it's going to be something completely different. But I would redesign the template so that the beginning of the next floor is always going to be like after an uphill, so that it's always going to be a little bit higher than the highest part of floor, the floor below it. That would probably be like the one change that I would do to the design here. Yeah, like some kind of an uphill before every floor. Crazy that you could fall because of something like this. that long in the map, you don't know. I mean, you know that it can happen. I mean, it's a bit of a mystery, I guess, if you don't play these kinds of maps. Oh, Juliana with the save of a lifetime. That's fortunate. So these players know, right? But it might just be that it happens by accident sometimes, because you're not constantly thinking about everything like this. Because, first of all, they're really long runs, right? You're playing for like half an hour plus just clearing the sections. So sometimes you just kind of notice too late, like, oh, I went too fast there, now I got the gear, that's a problem. So it happens. But yeah. You just need to be kind of alert, I suppose. Failed successfully. Yeah, or like a thematic jump from each floor, I guess, would be awesome. Yippee. Back to floor 4, perhaps. Juliana makes it though. Hello, Kettle. I mean, it has happened, you know? For example, I can show one place where it's happened. Oh, Sammy got jump scare. Oh no. So here, there's these window jumps. Where? Here. So this jump, for example, we saw someone fail. At least almost fail, because they went in a bit too fast, they got a gear, and then this jump, you know, it's very steep, so you drop the gear, and then you have first gear instead of second, and then this landing is a lot harder. So, like, these kinds of things already happen here. It's just... yeah, you know, they happen. I don't think it's really possible to, like, avoid all of those things, either. I think when you build, like, very compact stuff, the gear speeds at lower speed sections, they just are so close together that eventually something like this will happen. Like, gear 2 happens at 100 speed, gear 3 happens at 160 speed. Yeah, that's... it's not a lot of space. Like here, second gear, here, third gear, right? And it's fine getting those here. You want to get them, because otherwise you like the speed, but yeah, in some slower sections, it can be, like, just in the timing that it becomes very, very rough. What does Schmuck on the water even do? Yeah, I'll get to it. Here's your Schmuck on the water. Oh god. This is what it's gonna be. This cast. Stream. Here we go with... Okay. People are waiting. Will I put it away? Okay, sure. 2 more. Alright. Okay. There you go. No, it's got to be the smoke. Got to be the smoke. Helmo. It's all good. Good luck. Favorite guitarist? There's a lot of good ones. Maybe, Carly, I guess the first name that comes to mind is Jakub Sitecki. Which, if you haven't heard of him, you should. Oh, you have? Extremely, extremely good. Singing is not part of the deal. And Pagoda Lucia as well. Sure. Very good. No, just check out anything by Jakub Sitecki. It's a little bit, you know, different. Maybe Chris can type it in the chat. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. I know Alex Alejo, of course, yeah. Legendary guitarist. There we go. Thank you, Chris. There's a band called Disperse, and then Jakub also has the own stuff he does. Giuliano, if we look back into what's happening here, though, is getting some good runs going. Now the turbo tunnel, what's the strat gonna be? Initial speed into the centered line. Oh no, it's not going to work. This one still is one of the biggest run killers. I do wonder if Techie meant this to be as big of a choke point as it is, because we still see the top guys fail this as well. Like, it's like the one part that seems to stand out a lot. Seems a little bit luck dependent, honestly. Not in the sense that you can't get a clean run through it, but like, it seems like it's just too much to ask to get like every single time, every single run dead center, or if you go for the ice slide, just like super clean. That just doesn't seem realistic. Especially for Lars, it's been like a major issue on some days. It's rough. It's tricky. Before the start of DBT2, did you expect it to take so long? I don't know. It was really hard to say anything without seeing the map, but I feel like after like the first week, it was pretty clear that it would take a while. Goes in a Buzzy, Pliny, yes. Sure. Killaburn. Pretty good, yeah, Sky. Will take another 2 weeks to complete. I actually feel like we might have our first finisher next week. That's what my gut tells me. But we'll see. Polish, yeah, pretty sure. If I remember right. Oh, maybe do you think the players are waiting for a full month? They're just pretending that the map is hard so they can get another round of primes? That could be a strat. Could be a strat. The Hazard Water Guard is pretty great. I honestly feel like Hazard has usually been very, very strong when like finding something new on the map. Oftentimes there's been like a bunch of new discoveries. Like something really important has been figured out when Hazard has claimed the Water Guard. Yeah, for sure, Yak. Do you think Kubas will leave the team to go for the win if there's another deep dip? You'll need to ask Kubas. I wouldn't know. Hazard did that, you know? That was kinda why Hazard didn't participate in building of this map. Wanted to compete instead. Why not Kubas as well? So yeah, if you're new or just wondering, Kubas, just vibing. Built floor 15, so not eligible for the prizes, has been playtesting the map before the release, so Kubas is kind of just, you know, not really part of the competition, not really playing in the same sense as the others. Built the floor that now our players are trying to clear. Probably built this dragon as well. What was the name of the floor again? Scared of Dragons, I think. Oh, Sammy in a pretty rough position. Oh, this is gonna be a big fall. Floor 3. It's a tough day. Tough day for many. We could check in on Kubas. See if there's maybe some secrets. Wow. What is that strategy? Was that intentional? Took like 1 second to find a new strat. What? Have we been doing this wrong? Have we been supposed to bounce on this block instead of playing here? That looked pretty good. Bus. New strat? Was it? I haven't seen anyone do that. I don't know if it was intentional though. +1. +1 though. Demo could also be a mapper. I guess, yeah, why not? Yeah, Kubas kinda just chaining these parts. You can really tell that Kubas is a little bit more confident in these parts than everyone else. It's kinda cool though. Kinda showing you the eventual Water Guard lines, most likely. Yeah, also has nothing to lose, of course. Kubas can't get to any like new floors anyway, can't really reach any new PBs, right? Join Trackmania with this event and hope that the next event after this comes soon. Probably not, like, don't hold your breath for Deep Dip 3. But there will be other events as well, other new cool projects. For example, I know that in the summer there's gonna be like a, I think, a 30-minute like competitive map releasing by a lot of really good mappers. I'm not sure if there's a release date. I'm gonna build a new campaign at some point this year. Oh, this is a rough bounce to the pool though. There we go. Floor 8 is so nice to recover on. So many pools, so many falls result in this. Great. Yeah, we have seen Kuba's Walter Guard on floor 2. It's... Yeah, that's speedrunning. Whoops, this is floor 1. This one is pretty hunted as well. We can check floor 1 record too. 800 people have finished this practice floor. So these are the officially released practice floors that players can, you know, practice on. Simple as that. Some players, I think, having some fun trying to get the Walter Guards. Kind of a complex question without hurting anyone's feelings. Who's the best player amongst the mappers? Was the whole map finished or tested floor by floor? It's been validated with a plugin that allows you basically to just input a time into the map. But what they've done is clear all the floors separately and then add together the time and add 25% to that for the author time, for the validation time. Where can I find Kuba's floor 2 speedrun? Here. On this stream. Pretty good. There's a lot of tricks. Yeah, like this one. So Techie is a really good player. Kubas is also a really good player. I think it kind of depends how you rank them, because they have like pretty similar skill sets, I guess, to an extent, but still, like, you know, kind of different strengths, I suppose. Techie might be the best player out of the mappers overall. Just in terms of like achievements as well, I would imagine it's probably Techie. Yeah, the spin strategy here. Pretty fast run. 200 people still cleared this practice floor as well. It's not too bad. It's fast. So yeah, the latest practice floor is floor 8. And it's interesting to compare the lengths. Like, you know, floor 1, 1 minute. Floor 2, a bit longer, but still about 1 minute. And then floor 8 is already 3 minutes. So yeah, the floors, while they are built within the same template, still have like huge differences in length. Like, I think floor 12, honestly, is less than 1 minute long. Oh yeah, it's a big drop. Like, this one has been completed by 20 people only. And even though we could say, like, okay, well, this is also a new practice floor, only like 2 days old or so, still, I feel like there's not a whole lot of people who can do this stuff. It's very difficult. Dammy, grinding the Walter Guard here, though. Intended shortcut with the quarter pipe. Looks free. I don't see you here, Hege. There's some mistake. Some kind of a problem with the leaderboard. You could finish this. You probably could. I believe you. No, yeah, I think Tammy is actually grinding practice floors for a while now. I think floor 7 as well. Oh, that's a good way to chain it. Learning these pretty nicely through the practice floors. Ooh, that's a bit risky. Well, I mean, it's the floor only, so. Hello, Nascore. I feel like this floor is pretty good turtle practice though. Need to do the three parts here, all of which are a little bit different. Final jump. What is that emote? And the final jump. Both practicing floors or specific techniques needed for floors was unallowed or not in the spirit of competition. So you can practice officially released floors, which these are. These are released by the organizers of the event. The whole point of this is that they will release these as the competition is like ongoing. So they will feel like, okay, now it's time to release the next floor, and they will do that for the reason that players can practice those floors for the event. That's the point of these floors. The reason they exist. So you can't like build your own practice floors, for example. You can't like try to replicate something from the map and practice that. That's not allowed. But the official practice floors are there for exactly the reason that players will be able to grind them. Some players might say like, okay, well, I don't want to do that, and that's fine. Some players want to learn everything on this map, but it is, you know, they are released for the reason that you can, you know, catch up to the others, and kind of the point. Toothpaste. Any advancements today by the top? Well, Hazard last night got a new world record up to floor 15, and Bren was able earlier today to get also to floor 15. But failed the first segment there. Hazard made it a little bit further. No news from anyone else though. No Lars PBs, no Elcon PBs, no Scrappy PBs, no virtual PBs. That's, yeah. How the practice floors are released, it seems they want to motivate the non-top players to play them. Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to make like a big difference in the competition itself. I feel like it's supposed to just be something where more players are able to keep playing the event and kind of participate and not get like fully stuck on something. Yeah. Are the top players using practice floors? Depends. We've seen some, like Lars at one point had some floor 7 runs on the leaderboard, I think. This floor specifically. Because this floor has some sections that are still kind of like choke points, even for the top players. So some players don't maybe use them, some players might use 1 or 2 of them. I don't think it ultimately makes like a huge difference anyway, because right now practice floor 8 has been released. But our top players are currently trying to figure out floor 15. So it's not really like that relevant for them. Just watch your 30 days get better at Trackmania series. Any thoughts looking back on it? Yeah, I should probably make a video of it sometime. That's my thought. Oh god. One day I'll get the YouTube back up and running. Tricky part, this one still. Jumping down here, then jumping here. It's not like a straight line that you can take, so. But I feel like the players have figured out it pretty nicely now. No, but yeah, it was a huge like boost to getting into this game for sure. Learning things very efficiently. A lot of mechanics that I'd never even really heard about before. Should maybe do another project to up my skill level even more. Some general grind type thing. Price pool is $750 above 30,000. Yeah, so $30,764.69. Even for top players, it could be interesting to learn faster routes in lower floors to recover more quickly after falls. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's too many of them. There's a couple of shortcuts, for example the quarter pipe shortcut that we saw in the water guard just a moment ago on floor 8, when you can normally go over here and do the tunnels, and you go around here, do this tunnel, and eventually you land here on this platform. But you can actually take speed from here and you can jump directly onto the platform. And this is what a lot of top players are already doing. Not everyone, but a lot of top players are doing this jump already. So they're kind of already going for the few intentional shortcuts to save a little bit of time. There just doesn't seem to be like too many like speedrun strategies that you can reasonably do on a full run. I could do a highlights reel, yeah, I just have a ridiculous amount of footage to go through. Semi going. Landing. Oh, clips it, and now it's time for the terrible recovery. Onto this beam, into this platform. Painful, absolutely painful recovery. It's been done before. Thank you, Martin, for the 5 months. Would you say using a wheel as a control input is a disadvantage at all on a map like with due to the need to flick from left to right a lot? I think, you know, if you play normal maps on wheel, like, you will find very similar things there anyway, so it probably gets pretty physical, but you're probably pretty used to it. If you generally play with wheel. Oh, is the car stuck? Was it a little bit too slow? Oh no. Didn't quite make it here. I guess the wheels aren't getting grip anymore. Well, suppose you wait for the car to go all the way back. Good one, Techie. Oh god. Alright, well... yeah, I don't... it looks like the wheels would be able to get grip here, but I guess it's not the case. Oh well. Don't think it's intended? No, the recovery is definitely intended. You're definitely supposed to drive over that, come on. Oh, habbe. Here we see the difficulty and the risk of doing the direct line on floor 5 on the grass uphill. You can go straight, you don't need to do the drift strategies, but the issue is that if you make a mistake, if you don't get up, then with the wet wheels that you need to have for this straight line, the recovery is very hard. That's the problem. So it's faster, sure, and if you can do it confidently, no problem. But if you make a mistake, it's almost always gonna result in a fall. Whereas if you dry the wheels and you do the double drift strategy, which is slower, you are more likely to be able to recover if you make some mistake, if you don't get up the hill. I feel like everything up until like floor 12 has been probably practiced enough by our top players right now. Just from what I've seen. I feel like they're comfortable in everything until floor 13 still. Kubas is on floor 10, but Kubas is vibing. One of the mappers. Not really part of the competition. Oh, unfortunate. It's easy to forget that these floor 1, floor 2, floor 3 parts still have all these choke points that you can fail. But, you know, on every run you need to do these same floors again. Has Ave played DD2 much yet? I think so. I think Have is still like a candidate to grind the world record down when the checkpoint version comes and the map is a little bit easier to practice. Has the Deep Deep 1 world record? But yeah, it's a different skill set to grind for like a world record on a map like this, where you can, like, eventually after the event you can practice it so much more efficiently and just kind of grind down the sections one by one. And then you have the skill set in the actual event where you need to, you know, go from the bottom every single time, and every time you get to a new section you need to like figure out that section. You have possibly only one try at it, and then if it goes wrong, then you start over again. So a very different sort of experience. But Have really strong in that world record area. Right here. Why is it that I see the mods in the chat, and then when I need them, then they're nowhere to be found? Oh well. For sure, yeah. I think Have will be hunting this one, I would imagine. It's a rough journey up these floors. Okay. Let me do this. Bren obviously could also grind for world record. That's for sure, right? But it is a little bit of a different grind as well. Very different sort of experience. Like, you know, someone like Lars or Madak could also join the world record hunt, for sure. I think also a lot depends on, like, when you can try everything separately. You can also, like, you know, then when the event is over, you can go into the editor and you can try whatever you want. You have some crazy shortcut idea, you can try that. So maybe there's going to be some wild shortcut on some floor that's like 1% chance. And that, again, like, limits the amount of players who are going to want to go for that kind of a run. World record is about 2 sections into floor 15, maybe like 1/4. Pretty long floor. 1/5 maybe. 20%. That is by hazard, yes. Is there a list somewhere? Which mapper made which floor? Yes. Here. So it's a little bit different on this picture, but the bottom floor built by Spec and Sparkling. Spec with the scenery and also the Sparkling built the route for floor 0, then Mudgy floor 1, Lentillion floor 2, Max Chess floor 3, and then Sparkling floor 4. They probably just didn't want to put Sparkling on this sign 3 times. But Sparkling floor 4, Jaka floor 5, Classic floor 6, Techie floor 7, Dundi floor 8, Rioter floor 9, Maverick floor 10, Sidelord floor 11, Whiskey floor 12, Plexity floor 13, Biro floor 14, Ubas floor 15, Jumper floor 16, and Sparkling with the final section, the final jump. The part from end to fin on the left side. There it is. I wonder who made the crown. Was that Sparkling? Maybe it was Sparkling. This is all vanilla as well, by the way. Made from the same plastic blocks and light blocks that we have on everywhere else. So, you know, these spikes here are the same spikes that, for example, are used here on the crystal floor. Very few custom blocks on this map, actually. Almost everything is the default stuff you have in the editor. Very cool. Let's follow Hava a little bit. See how these early floors look. Don't think I said I used. Probably are used or something. I don't remember what exactly I said. I did not build anything on this map. There's the part where we reach the final platform. Sure. Let's check Hava on this floor 3, if some people haven't seen this at all. It's a good reminder because we generally don't look at these floors at all. So you get wet wheels from the pool, then you get icy wheels, and with the plastic that follows, you essentially keep both. So plastic retains wet wheels retain icy wheels. So now you're kind of driving on plastic, pretty much like ice. It's kind of an interesting way to build. Here you only have wet wheel plastic. So it's just very slippery. Then you get icy wheels as well. And now it's again kind of like ice physics. A little bit to the edge. Oh. It's kind of interesting. It's pretty much like an ice floor, even though there's very little ice on it. Sort of an interesting concept. So, floor 16, you have this wall right thing here. You need to do the same trick as on floor 4 at the end. You need to turn the car in a 45-degree angle, and you kind of just stay on the wall. You can sort of climb it a little bit. You need to be a little bit careful, because if you go a little bit too, like, upwards, like facing straight up, or if you go too sideways, then you might lose the grip and fall down, and it's not good. Bounce on the plastic, turn direction, yeah, just go with it. Then go all the way here, zoop up over the border into this part. Jump into the window, build speed, jump, jump. Don't go too far because, yeah, it's bad. And once you're here, this is, like, easier. It looks safer. There's a couple jumps like this one that can be scary. I don't think it's gonna be like a big choke point though, compared to the previous parts. And then you go on this beam, try to get on top of this. That looks a bit scary, honestly, but it works. And now you're here. So now this is basically the end section on the scale. Take speed, land here. Then go around, take speed, jump, land here. Then just climb, climb again, climb, and now you're here. Then it's down here, take speed around the circle probably. And then it's the one jump. which either ends up in the finish or here. I feel like the part, like the end part, is honestly going to be more or less a cutscene. Like, once you get to the blue plastic part, there's really, I don't think, anything super crazy about it. I feel like it's meant to be just like, you know, kind of like this final part before you start focusing on the big jump. It's kind of like just a transition point. Walter Guard, yeah, is at 1600 meters. Hazard and Bryn, both on floor 15. You jump up to nothing, but there's this red line at the sort of in the lower part of the crown. There's this red line that marks the finish line. That's the finish line. We'll either play next. Hazard has usually joined in for another session in these evening hours, but I don't know when. Oh, the road wall ride on 16. Let's check. Hope people won't one-shot the ending. Ouch. Now that is a bit evil. This wall ride, yeah? Oh. So, what you need to do here is clip the wheels on top of this beam. You can practice it on this side, so this is like a practice area. I actually showed a khaki map, because there's always a khaki map that shows deep dip 2 sections. And I can show it again. Was it here? Yeah. So it's similar to this. It's a little bit different setup. And this map also has like way overkill like setup for it. But this is more or less it. So you get the wheel stuck here, and then you just hang like this on the wall. Here you also need to exit it in like a very specific way, but that's not something you need to do there. The exit is basically like pretty automatic on the deep dip, and the setup is also like much easier. Here you need to climb so far up that it kind of just ends up being... Like, this ends up being a speed check, because you barely get enough speed to climb up here. That's not going to be a problem on deep dip. No, we're watching replays. Not me playing. But yeah, it's like, you know, if you watch these replays, they're all gonna be pretty much the same. No, yeah, I wouldn't be able to one-shot this map. I think I played this a little bit. But it's very difficult. But yeah, it's not easy, for sure. You know, you can't just go in and do it. There's probably a reason why it's a practice section. Well, but I don't honestly think it's gonna be the hardest part of the floor. I don't think it's gonna be the biggest issue there. I feel like it's... Once players kind of understand how it's working, which might, you know, take 1 or 2 tries or something, I think then they will be able to just do the setup and land it. That's my intuition. I'm much more worried about the dirt wall ride. The dirt wall ride doesn't look like you will ever be able to get consistent on it. This looks just cursed. This whole thing and the turnaround and, you know, like, yeah, like, hanging onto the dirt, like, that's fine again. But, like, this exit jump here is just so weird. Such a strange angle. Can I explain the final jump? Sure. So I think what this needs to be, like, there's really not too many options how you can accelerate here. Because you can't like jump very high up on the quarter pipe, because this kind of a quarter pipe will always push you like inwards, which means that you will not jump straight up, you will jump a little bit forward as well. So you can't like get speed with that kind of a strategy. It's really like, to me, the only way here looks to be that you just drive around, which this surface is the same as concrete, so you don't drift or anything on this surface. So you just drive here. You try to get as many, as much speed as possible. You're trying to find a setup where you're able to get the absolute most space here, the most speed. And we'll probably see players like try this out and then bail out here. Like they will kind of check their speed in this spot, and then they will kind of bail out, go to the side, and then they will try again. So they will farm like maybe for 10 minutes trying to figure out what's the highest speed I can get, and then they farm for that speed. So they go like this, then straighten out to the center, very straight line. You don't want to get any diagonal lines that might reduce your height. And then you jump through, and as I said, this quarter pipe, this kind of a quarter pipe will always push you a little bit forward, which means that you will jump a little bit towards the center, which means that if you reach this point, this is the red line, this is the finish line, that red line there. We can see the finish blocks are out here. So this entire thing is the finish. You don't need to hit any specific point, just get enough height. But if you miss, if you're too low, then because you go a little bit forward from the quarter pipe, you fall all the way down. No way Bren is driving for 10 minutes. Maybe not 10, but you will definitely test it out. Like, more than 5 times. 100%. Because, like, if you fail that jump, that's probably gonna be the worst moments in your Trackmania career. So you will be the most paranoid player you've ever been. Might be a slow weekend. We'll see. Maybe players are kind of preparing for the final push. €0 bet would make good content. It would add to the storyline, I suppose. But I would feel so bad if someone failed it. Some say it's even worse than getting Div 2 in Cup of the Day. That's for sure. Yeah. Last jump is done first try. I'm kind of sad. You guys really want to see someone have the worst day of their life in front of you, live on Twitch. Yeah. Yes. Oh, you want it to be failed and then the same player climbs back up and wins. Okay, I would be more fine with that. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So it's like a true sort of you fail in the worst way possible, but then you immediately redeem yourself. So you turn your worst day of your life into the best day of your life. Okay, alright. I will accept that one. But I still I would still be sad. A little bit. Is there a good place to fall on dirt wall raid? No. There's no good place to fall almost anywhere at all on floor 16. It's terrible. Terrible to recover from. I do wonder how much they speed checked it though. Like, is it actually maxed out, or is it kind of just like a nerve check, the final jump? Because it's kind of like, when you do a really hard challenge, no matter what the last thing is, it's gonna be the hardest part of the map. Because you're so nervous. It could be the simplest jump of all time, you're still gonna be so nervous doing it. If there's any possible way to fail it at all. I don't think it's gonna be an easy jump at all. I think you do need to make sure that you do your absolute best. But I don't think it's gonna be like pixel perfect. I really think that the hardest parts of the map are probably in floor 15 and 16, and then the final jump is a little bit more forgiving. 64% chance of one shot? Yeah, maybe. Very specific number, but yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see, I guess. How long will you broadcast deeply after the first finisher? Until 3 people have finished. So until the event is over, basically. Long think? Yeah, I'm just tired. I needed to process the question, yeah? Would be wrong to make it too hard. Yeah, actually, it's kind of true as well, like, when the first person gets there, they will kind of like show everyone else how much speed is actually needed, right? So in some way, yeah, I feel like it would make sense that you don't max it out, because if it's like really about 2 speed or something, right? Then someone can look at like, okay, I just need to farm until I have whatever, like 315 speed instead of 312 speed. So that's kind of, yeah, it would be a little bit strange. So I feel like it has to be something that is not like fully maxed. Good point. Go nap. No, no, no. We'll see. We'll see how things go. Juliana still trying to get those floor 8 PBs. Right, it is a little bit of a slow hour on the server. Thank you, Mo, for the gift sub. Any more Kubas leaks? Yeah, I don't know. This one off cooldown? Yeah, it is. Just checking. It's a fake finish. Maybe. There's actually a plugin that you could use to check if there's some hidden finish somewhere. I'm pretty sure someone has checked it. Is it even possible to Uber bug all the way to the finish somehow? So you would need like a ridiculous amount of speed to begin with. That you don't really get anywhere. There's like one red turbo on the map, which is on this floor. So, like, even if you could find some setup for it, like, that's gonna be a tough time. And yeah, the map is what, 250 blocks tall? I don't think that's really viable. The usual stadium is like 40 to 50 blocks tall, and even those kinds of Ubers are pretty rare. You could maybe get to like floor 4 with an Uber, I guess, if you found a setup and then farmed for the 0.001% chance to getting the exact right one you need to land somewhere. But yeah, that's probably about it. I mean, could you do some weird like nose boost combination to climb between different floors? Maybe, but you know, not really humanly viable. The ice slope looks pretty well protected as well. No magnets on this map. Would that even be allowed in rules? Like, if you were somehow able to, like, nose boost your way in, like, 15 seconds up on top of the tower, and you, as a human, did that run, that would count, yeah. Shortcuts are allowed. So if you found some... Look, it's not possible anyway, of course. It's absolutely not possible. Would be like 1 in a quadrillion chance that you do anything even close to that kind of a thing, right? So it would never happen. But like, yeah, it would be allowed. You can skip as much of the map as you want. Shortcuts are allowed. Realistically, they would ban you because you would not do that as a human, yes. You would have used some tool-assisted speedrun to do it, yes. So, like, you know. How long do you think it will take for someone to Dragon Yeet into the middle of the map? Dragon Yeets are not that powerful, okay? If we just take a look at the stadium. So, here is the roof. And you go around the stadium and you Dragon Yeet here, which means you do a bug slide, you fly up, you fling up, and then you bounce from here, from this ceiling. So then you maybe get, if you're lucky, to like floor 1, right? You're maybe on floor 1. 3 max. 3 seems insane already. That looks completely ridiculous, honestly. But if Dragon says that, then, you know. So you're doing something way more difficult than the floor 2 things to potentially skip that. That's essentially what we're talking about. So really, like, I don't think there's all that much you can do even in theory. Like, if this map was built normally, so it had only 40 height, then yeah, sure. But unfortunately, it is like 6 times taller than that. Yeah, it would be way harder than doing floor 1. Like, not even comparable difficulty. Good strat for shallow dip. Yeah, maybe you can speedrun it. I don't know though, because it might take like 2 minutes to even set up the dragon units. And also there are macro blocks that have been used in khaki maps to block dragon units, like invisible walls outside of the stadium. I'm not sure if they would have used those here as well. Maybe not. Are people starting to give up? No. I think top players are generally just exhausted. And you know, they're not gonna play every single day. I feel like maybe it's a bit of a calm before the storm, where a lot of players might be saving their energy for the final push. Because right now, floor 15 has been reached, and a lot of players are at least on floor 13, 6 players. And I feel like all of those players still believe that they can end up on the podium. And I think that at least 5 of them will try to do it. So I feel like they're just kind of coming up with the plan. Just sort of thinking like, okay, how am I gonna play? How are my sessions going to look? Am I gonna play 14 hours a day? Or am I gonna try to do like shorter sessions and then take breaks in between them? You know, like what are you gonna do for this final push? That's probably what's happening right now. Hazard and Bren, floor 15. Hazard a little bit further than Bren. Lars on floor 14. Wait, what did I say? Floor 15. Did I say something else? Whatever. Hazard, Wildcard on floor 15. Bren also on floor 15. Lars, floor 14. Elcon, Scrappy, Virtual, floor 13. Elcon, very close to the end of 13. Scrappy, just before the plastic punch, and Virtual has yet to land the wall ride. Scrappy is not past Virtual. Virtual hasn't used the plugin, so the height is not correct. So Scrappy is still like 5 sections behind Virtual. Virtual like 2 sections behind Elcon, or 1 section. Bren or Hazard finish in the next 2 days? Okay, now that's optimistic. Giuliano. Unfortunate fall there. That we see it occasionally where you just kind of fall off the ledge. I don't really know how that happens even. Do you think someone will finish this weekend? I don't. But I do think it's possible that someone finishes next week. Probably like next week's weekend. Do you think the tower should have been a bit smaller to keep the hype straight? Like stop at floor 13 or 14? I don't know. Because honestly, I feel like for this to be the challenge that it wants to be, I feel like the hype almost needs to die down. And then it needs to build back up. What I mean by that is that when you do this kind of a climb, the only way that you kind of really can show your mental strength is if the progress kind of stagnates, where you will have like 3 days when you're just getting nothing done. And that's obviously, you know, for viewers it's gonna be less interesting as well if we don't constantly get a new personal best and new world record every single day. But like, when you do this kind of grind, and I've done these kinds of grinds before, well, like world records and specific times that I wanted on the speedruns, I feel like a big part of it is getting over that hurdle of getting stuck, not getting progress done, feeling like you might want to give up because it's just like getting too exhausting, and then getting over that hurdle and finishing the grind. I feel like that's one of the big parts of like what this kind of a challenge is about, and I think that's the kind of challenge that the mappers wanted to create as well. Of course, like, you know, it's very difficult for the players to handle that kind of a grind, but I also feel that the harder the grind is, the more it's worth at the end. So if it's like constant PBs, constant wildcards, dopamine every single day, then you haven't really like learned to appreciate the achievement at the end, I feel. Like, of course, it's still like a huge grind, it takes a long time, but I feel like the part where you feel that it might be too much, and you start like rethinking like, can I actually do it? And then you are able to do it at the end. I think that's like the most rewarding thing. Delayed gratification, yes. Yeah, true, Yak. Well. What is your opinion on the format? Is it good that Bren, Hazard, Lars rewatch each other right before new jumps? Yeah, I think it makes sense. Because I think there's also like a downside to it, which is that, sure, you know what someone else has done, and you know what has worked for someone else, but at the same time, you kind of need to also think like, wait, what if there's something else, right? And we've seen this multiple times, and I think it makes things interesting as well, where players try to copy each other, but then there's always this thing where you find something that to be inconsistent, and then there's someone like Elcon who's like, okay, hold on, I'm not gonna do what the others have done, I'm gonna try something completely different. And sometimes it works, which is awesome, and sometimes it doesn't work, and that's kind of part of the deal. And I feel like it adds like a layer to this. Mud on end of floor 8, yeah. Finding the safer route there. For example. No wildcard runs in the past 8 hours. It's been a quiet day. Had Hazard try some runs earlier. Simo also trying some runs. Was able to get past the ice pin again, so getting the consistency up. But ultimately, no new PBs, no new records. Even if there's a day where there's no new wildcard, it's still pretty interesting for me to see other people's new PBs, like Samir reaching 4-9 today, which was so satisfying, and his reaction to it, for sure, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like personal progress from other than the top players happening like every single day. What player impressed you the most if we don't include the top player? I mean, I feel like Sammy has had a really good like positive attitude through the entire thing. Seems to be like really motivated to play this map, so I'm always impressed by like people's sort of patience and dedication to a grind like this. Kind of regardless of like the end result, if they just like look like they keep going and they want to go through the challenge and they're not interested in like taking any easy ways, like they don't want their challenge to be easy, they're just like happy to take on a new challenge. Always inspiring. We'll see if maybe Lars gets onto the server. It's kind of hard to say. Maybe Elcon, maybe someone. Who are you least impressed with? No, maybe there's a good answer. No, I actually can't come up with anything. Not like a good joke answer. I feel like anyone who's been playing this map for like even more than like 30 hours honestly deserves some applause. It's a pretty big grind. I could get on the server right now if you want someone to be least impressed by. Nah, because when you go onto the server, I'm already gonna be impressed by that. You know? A lot of people will just say like, oh, I can't do it. And they don't even try. Joining the server is already a big step. Maybe Bob Parker, yeah. Bob Parker did one run and then gave up entirely. That was a bit disappointing, honestly. Was hoping to see more from Bob Parker. Very impressed by this SB Chile player. It's true. I haven't improved my personal best in 23 days now. And I'm still on the server every day. You can't get on the streamer server even with the password because it's a whitelist, unfortunately. You would need to get whitelisted by the organizers. Never played Trackmania, but I can join the servers. Definitely, like, if you wanna get Trackmania, there's the Shallow Dip map as well, which has been released. And that one has been designed to be much more forgiving, and something where you are not sort of required to know any techniques and any strats before jumping in. So as a brand new player, you can like technically complete that map. It's gonna be a grind still. It's gonna be a big grind, you know, but probably still like finishable after putting in the hours. Many players said they don't want to show inputs when you stream them. I feel like if you want to hide your inputs, you will just not play on the server. But no, no one has said anything like that. Because you don't need to play on the server, right? You don't have to play on the server if you don't want to. Not required. Why bother with the password then? For the reason that whenever someone connects to the server or tries to connect to the server, they still leave like the server stores information about them as they try to connect. Oh, it's a rough one for something. Tough one. So the server, as people try to connect to it, even if they can't get in, will get slower and slower. So the password is there for that reason, to avoid people trying to connect to the server, and then getting like immediately kicked out of the server. The server gets, you know, lag, essentially, because this is how the game works. Tammy is grinding. True. Streaming as well. In case you haven't seen. No, the password really, like the password of the server is what we're talking about, not the password of the map. They are not the same password. So the server password is whatever. Literally doesn't matter for people who are whitelisted. and literally doesn't matter for anyone who's not whitelisted. I am whitelisted, so I will get on the server regardless, and someone else is not whitelisted, and they will not get on the server regardless. So it's really just to like reduce the amount of attempts to join the server. Yummy also on the grind. Team landing. There's been some weird ways to play maps with the free version since the launch of the game. At this point, I feel like they're, you know, the devs are probably fine with them, as, you know, they've been there for like, what, almost 4 years, 3 years, 4 years, and there hasn't ever been like a block to those things, so maybe they're fine with them. I don't really know. Like, they know for sure. There's no way they don't. Pretty sure I've seen like reports of that on like the developer forums. And there's just, you know, nothing at all that has happened, so I feel like they're just fine with that. But to join servers, for example, if you want the social experience, playing with people on the server, for that you need the paid access. And the paid access is worth it in other ways too. You get access to the full campaign, which is usually like kind of, you know, it's a bit on and off. Sometimes it's better than other times. You get to play all other campaigns as well, though. My campaign, for example. You get to play Track of the Day, which is like a daily track that is a community-created, high-quality map, usually. You get to play Cup of the Day, which is a cup that happens 3 times a day, where everyone, a couple thousand people play at the same time and try to qualify to different divisions and play in a knockout tournament. Can play Spammy of the Day, any kind of a server event, yes. You can play all these kinds of events as well, like for example Khaki event, you need the paid access for. Also need the PC version of the game for that. Shallow Dip going to be made into a full version. I think the idea is that it's smaller, so it's only from floor 0 to 5. And I think that's kind of the point. Like, it's supposed to be like a smaller map so that it's not overwhelming. So I doubt they're gonna make like a full version of it. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe they've said something about it. You could say it's shallower, yes. True. Well, Habe actually getting floor 6 again. Someone said at one point that there would be some regional pricing for the club access, but I'm not sure if that's true. It's kind of, yeah, kind of bad if there's no regional pricing at all. Went back the other day. Your campaign for track 25 recently. Banger track, thank you. It's kind of cool. Multi-lap, I think. Was happy with it. No, yeah, it's a Ubisoft thing for sure. These kinds of like regional pricing things. There was when it was sold here. Oh yeah. Do you know if is there any plans after the event site? Like, what are the plans exactly for this map? Checkpoint version, all practice floors, I suppose. It's not a rude question, Grandpa, but it was like 3 years ago. Yes, that's me. So far, only the usual stuff. Yeah, okay. Okay. I figured. Backwards part over here. Main trouble here is getting clean landing, not getting inverted steering, so switching to the backwards press at the right time. Have is waiting for the car to land onto the slope before starting to press backwards. Works nicely. Floor 0 to 8 have been released as individual maps. Officially. The new bases apply automatically to any maps loaded in the editor. Oh yeah, that probably destroys a lot. It's actually great that the shallow dip came out before the desert map, the desert update. To the ducks. Seems to work. No issue there. Getting a run going. Wet plastic manages it nicely. Good lines. Has been 3 years, yeah. What was the thing that got you into Trackmania? That's cool. It's been a long time, yes. How's the stream going tonight? Fairly slow in terms of the competition. But it's still cool to track what's going on with these other players. Maybe not top contenders, but still players making good progress, getting some personal best and trying to reach some new floors. Yeah. Hazard was playing earlier a little bit, but been a few hours. Haven't seen anyone else like Elcon or Lars, or not sure if anyone like Virtual or Scrappy has been streaming either. Thank you for the 100 Grandpies. Well, barely launched this. Nicely done. Tricky jump on this floor. And now the transitions after. Not so easy. Late jump, clean landing, and to the plastic. Nicely done. Has Simo passed the ice 360 finally? Yes, twice actually. But both times failed on the plastic after. Simo is really good at getting to floor 10. I feel like if the ice spin just clicks, can work. Don't think there's too many like US players in general playing. There's a couple, but quite few. Trackmania community mostly is European. US did have more active players, yes, that's true, but in terms of the top sort of level, you know, not a lot. Like, sure, there's a lot of more casual players, but when you look at, like, competitive Trackmania, obviously we can, like, think, like, okay, well, why is this? There's maybe a lack of US tournaments, and maybe the players there don't really have, like, that kind of, like, regional chance to improve and stuff, but, you know, ultimately, that's just how it is, right? If you have, like, a top-tier tournament, there's only gonna be very few players from NA. Hello, Mortimus. Is the bot alive? Bot is struggling. There's the ice hockey finals too, but I feel like, you know, if you're grinding this map, you probably put this above everything else. But I mean, it might be a good reason to take a day off if you need a day off anyway. Very few Asian top players, yeah. Min is one, obviously. Korean, very good player. I don't know that scene too well myself. Oh yeah, it could be that in 2 years we're gonna have a lot of top players from US as well. It's definitely possible. Mada codes? Oh, sure. Days off are important. Yeah, I agree. Have a beam landing. This could be the PB, actually. Gets it. Think getting this next section, then the prototype jump, that should be a personal best. And again, is it enough? Oh, just barely making it. This should stay on the bobsled though. Not steep enough to push you back. And I think this will be... Oh, not going for the shortcut, Charlie. Going for the shortcut on your first attempt at this jump would be that would be brave. But I think, you know, you probably go for the safe way. Over here. I think this is 870 roughly, so... Oh, Have is going for the shortcut. God damn. Alright, well, okay. I think Have has maybe played the practice floor. Floor 8 practice floor that was released a couple days ago. There's no way you go for that unless you know how it works. Definitely has tried that out in the shorter segments. I'm gonna guess. But it's a PV. PV on the full run. Now into the turtles. Upside down. Getting over here. There we go. Northern European bias? It's more like Central European sort of bias, honestly. Like when we look at like the traditional competitive scene. France, Germany, Belgium, that kind of area. What floors have been released to practice? This is the last one, so 0 to 8. Clean landing on the grass. I say clean, you might be wondering like, okay, how is that clean? Clip the wheel there, but you have to slow down somehow, and clipping the back wheels might look scary, but it's one of the better ways to do it, and how about also getting this jump here. Yeah, definitely has played the practice floor a couple times. It's a good choice. Getting the blessing. Well, Oh, can you restart the bot? I think it's down. Oh, landing in. There we are. Can you also maybe do a Have shout out while you're at it? Thank you. Well, Ghost, you can do it too, you know? Carefully over. Needs to time these wheels to go over these narrow parts. First one is perfect. Second one. Very good. Oh, a little bit shaky in the exit. Flip is great. There we go. Need to wait till next shoutout. Oh, okay. It's on cooldown. No worries. Now this final jump, and I'm guessing that Haven knows what to do. Into the quarter pipe, turning around, and now clean line, jumping in, and oh wow, we're floating. Makes the landing though. Spectating seems a bit shaky today as well. So here we go then. Yeah, this run really shows how much the practice floors can help you. Definitely can save this one. 3 wheels on the platform is like pretty much always gonna be savable. I think it just needs to go a little bit backwards. Might take a while. You know, eventually. A little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Need to push it a little bit, and then it works. There we go. Floor 9. What streams in English? There we go, and this is where the VOD watching might begin, because there's no practice floor for floor 9. No practice floor for floor 9. Terrible. That is not 4. Practice floor for floor 4. Terrible language. Who invented English, honestly? First sequence. Landing onto this turbo, smashing the car into this white side of the beam. If you go too far here, you risk first going way too far because you have so much speed. You might fly over here, or you might even fly over here, which is very bad. And even if it lands, you might end up turning the car sideways, which is not impossible to recover from, but it's very tedious to recover from, so it just takes a long time to get the car back on top of this. So you would like to just hit this part here. So you kind of aim basically towards that jumping here, hope to hit this one. That's basically it. It would be very unusual if a player was able to one-shot like 6 floors in one day. Have we ever seen a player progress more than 1 floor in one day? Apart from like past, okay, we need to set some rules, like past floor 9. Starting here, has there been anyone at all who has cleared more than one floor in one day. I think Bren, floor 12 still took 2 days. Like, you remember the first day on floor 12 was the turtle landings on the first section. Or maybe you don't remember, but I remember. So that wasn't done in one day. I feel like it's only at most been one floor. Mada is not on floor 11 yet, as far as I know. Mada is still on the, like, half pipes at the end. Lars, when he caught up? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Maybe there could be someone... Well, no, the early ones, sure. Like, early ones, yeah, for sure. Like, you know, floor 0 and 1 was cleared in one day. But if we say, like, on the second half of the tower. Did Elcon one-shot floor 10? Good question. Maybe. It could be someone on floor 12. Or someone on floor 10. Hazard and Bren did not one-shot floor 12 though. They both got the turtle stuff, right? Maybe Larson 12, yeah? Could be true. Anyway, it's very rare. No one has for sure cleared 2 floors in one day, right? Not from like floor 10 to floor... to the end of floor 12 in one day, you know? Probably not something that happened. Is floor 15 hard? Every floor is hard. Floor 15 looks pretty tough, yeah, on certain parts. From what it looks, I think it's gonna be similar to floor 14, where some parts will be failed multiple times by multiple players, and then some parts will be kind of a breeze. Everything is failable though. Nothing is like free over there. Route 415 has been figured out, yes. There's a couple question marks, I suppose, how exactly to do the things in the end, but like I feel like mostly it's been figured out. So starting here, Hazard has done a couple sections. Jumping here, jumping here, then onto this part, you take speed, land at the ramp, this ramp, this ramp, flip on the right side, plastic bounce. Let's check in on Have now, seems to be ready to try. That's the start, and those parts Hazard has already done. Good landing, speed is enough. And what about the line here? Oh, it hits the beam on the ceiling. Might land on the pool. No, not close enough. Floor 6. Floor 6. It's an attempt, and a new personal best still. A very good PB as well. Well done by Hobbit. But yeah, flip the car, plastic bounce, water. Then jump over here. This one Hazard didn't manage to do. This one, just drive forward, upside down onto the plastic beam, bounce from this thing, land here. This one doesn't look super hard for me. It looks like it's very flashy, but I think it's gonna be fairly automatic. I don't know how many ways you can really have to fail this kind of a thing. Then this one looks scary. Turbo, brass, wall hits, and then you land somewhere here, but there's this massive hole in the middle of the road. I have no idea how this is gonna work. This looks painful. This one looks like maybe the scariest part to me so far, but maybe it's easier than it looks somehow, but I don't know. Jumping here, and now you go with the turbo into the dragon, jump up, plastic bounce in the ceiling, and then you hope that you don't get plastic bounce back down, I suppose. I don't think this is gonna be super difficult again. But we'll see. Into the pool, into the dirt. Then you climb these, and for our top players, I don't know how tough these are gonna be either. I think you mainly just need to figure out the, like, line here, because you don't want to turn around on one of these. So maybe you go like this, you kind of go down here, over here. I guess the main question is, like, do you need to chain any of this? That might be kind of painful if you do need to chain these. But if you can, you know, like, kind of take all of these rings individually, then it might not be all that bad. Failable, absolutely, but we'll see how failable exactly. So jump over here, jump. Probably jump over here on this side, and then jump to the dirt. Then the ice part. So this one, to me, looks like a pretty long section. We'll see how exactly it works. But how I'm kind of now thinking that this works is, you take speed, jump down, get to the ice, no ice slide, you just find the line and just press forward. So you angle a little bit towards the right. And then you go faster, yeah. Ice slide will probably make you slower if you do it, because the exit from the ice slide is going to be so rough. So then, go here, jump up on the ice, and then dirt zoop. The same thing as we've seen on floor 10, for example. So you just go... No, this is still 15. This is still 15. So you go with icy wheels, and then... I don't know what this is going to be exactly. I guess this is a little bit of a question mark. But I feel like you just turn. I don't know if this is reachable if you just start, like, accelerating from here. It could be, I guess, possible. But from what I can sort of tell, I feel like you go here, turn, and the car will kind of zoop. And then you drop off, land, and then you chain this jump as well. And then you have whatever this is, I guess. Just a meme. Meme ending to floor 15. And you just jump to floor 16. This is the end of floor 15, so... Yeah, floor 15, pretty long. I think a lot of this stuff is probably not that difficult overall. For our top players, mind you. Of course it's difficult, but for them, I don't think it's something that they're unable to do, like, one shot. Everything else. Is that true? After dragon jump in the water, there's the end written on top. Yeah, this is... No, this is still floor 15, though. We know this from the mappers. But true, yeah. This is... I didn't know that this was here. Kinda interesting. Didn't notice it before. No, but yeah, I don't know what this talks about, but it's not the end of the floor. Yeah, I also originally thought that this would be the 16, but it's not. This is still 15. And I mean, you can kind of tell because this goes, like, much lower here again. Looks pretty hard, and again, very bad recoveries overall. One thing about this ice jump is that if you get this landing here and you miss this landing, if you crash to this, what's gonna happen? I guess you drop down into this pool here, which is floor 15. Yeah, floor 15, right? Go over here. Or here. Okay, so there's like a floor 15 save if you mess up this ice thing. 14, yeah. 14 is what I meant, yeah. Too many numbers to keep track of. And if you're, like, very slow, then you might even land here, right? Not the worst ever, I guess. Lucky you have some floors below 15. Yeah, I mean, when you see floor 16, then yeah, you are lucky. Because look at, like, this dirt wall right thing here. There's, like, nothing below. You fail this, you're... Maybe if you're insanely lucky, you land on floor 13. Otherwise, it's probably, like, floor 5. Or floor 8, I suppose. So... yeah. There's, like, very rough points. Like, even this wheel hang part, it does have, like, a save in the beginning if you mess it up. But if you fall down from the second side of it, you go onto the ice, you're definitely not able to recover it, and you fall all the way down. Good luck landing to floor 12 either. So it's, yeah, it's very brutal with recoveries. Even, like, the very last thing you need to do on this floor, which is where you go up here. Up here, go up, and then this one. Like, if you fall down from here, this is like the last thing you need to do on this floor, yeah? Like, it's miserable, right? This is horrible, horrible fall from this kind of a thing. So yeah, it's tough time. And then, obviously, like, I feel like this kind of a landing, this is not bad at all. I feel like you just take speed. You know, this is almost like a checkpoint. I feel like the flag here, kind of like a soft checkpoint. So going here, landing here, doesn't look very difficult at all. And then, no speed checks over here. This one is maybe, you know, the last thing before the final jump. Not sure how difficult this jump could be. Maybe you need to land to the side, so maybe you do need to, like, kind of jump to the left here, land over here. But then these climbs, you just take them slow, carefully go up, and now you're in a final jump, so... Hazard has been playing when we first joined the server, but not in a while now. Hidden water blocks on plastic pipes. Fortunately, water blocks are pretty big. Like, they always need to be like a full block width, so we know that there won't be any weird things. Custom water blocks are not really possible to make. Like, there might be some very hacky ways to make some, but I would be very surprised if they did that. How much speed do you need for that long wall ride to not fall down? The dirt wall ride? That's not really speed dependent. It's basically the same trick. Let's see if Have is getting to it in a moment. It's basically the same trick as you have on this floor 4 ending. Basically meaning that the angle is really the most important thing. It's not really a speed check. You can go very slowly into that. It's only about holding the angle and kind of making sure that you don't go too far down, too far up. Is there an idea of a shortcut right after this first jump? Oh, how bad. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Shortcuts right after this first jump on floor 9, where the yellow boosters are. Instead of going to the black tilted platform, you can turn right, land on boosters perpendicular, and going across the booster, then sneaking into the ledge near the wall. Floor 9. Yeah, so you mean going on this beam? Yeah, this is possible. Simo has actually done this already, so landing on here and accidentally fell down onto this turbo. The problem is that it's very difficult. It's not really worth going for, because most likely you will fall down here anyway. The problem is that while you can be like sideways without the turbo affecting you, you eventually need to turn to the right to get to the beam, and when you do that turn to the right, the turbo will push you backwards. So it's very difficult to do, and just very tough in general. Could someone make a custom block that gives wet wheels? I doubt it. Maybe it's possible. End is end of floor 16. Fin is the end of the map. There's the final jump in the finish of the map. Slow down from the platform. Unfortunate. Yeah, there are a few custom items on this map. Very few. One of them is the snake at the end of floor 15. I don't know what Kubas was thinking putting it there, but it's there. Lars joining. Okay. Will there be a stream where mappers will discuss some routes and interesting moments? I think Plexit has already said that there would be some like reveal of the intended or you know intended way on floor 13. We'll see, I guess. Do the top 5 practice offline now? Who knows? I don't know if they would really announce it. Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. But like if they don't use the plugin, if they don't stream, if they don't play on the server, we would have no way of knowing. Hazard has the wall guard currently. Bren is second. Lars third. I'll get myself some hydration, I think, before I lose my voice. God damn it, it's already happening. Yeah, I'll get some water. We're back. Alright. Hydration acquired. Really doubt Bren, Hazard, or Lars are playing hidden. Yeah, I doubt it as well. Elcon or maybe Virtual did a bit of that. The others either stream or are at least on the server. Most seem to be mentally too exhausted at the end of their sessions at hours of practice and stuff like that. I think like the reason why some players play offline is not really to hide the strats anyway. It's to kind of like get away from the pressure of performing in front of an audience and, you know, dealing with, you know, your stream and, you know, moderating your chat and everything like that. So I don't think it's really about hiding strats to an extent. It's just kind of like playing in a lower pressure environment to an extent. So is anyone actually like hiding strats? I don't really think so at this point yet. Not yet. Maybe floor 60. Do you think it would be a good thing for Nando to make this specific map available for people without club access? No. Because this is not meant to be like a new player map. This is not something that you try out Trackmania for. I don't think it would really do much. Because, like, most people who have never played Trackmania before probably completely underestimate the difficulty of this map. Could it be worth it to make Shallow Dip, maybe? Free to play somehow? Like, maybe. I guess. There's more reason to do that than this. But, yeah. This map is completely unapproachable for new players, so I don't really think it would do much. Lars on the server. Let's see. See if there's a session in top 3 player. Haven't been paying attention in a while. Are there anyone except Hazard and Bren that are in contention? Lars is still on floor 14 end parts, so definitely can climb up to floor 15. Bren and Hazard not that far. Yeah, Bren and Hazard kind of made this sort of deal of like not hiding the strategies, kind of still working together to figure out those parts at the floor 15 right now. Hiding inputs on streams and playing in solo instead of the server, that would make complete sense in the final push. Even Shallow Dip is very difficult, yeah. But like compared to this map, it's child's play. No new Water Guards today. Last night Hazard still got the current Water Guard. And that still stands today. As a brand new player, Deep Dude 2 was one of the first things I did. Got a solid 10 hours of entertainment out of it, and also the appreciation of how good these top players are. Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of players, you know, might not really have the same experience, right? They want to actually finish the map, and then when they figure out that they're unable to do so at all, you know, it's probably not like the greatest experience in Trackmania for a lot of players. But it's good if you get that out of it, for sure. Give some perspective. Hazard's run was great. Also great PV today, Tommy. 1,000 meters, yeah. It's great progress. And also, like, learning a lot of the usual saves on floor 9 at the same time. Pretty important. You're gonna be doing a lot of those. Yeah, the recoveries on floor 9 are not so free, you know? You kind of need to do something. So it's nice to get like a feel for those, so then it kind of becomes automatic when you do them next time. Bren is a world champion in the traditional Trackmania esports scene. Hazard is more into this specific, like, style. I'm not sure where everyone is. I don't really keep track of every player's schedule. If you want to keep casting after Deep 2 ends, I volunteer to grind Shallow Tip. Several hundreds of hours of additional casting. I think at that point I'll probably try the map myself as well. Finally. Any goals with the map so far? I don't know. Because, like, even though I've seen everything and I know all the different strats that I can choose from, and all the recovery paths and all the possible mistakes, I still don't have a good feel for the difficulty of the map. I think reaching floor 5 would already be really, really good. In like a... I don't know how long it would take. Week or two? We'll see. I might just try to get, like, I don't know. You think floor 7 after 20 to 30 hours? Maybe with the practice floors. But otherwise, I'm not so sure. I don't know. Like, knowing the strats is obviously, like, a big part of it. But my skill set is awful for some of these floors. I'm really bad at turtling, for example. But yeah, with practice floors for sure. And I mean, I could also kind of like only try this full version for like a couple days and then go for the checkpoint version. That's gonna be out eventually as well. I'm pretty sure I could finish the checkpoint version. That seems likely, yep. Thank you, SMB, for the gift up. Appreciate it. I don't really have a favorite floor. I feel like, for example, this floor, floor 3, has a really good design. It's visually really nice, and I like the sort of ice theme through the wet icy wheel physics. And then there's a lot of different ideas later on, which are also like very cool. Like floor 10 is really cool. I think floor 9 has really like interesting like overlapping with the different roads, and the recovery paths are really interesting there. I don't know how good the mapper of 16 is, but apparently it took 60 hours to validate. It did not take 66 hours to validate. Don't worry. Yeah, it's a no one knows where it started. It's definitely not true. At this point, it's a meme, yeah. Well, everyone trying to get those runs going. Lars here, joining the server as well. Into floor 3, just wanting to get those runs into the higher floors. Maybe Bob Parker took 66 hours to clear floor 16, I don't know. The final jump is definitely validated in the sense that someone has tried that it's possible. That was built by Sparkling, the main person behind the project. Not really, Yumi. Well, we'll see. Maybe Lars can get a run going here. I think Lars's consistency has been a little bit on and off through this event. Some days Lars is the greatest player on the map, I feel. Like some days Lars is just super good. Very consistent. No issues on any floor, makes it all look so easy. But then there are also these days where Lars is kind of struggling to get past the like floor 7 choke point. So I guess we'll see which day this one is. I'm not sure, hockey fan. Probably both. I would imagine. What floors would you consider the hardest? Depends on the player's skill set. Like for some players, floor 10 will be the hardest floor because of the ice. But just in general, floor 11 is hard for two reasons. One is it's actually hard. Like the jumps there are very like maxed out. But it's also so bad to recover from. There's nothing below it. You can fall to floor 10, but like good luck saving the car there. Generally speaking, you're just not going to recover if you make a mistake from floor 11, unless you get very lucky. Floor 12 is a lot more forgiving, for example. And then, I think floor 14 right now, there's like a couple sections on floor 14 that might be big choke points until the very end. Like, for example, the quarter pipe jump up near the end that Lars is actually currently stuck on. Not really stuck on necessarily, but has reached that point but not cleared it. Floor 7 actually. Floor 7 is very tough again because of like inexistent recoveries. The tricks there might not be harder than many tricks on like floor 9, but just in general, the fact that you always fall down to like floor 3 if you make something wrong, if you make a mistake there, that's pretty brutal. Lars complained about a lot about inconsistencies in the map, landing bugs, etc. Have you seen many by others or players? Sometimes it's hard to tell what exactly is a landing bug and what is not just like a clipped landing. But for example, here's how landing bugs can happen. So let's take an example from where I've seen one happen. Here. So generally speaking, landing bugs happen when you land onto a platform where there's a wall below that platform. So usually a connection point between two like different blocks. So here, even though this surface looks flat, there's two different blocks here. One is the beam on the side, and one is this plastic wall right. Or plastic item. This might be a custom actually. Actually, no. No, I think it's, yeah, it's the normal plastic thing. Anyway, so between these two, if we go here, we can see that there's a wall. This wall right here. So if you land so that one of your wheels hits this exact point, the sort of seam between the two blocks, that can register as a crash. Because the game sees like, oh, you hit a wall, because the wall is here. You don't actually hit the wall, but this is the landing bug. You hit the wheel here, the game thinks that it's a crash to the wall, it reduces your speed, and then suddenly you don't have enough speed to do this part. So that is something that can happen, and it can happen in multiple parts. One place where I might have seen it, and I'm not sure if it's a landing bug again, but here, sometimes it feels like when players land here to this point, that this wall can register as a landing bug as well. That kind of feels like something that can happen. I'm not really sure if that's the case, but like, it's possible. So definitely like possible. When you combine like two vanilla blocks, like for example this ice block and this grass block, they kind of like clip together, which means that they combine and the wall is removed. So generally speaking, these walls are only there if you have two items next to each other, or items and blocks together, or some like weird combination of blocks that don't, you know, fit together. So there's a lot of these points where you do have the wall. Generally, it's only a problem if you have like some jump into it. But yeah, there's like weird things that can happen for sure. Even if you hit like this kind of a thing in a very specific way, you could get a slowdown just because there's like a wall here. So that's possible. Wouldn't like when players are playing this as much as they are, eventually those landing bugs will happen sometimes. Oh yeah, in TMNF it's much worse than this. Would happen on every run, or every block. Why don't they fix this? Who? Mappers? Developers? Thank you, Makes You High, for the gift up. Much appreciate you. Nando. So, I mean, I guess I don't really know how you would fix that. Maybe you could somehow like remove those walls whenever two blocks were together, but yeah, I don't really know. I don't have a good answer to it. As a mapper, what you could do is you could make custom blocks of absolutely everything like this and remove the wall from there. For example, I have built some custom blocks removing the walls between these kinds of block seams, so you get rid of the landing bug. But it is kind of like a lot to ask to remove every single wall here. And there's another problem as well. When you make these blocks, when you remove those walls, you're building custom blocks or items. Custom blocks or items add to the file size of the map. And when you build a map of this size, and you build then also custom blocks for it, you very easily go beyond the 7 megabyte size limit that the game has for the map file size. If your map is bigger than 7 megabytes, that means that you will not be able to play that map on servers. So this, for example, would be practically impossible. There's a way to play big maps on servers as well, but it's very complicated and requires a lot of custom stuff. So generally speaking, yeah, they want to keep the size of the map below 7 megabytes. And yeah, this map is below 7. I think the mapper said at one point that it was like 5 point something. And that is mostly because it has so few custom blocks and items. So you don't want to like start doing them too much, because like if you have like a complex custom block, like for example a bobsleigh block. Bobsleigh blocks are here, these. So these shapes, this geometry is very sort of complex, and you will need a lot of sort of detailed shapes to build this kind of a block so it's actually smooth. So this kind of a block can be like 200 to 300 megabytes, even if you optimize it. So you imagine that you can, when you put one custom block into the map, then you can use it as many times as you want. So if you have this one time, it's only that one instance that adds to the file size, then you can use it like 10 more times. But let's say that you had like 10 custom blocks like this, like one on every other floor basically. That would already be 3 megabytes total size in worst case scenario. So that's a no-go, right? So you just can't do that really. So you build full vanilla. Basically everything here, apart from a couple things like, you know, the absolutely incredible snake thing, which is a custom at the end of floor 15. Pretty much everything else is vanilla. Like, you know, this dragon, it's built from vanilla stuff. It's the same plastic blocks as we see on like floor 3, for example. The same blocks exactly. Same plastic beams over here. These light things are in the same category as the crystals, for example. These eyes are the same lights as these things. That's the same item. Then you have these small plastic squares as the eyes, more lights as the teeth. You know, everything is basically done like this. The crown on top is also vanilla, yes. So these lights, again, you might notice the similarities between this block and then the crystals on floor 13. They're very, basically the same blocks, or items rather. The balls, again, the same ones as here. These ones also same light items, just kind of these triangles next to each other. And these walls of the crown are plastic. The same plastic blocks as what you have, for example, over here. So you notice that this is a very similar thing. That's the same category, yeah. Do you think the floating helix made of orbs around the tower is very performance heavy? I don't really think so. I feel like these light items, generally speaking, are pretty lightweight. Like, there's completely ridiculous maps with, like, potentially thousands of light items that still seem to work fine. Usually, I feel they are pretty okay. Juliano needs to do the recovery there. .7 sounds, yeah. That's correct. Yeah, there's... the game is just not really made for these kinds of big maps, so... the performance gets pretty heavy when there's like a lot of stuff in front of the camera, not necessarily on screen, but just in front of the camera, even if it's hidden behind other stuff. So, yeah, the object culling is, you know, it's not really... the game is just not meant for these kinds of maps. Yeah, makes sense, at least. What about the custom block at the end of Kuba's floor? We should remove it to save file size. I'm gonna guess that it's maybe 200 kilobytes at best. Had a very limited set of available custom items arranged before the mapping comp. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. If everyone is using like the same custom items, then the file size can be combated a little bit. Was Kuba's snake thing, was that part of the set? Lars with the inverted steering will be redoing this. Yeah, the inverted steering is rough. What Lars is doing is actually kind of interesting if we look at the inputs there. Different types of beams. Yeah, makes sense. Kind of like Vanilla Plus. That thing. So if we actually watch Lars's inputs when he gets to this backwards part, look at the switch between forwards and backwards. So Lars doesn't actually wait to be on the wall to like switch between the buttons. Look at this. He's holding both of them. Oh, wait, he's doing a different strat now? Overlapping them a little bit though. That's interesting because before I was watching Lars was actually holding forward and backwards at the same time for like a second. Now overlapping them very quickly. So kind of like simultaneously holding them. Maybe it's just like a fail-safe way to make sure that you get the correct steering. But yeah, the key thing here is really to like wait for the car to land into the loop and then you switch from forwards to backwards. I think it might help what Lars is doing, like you overlap the forwards with backwards. Oh, this is a bit short. But we'll end here. Good save from Lars. We'll be able to do this final part again. Because of the backwards gear? Well, you don't actually get the backwards gear anyway. I don't really know what you get. I don't know if the game knows. But like there's no possible transition there where you would be able to like backward speed slide. So it's just the game like maybe not knowing which direction you're going to or something. I'm not really 100%. But I think it's basically like, generally speaking, because I've actually built some like forwards to backwards transitions myself on maps, and generally speaking, the safe way to do the input transition is that you wait for the car to land. Oh, too fast. Well, if the car lands, we'll be able to save this. Okay, we can get to see the at least the backwards transition. But yeah, usually you wait for the car to land the jump, and you still keep holding forward at that point. And then once the car is landed in the backwards part, then you switch from forwards to backwards. So you hold forward as you land still, and then once the car is for sure landed, you switch to backwards. The faster you do that switch, obviously the less speed you lose, because when you're holding forward as you land, you will drive forward, so you will kind of like sort of brake in a weird way. But yeah, usually like that's the safe way, but it can be maybe situational as well. But here, let's look at it again. Inputs, forwards, backwards. So Lars is waiting definitely for the landing to happen, and then immediately switches from forwards to backwards. So holds forward until the landing, and then switches backwards. It's such a weird thing to learn. It's not really intuitive at all, but it's something that, you know, works. Usually does something. Let's see if Lars can get some runs going. Pace is slowing down again. Similar thing as what happened on floor 11 is kind of happening right now. Had a run to floor 14 this morning, but only start of 14, otherwise a lot of frustration. For example, something like this. Oh god, what? Oh, that sucks so hard. So, yeah, it's so painful because this is not supposed to even, like, bounce you, honestly. This is a road border, not plastic. But there's a plastic block, I guess, like, just below it that you can smash into, and you have wet wheels just off the pool, and because you're on wet wheels on plastic, that's, yeah. And it's even like a small airtime, it's like a small bounce to make matters worse. Yeah, I don't know how the bounce even happens there, honestly. Well, now getting a run together. Where is it? Here. What is even happening here? Literally just the pool block here. What is this thing? Is this just part of the roadblock? No, this looks plastic. This is plastic, I guess. So I suppose, like, if you hit this very corner... I can't even show it. There's this corner here, like a tiny corner. Okay, here. This one. This you can bounce on, right? And then you get airtime, it's plastic with wet wheels. Yeah, that's... Oh, that's so... so rough to deal with. Actually unlucky. For sure. Honestly, at this point, I've seen, like, every one of the top players has had, like, the most ridiculous run killers happen to them. Like, something completely unexpected just randomly happens. Usually because of plastic or pools, honestly. Well, floor 8. It's where the run starts going again. Beam landing. Tricky part. That's it. Yeah, I feel like every top player right now has, like, super good saves and super unfortunate fails. Going for the shortcut. Feeling confident. Icy wheels, wet wheels, yeah, those are big run killers. Well, Jacob. Kind of the beauty of the map too, yeah. Like, you know, you look back at these a couple months from now and you can probably laugh at them, but when they happen... it's tough. Oh, awesome, Jacob. Happy birthday in advance. Does anyone actually know you can get plastic bounces from the middle of pools before this map? I knew that pools are just about the weirdest blocks in the game. Does that count? Lars, upside down landing, but... oh. Manages to flip it, yeah. Most players would probably go to the left. But Lars makes it work here as well. into the final turtle then. If you're wondering why the players are driving upside down, that's because there's a small step at the end. The platform at the end is just a little bit higher than this beam here. And the only way to get on top of it is to flip the car precisely on it. Only can do that upside down. Let's see if Lars gets it. The beam goes well. And now... good flip. Yeah, doing the forwards flip, that's true. Was doing the backwards flip at some point as well. Normally in most maps you very rarely come across landing bugs. It's just kind of the nature of the landing on maps like this. I think it happens when you combine a lot of small blocks together. Like when you build very compact stuff, I think it's more likely to happen. If you only build like, you know, big platforms and stuff, then yeah, usually you don't have the like... you don't really build the situations where landing bugs can even happen. Thank you, Mirmoska. Appreciate you. I try. Air brake. There it is. Lars gets it nicely. And now for the 1,000-meter jump. Might be chaining this at this point, honestly. Yeah, just goes for it. No need for setups on floor 9 anymore. We've been much further as well. Air brake, jumping up, no issue. Lars has been getting so much better on floor 10 as well, I feel. It's looking really good now, and I think overall, like, Lars on a good day will be getting into... oh, that's a bit of a close landing. Is it enough speed, actually? Oh, okay. Well, it works. Anyway, yeah. I feel like usually like floor 11 is the tough one, right? They still don't chain this one though. Yeah, I saw Kubas do it earlier, and Kubas was chaining it. Kubas is not in the competition. Obviously. But you know. At least someone is doing it, yeah? Landing to the ramp. Jumping through. There we go. Close in. Very quick on this. Kubas joining soon maybe, but Kubas, yeah. One of the mappers. Not competing, just vibing. Something I've been wondering, why does the overwall technique that is used to climb road borders not work to climb the ledges on the turtle floor? There's not enough space for the setup, or mechanically impossible, because those ledges have different geometry from road borders. So the thing is that usually the way that overwalls work, if you do overwalls on like roads like... okay, if we really quickly look. Lars is gonna be fine, surely. On these kinds of roads, like, you know, this kind of an overwall, like going here and flipping over this, right? You need a lot of speed for one that you will not be able to build on a map like this. There's just no speed. So That's one, you need a lot of speed. Two is that you often need this curve shape. That doesn't really exist on floor 8. It's like a straight line, so if you just crash into it, even if you had like 400, 500 speed, that probably wouldn't be enough. Maybe if you had like a literally 1000 speed, you might like bounce up and somehow do something else. But really, like, most overworld maps have this round shape at very high speed that you kind of need to like wall hug, and eventually the car kind of gives up sideways, and then it will flip, and then you can jump through. So yeah, generally speaking, if you have just a straight wall, it's not gonna be the same. High spin time, spin timing looks good. Landing should be secured. There we are. Would be fun if he just beat them up this run. That would be fun, yes. But it's unlikely. But yeah, I wouldn't be like sad or anything. I don't think. I'm not sure how overwalls are in TM 2020. Probably harder than in TMNF because of some RAM bugs or whatever. Clean line. Small wiggle there to increase the speed, and floor 11, there we are. Yeah, Virtual's Khaki map is like a pretty good example of overwalls in this game. It's all curved setups, right? It's all like red turbos into curved setups. Landing in, jumping, there we are. Half loop, not super punishing, kind of just land it, get it clean, there we are. Not really lining up for this one either. Feeling confident, landing in, and for the first time today, wheel clip, there we are. Perfect execution. That back left wheel makes it so much easier to land this jump. Make sure the car doesn't go any further. You don't want to be too fast there. There we are. Plastic not giving any trouble to Lars anymore. Can't remember the last time Lars failed, but been really consistent. We'll see. We'll see how far this run goes. Now for the hazard flip. So, spinning the car in the air to not land upside down. Landing pretty far. Is it gonna work still? Looks good. There we are. Very consistent way to make sure you don't land upside down. Then you just need to be aware of not jumping too far and getting the flip in the right time. Is this enough speed? It's gonna be a little bit close. Oh, Lars barely landing it. I really want like a perfect lineup. For that jump, but it works still. Now avoiding the third gear. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, and Lars does it great. Go to floor 12. Lars is at the end of floor 14, the personal best. Here we go then. Very predefined lines. Wide line here. Getting the speed. 200 speed is more than enough. 190 is still enough as well, though it might be pretty close. Yeah, Lars just going in. Small release to keep the ground time Don't want to get any airtime that alters your line. Now lining up towards the moving block. Is Lars confident? It will work. Even a little bit of a sideways landing on that quarter pipe actually, and still works. So it doesn't seem like it's as difficult as of a speed check as we originally thought. Here, making sure the car stays on ground again. Oh, that's airtime. That might be pretty close. Will clip, but Lars manages to make it work. Then just clean landings onto the turbos. Looks great. Slightly to the right and lands it. Two more sections on this floor. Good line, great line. Really pushing to the left there to get enough height from the last ramp. And then the final section, less of a speed check perhaps. There's a couple of strats on this. I think Lars is maybe still doing the backward strategy. Yeah, no, actually, spins the car sideways at the end. Alright, well, no issue. Why not? Elcon is actually doing like an early spin there, 180, landing forwards, and a lot of players are still landing backwards as well. But the sideways landing, why not? Looking pretty good now. Floor 13. Change that jump after he dead turtle twice. Yeah. The sideways landing could be fairly clean, and it could be that it gives you like a alive turtle if you turtle. Lars gets grip on the turbo now. Keeps going. Lands in. And we keep going. Quarter pipe. And now here's a hazard shortcut idea that I don't think we'll see Lars try to do. Goes into the bobsleigh loop as usual, just spinning on this 4 laps, I think. 2, 3, 4, and now we go. Wild section, but consistent. Then window jump. Make sure you're on first gear. Oh, lands a little bit too far to the left, but still lands it at least. Now the wood section. Need to be careful with the turn rate there. Your car's turn rate is very fast on that. So, into the shortcut. This one seems to be intentional path. But yeah. We don't know the full story of this floor. Elcon has a different shortcut on this floor as well. It goes a little bit to the next part still. Well, let's see though. Hazard did play earlier today. Jump up, air brake. Lars also struggled getting this plastic uphill for a little bit, but now it seems to work. Seems to be working. Going for the plastic punch. Air brake, right there. Actually, well, air braked after the plastic punch. I guess that works as well. No one else has used Elcon's cut, as far as I know. I think it's only Elcon. It's very risky, and if you've already got comfortable with this Lars strategy that Lars is doing right now, I suppose, you know, why switch? Well, here we go. No issue getting into this pool. Keeps going. Needs to be a bit careful here on the landing. Works great. And jumps up. We go into the wall right. Lars will turn the car to the right in the landing so that the front wheels will grip the landing first. You don't want to grip the landing with the side wheels because you risk getting a slowdown. So Lars turning the car there really nicely. Works great. Now to the final part. Here we go. Turn around. Hoping to get enough speed, releasing so that the car lands into the bottom part of that quarter pipe, but no, Lars slides a little bit in the landing, and that's gonna kill the speed a bit too much. I think there was a bad gear timing as well. So now we're in a tricky position. Tricky situation. Can you maybe drive on the crystals? Maybe try to get to the ring? I don't know. That seems very rough. Could maybe go onto this crystal and try to get speed and drop down over here. I don't know what you did then. At least Lars has like a spot here where he can look around. Can Lars actually hear you? Lars is probably streaming right now, so probably not listening to me, I would imagine. Silent all focus stream. Makes sense, makes sense. And it seems to be working. Already getting to floor 13, but now some kind of recovery. What's it gonna be? I think floor 12 is probably like the best option, and even that looks very cursed. Okay. Trying to maybe go along the crystals, it seems, backwards. Oh, falls off. Is there any kind of a landing? Oh no, big fall. Floor 9. Turtled, but savable. Just the timing on the wall. At the very least, floor 9. It's really just very rough with these recoveries on these higher floors. Because, like, look at all this empty space over here as well. Not really anything you can do. I think what Lars might have tried to do actually is landing here on this block. That seems like a good try. Like kind of going backwards here and then trying to get a little bit of speed so you land here. It was fairly close. So this gets you to the last part of floor 12. So then you could potentially go back here, take speed, and then do the turbo landing. This jump again, and now you're back. So that was actually a good idea, good attempt. But not working this time. Thank you, Toapunk, for the gift sub. Appreciate it. Got a landing bug on that part he failed? Really? Can I save a replay? My game gonna crash? I am curious. $950. Alright. That works. I don't understand how it works. The weirdest zooming method. So real quick. Target. Why can't I change the target? What? Can I now change the... Why can't I change... I can't change the target of the camera. Let me try to reload this. Trackmania is so broken. Want to say thank you for your casting. I'm usually not watching Trackmania streams, but during this event I watch your streams every evening because of the quality of your content. Hey, thank you very much. Venom, is it pronounced? I'm glad. Okay, this is broken. Game doesn't work. It's okay. I'll do a hacky way here instead. I could try a lot of things, but I'm trying to do this like semi-quickly, yeah. I could try and delete, I suppose, the others. Apologies for the flashing. Okay, maybe this is indeed gonna work. Let's delete this one as well. And then this thing. Can I maybe now enter the camera? No, still sorry. Whatever. I really only need this. Okay, it's gonna happen so quickly. I don't think I can see it. Maybe like this. Okay, there's the car in the bobsleigh loop. A little bit further. There it is. We can actually see the speed here at least. We don't... see a whole lot. But if we slow down this a little bit... Wow, replay tick rate. Very cinematic. So... this is the correct speed. The number here. I thought it was just like a drifty landing, but here, okay. $120, $130, $140, $140. Okay, Okay, this is hard to manage. Doesn't matter all that much anyway. I'm wondering, let me enable this thing as well. This might not even be like exactly accurate, I guess. But like the second gear. Excellent tick rate. I don't think we can really do much about this. This is not gonna be exactly accurate, yeah? Like, the landing looks pretty clean. Where does the car actually land? No, it's not moving at all. Great. This game is so broken. So, it lands... here, right? I feel like it's maybe just too sideways and... No, I mean, it does kind of steer very suddenly. It could be, like, it looks like a strange landing bug. And, you know, we talked about this before. Like, these kinds of walls can cause landing bugs to happen, right? When you have these walls here and you hit the seam between the blocks, you can definitely get a landing bug. If I was building this kind of a wall, I would probably build it from wall right blocks instead. Kind of hard to tell what's happening there, but so there's a way to build like a similar type of wall where you don't really risk the landing bugs. So if you have like this kind of a wall, the items don't connect to each other, which means that you will always have these like seams, right? Always these walls, and if the wheels hit these blocks, then it can result in a landing bug. Of course, that might be like just a visual thing, and you know, the height of the thing, I guess, is also kind of important. So it's not necessarily like that it would be as easy as doing it the other way. But if we have this wall right block and we turn it like this, then I can place two of these wall right blocks next to each other, and it's kind of like a similar wall, right? And here, when we look, no walls. No walls anywhere at all. So this shouldn't cause ever a landing bug. So it's generally like safer to build it with these kinds of blocks that connect with each other, to avoid those seams. It does look like the car was pulled to the left, yeah. So it definitely could have been. Like, we can't really trust these kinds of replays entirely. Because I think when you're spectating someone, it's gonna be a lower tick rate replay as well. Elise, can you link the emotes? And if they're still, if Red is still here or something. They can edit. Bravo, thanks so much for the gift sub, Everett. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Ellis did link one. Oh, okay. Well, let me just add that real quick then. Sammy turtled. Sammy, I guess, might not be playing anymore anyway. Okay. Big tower. Floor 13. Honestly, already a great run though. Hard to get those runs going. Oh no, Sammy was playing still. Copying your mapping advice while without being subbed. No, the mapping advice is free. It's all good. But I thank you. Like, you know, it's a win-win because I'm gonna play maps in this game, right? And if those maps have less landing bugs, then it's a good thing for me as well. Remove this thing. Papa still grinding. There's a lot of floor 9 personal bests today. We can really tell that the effect of releasing the practice floor 8 has been pretty big. Tommy getting to floor 9. Papa getting to floor 9. Some others probably too. I do wonder how these early floors feel for the players. When... Like, I do wonder if the players are kind of just on autopilot through these, or if it's always like, not again type of feeling. They definitely feel long, that's for sure. It's kind of the reset hell sometimes. No matter what the first few floors would be, like, they would still be reset hells, you know? Ooh, have I inverted steering? Bren said he doesn't like them anymore, waste of time. Yeah, and I mean, it happens like the first 2 floors when you're trying to clear floor 15, they will always be like a waste of time, because at some point, and this happens in speedruns as well, the first level, no matter how good the first level is, at some point it's just gonna feel that you're doing it way too often, you're always just kind of like wasting time doing it. So it doesn't matter, like, it could be the greatest floor ever, but enough is enough, you know? It's always gonna happen. Yeah, like, it gets stale, and, like, you hate making mistakes on the floor that you feel like you should be consistent on. I think that's, like, a big thing, that you feel like after doing it, like, 1,000 times, you should be able to do it consistently, but you just can't, because it's hard. There's still, like, difficult things, and you try to push it and do it faster every time. And then it's frustrating. Because at some point you hit the sort of, like, consistency ceiling. I haven't played this map yet. I'll play it after the competition is over. Floor 16, I guess, like, it will be very memorable. Just because of that one run that makes it through that floor. But there's one thing that will never happen to floor 16, at least during the event, and, you know, when it doesn't happen during the event, no one will ever hear about it, really. And that is that people will not find, like, the consistent setups, because you don't have to. Like, the last thing on the map, you only need to get right one time. So when you get it right the one time, like the final jump, for example, it doesn't matter what the consistent setup is, because now you've finished the challenge already. So if the floor is somewhere in the middle, then it's worthwhile to you know, get a strat that gets you like 100 times through the floor. But for floor 16, that might not happen. It might just be like, okay, let's just do something that gets me through this. Doesn't really matter what kind of a setup it is. Doesn't matter if I can even remember it afterwards, as long as I get through this part. For the World Record hunt, you will need to find the consistent strategies, and when the practice floor eventually is released, then that's gonna happen as well. But during the event, it's not gonna happen, so people will likely not see those. A lot of people, at least, will not likely see those challenges being done. $15.5 is not quite maybe where we are right now, but we have reached floor 15 for sure. Floor 15 was cleared, or floor 14 was cleared by Hazard first, and Bren a little bit later as well. Oh, I actually noticed just this, like, if you get a bad setup for the ice, there's like a icy wheel plastic recovery route here that looks miserable. Thanks to us. What even is this? What? Huh? feel like there's a block missing here. What are you even supposed to do? What am I looking at? Even the recover waste bait? What? Jump over it? Jump over where? Over this whole beam? Is that possible? Maybe it's possible. If you just accelerate, maybe you can make this jump over here on the dirt. I don't know. It looks kind of rough. It's plastic. You have high acceleration. Anyway, floor 15. Yes. Start here. Hazard got here first. Was able to jump over here. Jump over here as well. Bren tried this jump as well, but Bren unfortunately fell down and or turtled this landing and probably fell down. I haven't seen the clip, but I can imagine what happened, most likely. So so then Hazard was able to land it. Got here, got here, got here, flipped off the right side, plastic bones into the pool. Didn't make this next jump. So this next jump over here, that's gonna be the next part to clear. Then we have some turbos, upside down plastic beams and flips backwards, or, you know, back up. And then this thing, whatever it's gonna be, crashing into the wall, most likely, and flipping the car over here. I don't know what this kind of landing is gonna be. It looked pretty bad, but we'll see. And yeah, there's a lot of floor 15 left. Next, you go through here in the dragon and land here. And then you keep going. All this climbing on the rings. And then the ice part. And then it kind of looks like you need to chain this. So you will do the dirt wheel zoop that you do also on floor 10, for example, in the very beginning. Into the ice and jump all the way here. And then you have this disaster thing. And you drive over it. Jump here. That's floor 16. So that's that. So we are maybe 20% through floor 15, honestly. It's a pretty long floor. We'll see. Never ever will they finish this next week. Well, honestly, I already thought that the first quarterback jump would be like a huge choke point, but Hazard one-shot it. Oh yeah, Bus, yeah. I was a bit random day, sorry about that. But no problem. The ceiling inside of the cage, yeah, it says the end. I don't know what that means, because floor 15 definitely continues after. But maybe it's kind of like, maybe that's like a specific height. It could be the 90% height, for example. So when you have the last 10% remaining, maybe there's like a special voice line or something. I don't think the final jump is gonna be giga hard, but I think it does require like very good speed. Also in comparison to speedrunning, the hard part, the one where you can get faster in speedrunning, is always at the end in Deep Dip 2, while in speedrunning it might be 5 minutes into run, like the hardest trick. That's fair, and really like this challenge is only difficult, it's only taking more than 3 weeks, for the reason that the practice is so inefficient. That's the reason. If you could just, you know, go to floor 15 right now and practice it before doing a full run, yeah, we could already finish the map. Lars could probably do it right now. But you can't do that. That's the point of the challenge. You need to climb the tower, sometimes turtle on ice, go back to the beginning, and start over. What it is. 80 to 120 hours realistic if there would be practice? I feel like even less. If you had all the practice force and the checkpoint version from the beginning, I feel like maybe 50 hours would be possible too. Very efficient practice. We include time on practice force? Sure, I would as well. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's closer to the 100 hours still. Like, you know, one week, maybe a little bit more of grinding, and you would finish, I feel. Would kind of make sense. 1 to 2 weeks, I'll take that. Sounds realistic. Lars, strange landing, but you know, works. Is it just me, or does it sound like the players are starting to get tired of this map? Well, Sam is still having fun. With the yippies. And also a new personal best today. Great. I mean, I don't know if the players are getting tired of the map, but they're getting just tired. Like, sure, you will sometimes say that this map sucks and stuff. I don't know if you really mean it. It's just like general frustration and just exhaustion. I don't know if anyone's like at the point where they're getting like bored of this, or they're like considering quitting right now. Like, we still see these players show up on the server, or you know, at least on the in the game like every single day, right? I feel like, at the very least, the top 6 players right now still want to complete this challenge. Simo said today that it gets really boring. Fair enough. I mean, Simo has also been stuck on floor 10 for a pretty long time, and it gets mentally like really tough to keep that kind of progress. Motivational. But also, like, you know, like, if you get tired, or if you get bored of this kind of challenge, then, you know, at some point, I guess it can happen. Like, if a map or a challenge is, like, way overkill, then eventually, yeah, that will result in boredom, because you feel like you're not really making progress, you don't really see the point in it anymore. That's kind of it. Kind of a slow day so far. Lars did make floor 13 not too long ago, though. I'm not sure, Mo. Ask on Open Planet Discord. Sunk cost fallacy. I don't think that really applies here. Maybe a little bit, but not entirely, because it's not really about like starting from zero every time. It's less about, like, you know, sunk cost fallacy would be something where, you know, you basically gamble every run. And every time it's either you win or you lose. But here, like, every run you do ultimately does make you better at the map. At some point it's diminishing returns for sure, but still, even if you're having a bad day, you probably like make some kind of progress. And eventually, if you keep that up, like, you will finish the map as well. So Eventually it'll happen. How long it takes, that, you know, is, of course, depends on the player. But there's like a, you know, very clear way to finish this challenge, you know? You learn everything on the map, and then you do a run where you get everything right, and like eventually it's gonna happen. Sunk cost fallacy in DP2 would be, I've spent 200 hours on this crap, I have to finish it now, even if I hate every second. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I don't really see any of these players like quitting though. Well, maybe like out of the top 5 or so, at least. Like, of course, like in the top 20 right now, if someone has been playing this for 150 hours and they're maybe on like floor 7 or something, then yeah, of course, like that kind of a person might not even ever expect to finish this map. You don't see Lars winning? I do. I don't think I ever said otherwise. I feel like anyone out of the top 6 right now can definitely win, and Lars is top 3. I feel like Hazard, Bren, Lars, Elcon, Scrappy, Virtual, very strong at the moment. It really depends on how these, like, last sort of sessions look. Because we're kind of getting prepared for the final push. It might be that the reason why not everyone is playing today is because they're taking kind of like an easy weekend and then going for the final grind. So, the Elcon shortcuts on this floor, dropping into the window, going here, and then dropping onto the beam, going here, and then Elcon jumped over here, and interestingly, now we're on the wall ride, but Elcon's still not doing the wall ride. Landing left front wheel onto the barrier here, which is also plastic. And then going downhill with the left wheel constantly on this edge, and then with that wheel being on top, was able to jump over to the pool. That was the Elcon shortcut. Schmanuel is whitelisted, but I think often plays in solo. Does stream though. More respect to the Ducks. Elcon failed that shortcut once and managed to do it once. Possible that top would be more suitable to certain players? Yeah, of course, like every other floor is also like, you know, different stuff. But I don't think there's anything in that final floor that hasn't already been introduced in the rest of the map. So I don't really expect anyone to like struggle with that stuff because you've already needed to learn everything on the final floor, on the earlier parts. There's a clip of it, the shortcut as well, if someone can find it. No new world records since Hazard's run last night. Bren was able to get to floor 15 as well, to the very first section, but wasn't able to get further. Do you think top players are taking it easy now and not playing or playing offline? I mean, we wouldn't know. I don't know. I think both strats would be completely valid. If someone is playing off stream and off server and not using the plugin, we have no way of knowing. Is it possible that someone's doing that? Sure. Turbo tunnel next. Lars has kind of struggled with this one. Goes for the center strategy. Works really well now. Always scary. Always scary when you need to push this car like in a perfect sideways position like that on ice. If it's a little bit off, it's gonna go to the sides because of the turbo boost. Lars nicely gets through it. Floor 8 again, seems like. One final jump. Lands it in. There we are. Ixon falling down, floor 4. Maybe the beam landing. Could be it. Player's definitely exhausted. Back to the upside down driving part. We've seen this so many times now. Today as well. I feel like we've still got a good number of runs to floor 8, which is a respectable 50% of the map, right? But really very few have been able to get to floor 9. Lars, beam landing, works out. Going for the shortcut line as well. Skipping a couple, maybe tedious sections here. Nothing too difficult, but if you are confident in doing this, why not? How much tolerance is there for being sideways through turbos before they kick in? You basically need to be like pretty much 90 degrees. If it's even a little bit towards the turbo or away from the turbo will affect you. So like fully sideways, basically. Goes for a pretty ambitious flip there. Oh, not really slowing down as usual. Like a lot of the time we see players kind of like slow down the pace when getting to this flip. Waiting for the timing and then just like very slowly flipping it. But Lars, I guess, sees the angle there and wants to make it work, and it's not going to. Can get pretty tiring, like doing everything so methodically. I don't know if there was some other reason for that. Well, Ove as well. Down to the turbo. Oh, and the turtle as well. Dude, today has been kind of rough. Well, it's what it's gonna be. A lot more players doing this straight up line here. It is difficult, you have the wet wheels to deal with still. This trick, even though more people are doing it, is still not any safer than it has ever been. Yeah, no, like, I feel like having to reset on these floors that we see a little bit safer, no, see to be a little bit safer, that's probably the worst part. Like, if you fail on floor 1, like, that's fine, you weren't really, like, invested in that run anyway. But, like, if you fail on floor 8, maybe like very close to floor 9 as well, like you kind of know that this floor is very recoverable. You know that generally speaking, mistakes on this floor can be recovered, and also when you go to floor 9, you can fall back into these pools on floor 8, so it really works as like a soft checkpoint here. So to fail just before you get to that point where the recoveries are getting easier, that's probably a bit tough. A little bit tough to deal with. So a summary of Deep Deep 1 race and found out this was happening. Is there a good way to see how far people have gotten? So right now, I can show with the mouse. So here's this entire tower, yeah? So currently, our top player is right about here, where I'm pointing at right now. So right there. That's where our top player currently is. The top two, fairly close, just on a previous section around here. So they're very close together, the top two. Lars, who is playing on the server as well, who we just watched, is currently trying to get these final tricks on floor 14 down, which is here. Lars trying to clear this section here. So this height, pretty similar to this one, a little bit lower, but yeah, there are still a few sections on that floor to clear before you can do it. So we are fairly close. If you look at this entire tower, we're fairly close to the top, like 85% in. There are 3 players currently in this crystal floor, Elcon being the furthest, very close to the floor 14. Scrappy and Virtual here as well. So that's kind of the situation with the top players. Okay, good camera angle with Matt here. Where are we? What is happening? Oh, here. Oh, that makes sense. Matt has also been grinding this on stream a bunch. If you want to check out the POV streams of the players, they're generally going to be streaming. So yeah, it's been a long journey. 23 days so far on this map since launch, and the players are still playing. Currently, out of the players on the server, it's really mainly Lars who can set some new records here. There's been some days in this last week where suddenly it feels like everyone is making like a pretty good amount of progress, finding strats or finding some new routes even, if we think about floor 13. But yeah, I feel like now we're entering like this phase where everything is so difficult that we need to get a little bit lucky with the days as well. You need to get that one run that goes really far. Hello, Khaled. Yeah, no new records. Some personal bests though. Like the one thing that's cool to see is that the people who are not necessarily competing for the top spots are still improving as well. Still putting in like long days as well. Tommy and Habe getting to floor 9 today. Maybe all the players should just agree on everyone taking 2 to 3 days off to reset mentally. I wouldn't mind like 1 day, because that would mean that I could take that day off too. But how are you going to do that? How are you going to ensure that no one's playing in solo? But yeah, I feel like at this point, taking days off from this map is one of the better things you can do for your progress. Turn the server off, you can still play the map in solo. Yeah, no, I don't think it would really work. It would be kind of interesting if somehow the only way to play the map was on a server, then yeah, but for performance reasons and other reasons, well, it is not. Well, some players like Lars are still putting in like daily attempts. I don't know if Lars has taken a single day off, honestly, in the entire grind. I think it's very individual how much of a break the players need. That's true, for sure. But I do think that at some point everyone hits a limit. And I don't really know if it's like worth it to push yourself like every day instead of like taking just one day off. Because your brain will also like kind of process all the things you've learned. You kind of give yourself like a little bit of time to like reset mentally. And you kind of get like away from like the sort of autopilot grind mindset for like just one day. I think it can usually help. Of course it can be individual though. At the end of the day, you know, a lot of these players are still kind of like used to these grinds. You know, we have Simo who has done like 1 month long khaki grinds. We have Lars who has definitely played enough of RPG like World Record hunting to be able to handle these kinds of grinds, and you know, all these like world champion level players as well. They know what they kind of signed up for sure. At least after like a couple days, they knew what they signed up for. So I feel like they also understand like what's best for their progress. On their first challenge. Don't think there's anything about like players giving up though. We've heard that from like week 1 that, you know, is the map too hard? Are the players giving up? And I don't really see that from the players at all. These servers are dedicated servers, so you need to host them on your own machine. To be fair, sometimes it feels like there's no progress when we sit hours and look at them play, but when you zoom out and look at it on a day-to-day basis or weekly, there's huge progress being made for everyone. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Like, you know, last night we got a new world record. So it's not like it's completely stagnated. Like, if there was nothing happening in the last 5 days, then sure, but like, we literally just hit a world record less than 24 hours ago. Just got my sub 10 minutes run on Shallow Dip. Nice. Hardest part is always that at the start of the runs you try to go faster and faster and then make dumb mistakes. Yeah, for sure, yeah. But it's also very exhausting mentally to try to be like extremely careful with everything you do. And it's really difficult to like deal with that kind of grind because it's so much more exhausting. And kind of like going on autopilot and trusting your instincts, enjoying the game. And I mean, I'll say it again. I already said it earlier. I'll say it again as well. If there was like constant progression, like constant dopamine, like everyone gets a new PB every single day, it would take a lot away from what this challenge is meant to be, I think. Because how I understand this kind of challenge, it's like a true sort of challenge of like overcoming your own frustrations with the like long falls. You know, you get to a new point, then you fall all the way down, you bounce around, you're back to the bottom. And the point of that is to challenge you in the mental sense, where you feel like you don't want to do the climb again, but then you push yourself to do it, and eventually you will finish it, right? Eventually, when you push yourself to do a new run every time, you will eventually finish it. That's kind of the point. So if you constantly got this like reward for doing a new run and then new reward for doing the next run, it would miss the point entirely, because now there's no like pushing yourself to start that new run, right? Because you know that you're gonna PB. So it's, I think, important that we have some stagnation in the Walter Guard as well. Stagnant event losing viewers? I mean, it's part of it. You can see that as part of the challenge. Now you're also losing like some level of motivation for some of the players, where you can maybe get motivated from getting a lot of viewers. So what if the viewers start dropping? Well, now you can't find maybe that like silver lining there. Maybe now you need to kind of think like, okay, I need to find my inner motivation. I need to actually want to finish this map, because I'm no longer getting like that outer reward from it. So, yeah. Streamer-based event meant for viewers? I kind of disagree. Sure, it's great to follow, but I think this is inherently a player-focused event. This is gonna be the experience. Some of you might have watched some like really big Walter Guard grinds. I think the issue with like speedrun Walter Guards in general is that a lot of the time people end up seeing the final Walter Guard. They watch like a 10-minute video, and then it's like, oh, that was it. That was cool, really cool stuff. Well done. But you completely miss out on the hundreds of hours that it took for the players to get there. And sometimes, oftentimes, a lot of those hundreds of hours will be very boring to watch. Because it's part of the challenge. It's part of the challenge that you have bad days and you have good days, because that's the only way that the achievement means anything. If you only have good days, then what's there to celebrate? You didn't overcome anything. You just played the game, and you got better every single day, and constantly had this dopamine hit, and then eventually you got the Walter Guard. But if you need to actually go through the days when everything goes wrong, now you've actually completed like a very big like personal challenge. Like Hava here needs to start the run again after this garbage happened, right? So you need to push yourself to press that restart button, right? That's the point. That's the point of this all. The dedication of the players is incredible, yeah. It is truly impressive, yes. Yeah, Habe, also, like, Deep 1 Walter Guard holder, has been through, like, a similar grind, in a sense. Different, of course, but there's overlap. But yeah, probably knows what he signed up for. And I feel like a lot of these players are still, like, also generally having fun on the map. Well, now we are having a lot of players on floor 5. Almost the whole server on floor 5 at the same time. Kilovoltus. Hazard did play today. In the afternoon. People want the 40-minute virtual video extended to 24 hours per 7 days a week in Twitch. Yeah, and it's not how these work, right? That's not how this works. Part of the grind is sometimes not really getting much done. Kill Shadow. Lars got to floor 13 not too long ago, but wasn't able to get further. A lot of players trying to get these Heli next on the line. Take a clean line. A little bit short on the jump, but does make it through. Demi also a little bit further in. No, I completely agree that Deep Dip 2 is probably a bit too hard if your goal is to make, like, a viewer-based challenge, right? Something that's as appealing to viewers as possible. You're probably completely right. But is that the point? Is that the point of this thing? Good recovery from Sami, getting that slight turn there. Is it enough speed though? Oh, that was a good try. Into the turbo. Will we able to recover? Floor 6, fortunately, around this area allows you to get pretty nice recoveries. You can get always back to the plastic bones. Really. A little bit far, but lands still. Does get that run going. Lars also now getting back to floor 6. Everyone's in this area. What would be the ideal length? It depends. What are you going for? If you're going for like a legendary achievement that people will talk about in like 10 years from now, then maybe it should be a 1-year grind. Like, it really depends what your goal is. What do you want the challenge to be, and what do you want the appeal to be? I feel like right now, we have this challenge that's unsustainable to grind like on full sort of force, let's say. Meaning that you can't really just keep playing the map every single day until it's done. Like, you know, just putting in ridiculous hours every single day. There is like this physical aspect to it where it's not sustainable to like go through the entire grind by just pushing yourself to the limit like every single day. And I think that's already like adding something pretty interesting to this. Talking in terms of viewer maximizing, I mean, it depends. You could do like a weekend event as well, I guess. Just hype it up a lot. Big prize pool, make it a LAN thing, you know, like there's many ways to maximize viewers, of course. Depends what you want it to be for the players as well. Oh, Lars through the wet plastic. Matt getting into the same spot now. Landing in. There we are. Some is still on the floor 6 grind. It's really like visible when you compare floor 6 and 7. I think, you know, when you make this mistake, like you fall into the pool. On a floor 6, this kind of like a comparable mistake would essentially be like falling here or having to do like the plastic bounce again. But on floor 7, it's like straight down. Same if you miss the plastic loop here. Like, you know, you fall off here, straight down, right? Miss the second pool, straight down, right? There's absolutely, like, very few ways to recover it. So, it's really like floor 6 is already not that recoverable, but floor 7 is so much less so. It's really important, I think, to consciously get through this floor. A little bit far, but actually works perfectly. Very nice line. And Matt, a little bit off. A little bit off. But Lars keeps going, gets the next 2 landings, and now it gets a little bit easier. As long as this turbo tunnel works, you will generally be fine. I feel like at the end, yeah, what Mitch is saying is going to happen as well, where once, like, it feels like it's slow, but when the event is over, it will feel like, oh, that was over so quickly. That will probably happen. Final jumps. Floor 8. Looks to work. There we are. Back to the turtling. Oopa Troopa doing this floor. So we keep going through. Flip the car upside down. Swinging the car from side to side. Again, I feel like I've done this explanation multiple times today. Maybe 10 times. But hey. Need to flip the car onto this quarter pipe. There's probably someone who hasn't heard it yet. Landing in. Well done. Doing really well on this beam landing. Some days it feels like the beam landing is just about the toughest part of the map, but right now, looking very good. Still going for the shortcut. Why not, I guess. If you know you can do it, there you go. I did not build anything on this map. Then, oh, back wheels clipping the wall a little bit on the top. You need to be sure you're entering that diagonally enough so the car doesn't stop the momentum entirely. And then the flip at the end again. There we are, climbing up as well. Into the grass. Oh, doesn't clip the wheel. Oh no. Oh. Floor 6. It lands on floor 6 at the very least. That is really, really rare that it happens. So what Lars is actually trying to do there is trying to land a little bit on the edge, right? So there's 3 ways to do this. Okay. The most common strategy is to land the car sideways, and then you just slow the car down when it's going sideways, sliding here. Second way is to a very rare strategy, which is where you just smash into the beam. So you line up from this jump here, you aim to the beam, and you just full speed into it, and there you go. Car is at the full stop. Almost no one uses that at this point though. I've seen a couple players try it out at some point, but players do usually the sideways strat or the wheel clip strat, which is where you land onto the grass so that the back wheel or both back wheels of the car slightly clip this grass. That will slow the car down pretty automatically, but you have to keep the car like diagonally over it. So you can't turn the car sideways, because otherwise it's not gonna, the clip is not gonna work. You only want the back wheels to clip. So Lars had the right timing. The back wheel was definitely off the edge as the car landed, but didn't get the slowdown. Didn't get the slowdown. And wasn't able to recover it in time. Like, the downside to it is that if you don't get the wheel clip, then you're going straight now, right? Lars falling down. A little bit more too. So, obviously, if you go straight and you miss the slowdown from the wheel clip, then it's all the way down, right? That's the downside. That's the downside. Why is Trackmania free on Steam? There's a free version that you can try, essentially a demo version, which includes 10 campaign maps out of the 25 that they have in the seasonal campaign. And then you can play a couple game modes as well, like multiplayer game modes. The game works with a subscription, $20 or euros a year. You can try it for free, but yeah, it's pretty limiting. Not getting these runs going. Interesting strategy for this plastic bounce, actually. Usually we do see people line it up from all the way back here. They go here and flip the car, but Matt's seeing some good results with just lining up from here, flipping the car, and barely landing. You obviously get more height when you get more speed, so maybe the downside to this strat is that you sometimes might not get high enough, and you kind of hit this wall and fall down. But this time it works at least. To try it again soon. When do you think the map will be complete, and who do you think completes first? I don't know who it's gonna be, but I could see the map being finished next week. In like the next 10 days, let's say. Jumping through. Lineup works. I'll pay him to change skin. Matt is probably streaming right now. You can go and give the proposition. It is a yearly payment of $20 or euros or whatever currency for the club access. But even if you only pay for it once, you still keep like a bunch of things, like all the tracks that you unlocked during your subscription, like all the official maps, you will still keep after the subscription as well. So you do keep a bunch of stuff after the subscription ends. But yeah, you do need the subscription to play on servers, for example. Oh, Matt, low line. Works though. Do you really think it will take 10 days with how close some have got to the end? Yes. Maybe, like, maybe not. But, like, I feel like it could happen maybe in 7 to 10 days, if I'm a little bit more precise. The problem is that floor 15, we're only cleared 20% of it so far. Like a couple tricks. And there seem to be very difficult parts on it. So then, you know, when you get to floor 16, now you always have to do floor 15 again, and floor 16 will definitely not be one shot. Yeah, we've scouted out floor 16. There's like 4 spots on floor 16 that are extremely failable. There's some ways like that, Eggy, that have worked from the beginning of the game, and I think the devs don't mind those. So it's, if you just want to give like a map a quick try, there's probably some things you can do. Matt's personal best, floor 10, has been to the middle parts, failed the snow section. So Matt's personal best is over here on floor 10, if I remember correctly, in this uphill over here. Tricky part, dirty wheels into the zoop uphill over the ice, and then you switch to the ice slide inputs over the snow. So not easy, but yeah, can be extremely failable, especially when you're doing it for the first time. Thank you, Determiner. Appreciate you. I feel like it's a good time to start playing Trackmania, not only because of Deep Dip 2, but because there's just been a patch with the new car. We have now 3 alternative cars in the game, and there's like a lot to discover, and you know, a lot of maps being worked on right now. I think summer in general will be a pretty busy time for new releases and competitions and such. Matt makes it through with these floor 7 tricky parts. It's plastic bounce. Can not work. Oh god, Matt. Okay, that wasn't even gonna be a scam. That was just gonna be a missed jump. Oof. That was close. I actually thought that it would bounce the worst possible place, which is in the corner of the plastic. Because even the corner of the plastic you can bounce on. So if the car lands there instead of on the flat part, then it's bouncing over here, most likely. Not good. But it worked out. No issue. Turbo tunnel. What's the shot? Is it gonna be the ice slide? It's gonna be the ice slide setup, yeah. Always scary, always wonky. Okay, Matt just goes for it. Alright, it will work. It's not the cleanest I've ever seen. Oh, hey. Yes, it's fine. What's new there now, except the physics due to circumstances? Air brake and twirling, pretty much it. In this game, compared to like the older Trackmanias, a lot. Like plastic is completely new, water works in a different way, ice is new in this game. Like, you know, all these things have been in the game for a couple of years now, but still, like, compared to the older games, there's a lot to learn for sure. A lot of effect blocks like reactor boosts that we don't have on this map allow you to kind of fly in the air. A lot of interesting stuff to discover. Let's see, Matt trying to get this final jump. Looks good. Landing is working. Was looking like a very difficult jump, and it's still like very close every single time. But there's such a good setup for it. You hate Matt's skin? Well, this floor is just for you, because here... here we go upside down. No need to look at it. Worked great. Timing the flip works nicely. Onto the platform. I think the skin is excellent. It's very unique. Hazard has also joined the server, going for that late night session, it seems. If Hazard will stream as well. Matt landing onto the beam. Then the bobsleigh landing. We see kind of like different strats here as well. Matt going all the way back to the beam. You don't actually need all that speed. So when Matt does this, if you look at the inputs carefully, there's gonna be a release. So here, Matt will release in the air, or just before the jump actually, and lands in the bobsleigh. If you go full speed, you will miss this landing. So you're gonna jump too far and not get the required speed and the line for the bobsleigh. So what, for example, Simo does is something different, where Simo lines the car up on this line here, and that kind of, you know, gives you the right amount of speed, so you don't need to do a release, right? You can just full speed, and you can, you know, take this a little bit sort of safer. No need to rely on your release being the correct timing. Forced to stay up until demon hours to watch Hazard again? We'll see. I need to stay up later anyway, because I have a deadline coming for a map that I'm supposed to build. And I have no idea what I'm building. Like, I've built a bunch, but I have no idea what I'm doing. So, it's a good starting point for that project. Well, Matt to the second turtle, diagonal line, not clipping the back wheels, perfect. So this one might look wonky, and I mean, it is, yeah, who knows what's happening here. But the car essentially just gets stuck between those two platforms. You tap right a little bit. Some players also hold like 50% right steer. Seems to be working fine as well. Some people even like not really doing much, like just kind of occasional right taps, not really doing very frequent ones. Generally it just works. Generally it just seems to work. Have you considered transitional grass? Well, the style is like predefined for this one. But I'm also not building that style. That's kind of the point where I'm at. That's why I'm saying that I don't know what I'm doing. Matt? No. Small release. Tries to go for the wheel clip. Oof. Good reaction from Matt there. So notices that has too much speed for this landing. lands a little bit too late, so the wheel doesn't clip, the slowdown isn't there. So Matt, when landing here, goes a little bit sideways and does a quick brake hold, and that results in that bug slide that you saw there, so the car very aggressively goes to the left. Very good thinking. Good night, Erotic. Can you explain how Granite turned back on that part? No. On the second turtle? No. I have no idea what happened there. But somehow, yeah, Granite turned like backwards. It went to the back part and then turned around again. No, it's out, Eggy. I guess it wasn't advertised too much, but if you search for NASCAR Endurance, the whole campaign is there. Well, back to turtling. I feel like the slower these players are going, the more confident they are in the turtle. Counterintuitively. I feel like we see the less experienced turtle players go very, very fast, kind of just go full send, and then hope that the timings are right. But then the more experienced players that really are comfortable with this upside down driving, they're going like very slow, making sure the timings are exactly correct, and then just clearing the section. It's actually very difficult to control the car when you go slowly. When you go slower, it's generally going to be like just much harder to keep it alive. So here's this beam that Matt crashed. It might seem a bit silly, but actually you would much rather crash this beam than go and crash this side and then fall off here, because it's a big fall, but there is this beam that gets you, or the pipe that gets you back to the beginning point, so you can just try this as many times as you like, as long as you don't commit to a bad line. Land a little bit to the left. Oh, this could still be savable. Does it turtle? Okay, Matt, with some extra challenge here. We'll flip the car. Nicely done. So there's this slightly easier way over here. That's also one way to tell if someone is comfortable with turtling, by the way. Oh, Matt almost gets a slowdown from the wall, but still works out. Nice done. I also do think that 20 euros per year is well worth it. Where does the blue ramp lead to? You mean this path? Nothing here. I think it's just a thing. Decoration, maybe. Matt, back to floor 9. Wasn't long ago when Matt was still clearing this floor for the first time, but now has cleared the whole thing. Made it all the way to floor 10. Many sections in as well. And here we have our top 1 and 3. Lars and Hazard going on different sides of the turtle part here. We'll see if one of them can get these runs going. Dumb question, don't worry. What's the best way to stay in loop and get notifications? To not miss wildcards or later on in final stages. There's Twitter that updates regularly. There's Discord channel on the official Deep Dip Discord that has like near wildcard channel. That could work. Thank you, Sophia, for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Well, we keep going. Classic sections here. Lentillion's floor. Both players getting through that one. I feel like getting through floor 1 and 2 is probably already like a pretty nice moment still for the players, because floor 3 significantly easier. It is something where it might be difficult to get into this, because doing these ice slides on plastic can be just... It can just like appear weird, even if it does feel like similar, you know? But once you've done this 200, 300 times, whatever, how many ever, hundreds of times, maybe 1,000, you'll probably be fairly comfortable with these strats. You have the different ways of recovering if you make some slight mistake on the line, and you know exactly what you need to do to get through the next jump. Matt, in the recovery point, getting back to the beginning of the floor. Floor 9, really nice with these recoveries, usually. Floor Sunday. We kind of see every player, most players at least, kind of chaining these two sections, so doing like an extra bug slide there on the plastic to kind of go through. What if these are the two finishing runs? Top 1 and 2. Maybe they both one-shot floor 15 and 16. And it's actually like a speedrun race. Early. It's interesting to see like a little bit different strats here. Okay, Lars. Taking a little bit of a break from the speedrun, it seems. Well, let's check in on Matt again. Oh yeah, Hazard not streaming. Fair enough. Great line. We saw Kubas do something pretty interesting here. There was a clip of it, but Kubas was one of the playtesters for this map. So what Kubas actually... Why am I here? Even Caster is getting thrown to the floor, gang. Come on. Kubas actually bounced off of this edge here and kind of landed on top of the turbo. It was really interesting. Like taking less speed, bouncing on this corner there. It was really surprising. I wonder if Kubas like kind of leaked maybe an intentional strat there, or if it was an accident. But, you know, either way, at least that's possible as well. Maybe someone will try it eventually. But I mean, this other strat is fairly consistent too. Thank you for being so consistent with these deep casts, Ville. It's so informative and entertaining to watch. Glad to hear, Sofia. Appreciate you. I try my best. Yeah, Kuba's showing an alternative strat, and it's important. Like, you know, if it was anyone else, whatever. But Kubas was a playtester, right? So, you know, we could check some of these slip-ups happen. Yeah, Lars, unfortunately, abandoning the race. But Lars already got to floor 13. So honestly, not impossible. Not impossible that Lars gets there again. It's early session for Lars. How long has Hazard been playing on the server? Like 15 minutes maybe. Turbo landing works. And the quarter pipe, there it is. Floor gang again, yeah. So Lars is still playing, yes. Lars also started not too long ago, maybe an hour ago or so. Something like this. Is Viro one of the mappers of DD2? Yes. Floor 14. That's the one that Lars is trying to clear right now. Pretty far into it. Oh, the greatest plastic bounces given to you, given to you by these two first floors. Has to be a little bit tedious to do these all the time, but you know, what it is, that's what you sign up for. I built this endurance map a couple years ago with a couple decoration mappers called Threat of Ariadne. It's a 20-minute long map, depending a little bit on your skill level. If you're the greatest, one of the greatest players in the world, it's also under 20 minutes. For Elcon and Murray. But for most people a little bit longer. So Threat of Ariadne has 5 different levels. All of them are, you know, 3 to 5 minutes long. There's first the dirt floor, or dirt floor, not really floor, dirt level. Then there's the road level, concrete level, kind of. Then you have ice level, plastic level, and finally you have a mixed level that kind of combines all of them. So on that map, oh, Matt's slightly off with this. It's gonna floor, let's drop the floor rate though. This recovery is really nice. The pool right there to catch these landings. So even though I don't think there's like a huge difference in like optimizing the different levels there. I don't think, for example, that the road level is that much harder than the ice level, because the ice level also is shorter to do. So I feel like all of the levels ended up being pretty balanced overall. There's of course, like, you know, the skill differences and different skill sets. Some player might be really good at ice, not so good at dirt, whatever. But on that map, players collectively talk about the dirt hell, because it's the first level. The dirt hell, where you're always stuck on the dirt, you never get through the dirt hell. It's the worst level, worst part of the map, painful, and players don't want to do it. That's just because of the order. I bet that if I put the order differently, so that the concrete floor, or not floor, I've been watching too much DP, concrete level would be the first level, player would call it concrete hell, right? They would just switch it, because the first part of a map always sucks. That's just how it is, because you end up doing it every single time and you just feel that it's worse than everything else, because that's where most of your time is spent. Then when you get further on, especially if we're talking about speedrunning, you're more likely to kind of like push yourself a bit too much. When you're, you know, in the first minute of a map, like, you try to do all these like ridiculous optimizations that you would never do on the 20th minute of the run. So then, you know, that also adds to it. You make more mistakes because of that, and yeah. And that just happens. Generally, that's just the case. How these kinds of grinds work. And yeah, that you also just felt. That's absolutely true as well on this map. Like, you kind of like, just, I guess, in like a psychological way, whenever you fall down, whenever you have the worst possible fall, you always see floor 0 and floor 1 and floor 2. So you kind of connect those in your mind to like the feeling of also having fallen down. So that can't help at all either. Probably a big part of it in speedrunning actually as well. When you do the first part of a map, that means that you failed somewhere else. So then you kind of, yeah, kind of good. First checkpoint on step by step is the hardest checkpoint. True. True, yeah. There's a Trackmania grind that I went through where the first checkpoint of the map out of about 50 checkpoints has about 10% chance of making it through. Great, really fun to play. Really enjoyed that first checkpoint. In more specifically, it is a shortcut that saves like 15 seconds on a 5-minute map. So you have to do it every single time. And there's a 90% chance that you don't make it. Super fun. I could potentially try to build something for Deep Div 3 maybe. We'll see what they come up with, what kind of a format it is. Matt getting back towards floor 9. Goes for the easier landing, why not? This is the one that Mudda kind of surprisingly did. Found this this path here that no one else had really used before. Not too long ago. Matt also using it. Why go for hard jump when you can do easy jump? Or easier jump? Thanks for your educational support. No problem. That's why we're here. Thank you, Parasite. Down slow dodo as well. Thank you. Alright, Matt back in. Any new PB today? Depends. No new PBs for like the top guys, but for example Sami, first time on floor 9. Habe, also getting floor 9 progress. So there's like a bunch of players that are getting definitely like personal achievements for sure, but no new achievements from the water guard side. And also Bren was able to get to floor 15, but not through the first segment there. There's no hard limit to the height of the map. The physics break if you go maybe like very high, and by very high I mean like unachievably high. The physics of the game eventually break. That's probably the hard limit, but you will never achieve that. You will get like a 0.5 FPS map before you get that kind of a height. In reality, this map I think is 250 blocks high, which is probably the 255 map base, which that is like the what you can create easily, but it's possible to create also like at least up to 2000 height map bases. Not working out? Yep, working. Getting towards the second half of floor 9 now. Hazard, just taking a break, I guess. Great view here we have. So the problem is that the bigger the map base, the slower the editor. I have the map that I'm working on, which is 255, 255, and 500. So the height of the map is 500 blocks. It takes me about 1 second after I click my mouse to place a block before the block actually places. It is absolutely miserable, and I feel like if you made like a 2000 height map, you would actually click and then you would go make a cup of coffee before the block is actually there on the map. So like there are like realistic limitations for sure. Can you tell us a bit about Matt? Sure. Matt has like a pretty solid sort of RPG background as well. I think a pretty good skill set for this. And Matt actually, in the very beginning of Trackmania Grand League, was also a Trackmania Grand League player. One of the 16 players at the very like highest level of Trackmania. Back then maps were, I think that was the multi-lap time, right? So maps had like 6 laps, like 8 minutes long total or so. So, you know, one map would be 8 minutes long with the 6 laps. Oh, Matt is gonna go onto the plastic. What kind of a save? Oh, not quite landing there. Oh, that's a rough fall. But still, at least getting to... Oh, Nice. Okay, this is the same save that I think someone else said before. I forgot who. I think it was Simo. Okay, that works. So, yeah, Matt played in the multi-lap season of Trackmania Grand League where you needed to do some completely ridiculous section on a map, like some complete meme section essentially, 6 times on the full run. And it's kind of an achievement to already be able to finish those maps at all. That's kind of crazy. So, yeah. Matt, also one of the few South American players. Brazilian. It's very cool that Trackmania has been becoming more and more global. Used to be very, like, Europe dominant, but now there's all kinds of players around the world. Still, the competitive scene, because I suppose of the history, is very European. But at the same time, I think that's like slowly changing too. Once we get, you know, the newer players that maybe joined 2 years ago or so, kind of get those on top level. What does the reset track pieces do here? They don't do anything. They're just for decoration. What they generally would do is, for example, you can have like a no brakes block, which disables the brakes of the car, so you can only release the acceleration. So reset block would be something that gets rid of that kind of an effect. Or like an engine off block, which turns off the engine. Those can be reset with the reset blocks, which is the green block here. But you don't do that here. There's no effect blocks on this map at all. So this block is just for decoration. Looks kind of nice though. It doesn't get rid of any wheel states. So icy wheels, wet wheels, dirty wheels, those don't get affected by reset blocks. Only like other effect blocks essentially. So engine off, no brakes, slow motion, fragile, which makes the car like kind of break down if it crashes. In a sense. Cruise control, which locks your maximum speed. Reactor, boosts, which make the car fly, more or less. Yeah, these kinds of blocks. No steer, which disables steering of the car. Thank you, Floor, for the tier 1 as well. Oh, Hazard. Well, at least gets a clean landing into the recovery. No magnets on this map, no reactors on the map either. I think they were very careful with those because they didn't want any shortcuts to happen. Reactor, if you have any kind of a reactor block on a map, you will most likely have a shortcut as well. When there's a good time, remind me and I'll show like a recent one. Alright, I said enjoy. Why no engine off blocks? I feel like the reason for that is that if you fail like an engine off part or a no steer part or whatever, to be able to continue if you fall down somewhere, you would need to have a reset block. So I think they wanted to avoid your run being over because you have this like engine off state, which I don't know if that would be like any worse than ending the run in a dead turtle. Effectively the same result, right? But I think they wanted to avoid that kind of a situation, is my guess. Reactor boost, essentially, like there's up and down reactors. What they do is they either sort of loosen the gravity of the car in a sense, or they like tighten it. So basically, reactor down pulls the car downwards towards the bottom of the car, giving it like really high grip and high acceleration. And then reactor up, the stronger version, makes the car kind of float in the air, kind of hover in the air. They are very interesting blocks. how high could you fly with a reactor? Definitely, like, if it was like a super reactor, even if not, I feel like you could probably fly to the very end of the map. Yeah, it would be impossible to, like, prevent every dead turtle from happening. I guess they already tried to, you know, make all the edges of these, like, platforms something where you can fall off, usually. Overall, it's, like, very well built in that sense, I think. Well, we go back. Bouncing air brake to stabilize the car in the air, and then the angle here, again, don't want to land upside down. Looks great. The back wheel landing seems so much better than the sideways landing that they were first trying to do. The sideways landing almost always resulted in landing upside down, but this back wheel landing seems to be much more consistent. Pretty much everyone's using it now as well. Here we go, floor 10. Have the main mappers changed any parts from the competition floors to make the map less or more difficult? I've heard of many nerfs happening. I'm not sure what specifically though. Don't think we know like what was nerfed specifically. Hello, I've been lurking in your DD2 streams. Just wanted to say that you're very nice to listen to and very good at explaining the game in general. Thank you! Glad you're enjoying. That's what I try. Through these ice parts hasn't been a huge issue for Hazard before. Great line. Would personally guess a lot of pulls have been added. True, and we actually know that. We know, for example... Okay, let me check Hazard through this. We have one confirmation. Hey, good night, Tell. First of all. Thank you. Okay. When can we say that Hazard is in a safe spot? Never? Maybe... okay, really quickly after this section. Sliding through, that's safe. Okay, so we know that this pool on floor 11, right here, this one, the floor is built by Scythe Lord, but this pool was placed by Dundi, another mapper. So we know that there were like some recoveries built after the floors. I know that one, at least. Well. Landing in. There is music, but it's maybe very low. Maybe quiet. Maybe a bit too quiet. I don't know how my settings are right now. Was OG planted turtle in there? No, the pool is a recovery only. You don't ever actually want to go into the pool. It's basically just a recovery. Music's good? Okay. So it's only there because you can fall down from like a later section. I guess Scythe Lord wanted the players to fall down all the way to the ground. But Duty thought that, well, hold on. Maybe we can place a pool here. Which is nice, because people have fallen to the pool. Hazard clears floor 10, no issue as usual, and we are back to floor 11. So the idea here, actually I can show when Hazard gets there. Yeah, we've scouted the entire map at this point. All of it. No issue on these first few jumps. This next one still has the very solid setup. No one really deviates from this. It's front wheel next to this light. Whether you do it like faster or slower, everyone's still doing that setup. Hazard nails the landings as well. Then the offload landing looks to be great. Oh, actually, was the line incorrect? What? Oh, I hate that we don't have a better camera angle for that section. What was it? It looked good enough. I'm really curious. The clip on the quarter pipe, but it didn't seem like a slowdown. It didn't really look like a slowdown. Sometimes you kind of clip, but you don't really actually slow down. Oh well. It was a good first run from Hazard. That was basically the first attempt. Well, so the idea is that when you take this ring for speed, and you don't have enough speed to make it to the pool, this dirt will kind of like... You will roll down this dirt downhill. Here. That's what the pool is for. So it's purely a recovery. However, also, 1020. That's a pretty respectable height. That is in the middle of floor 9. I'm not sure, Clever, I think, does stream. Oh, very close jump. Works out though. I don't know if anyone knows Clever stream. Some players have it below here. But not Clever. Like Lars, for example, has it. I don't think there's any, like, most common ball spots statistics. We watched the new world record last night. It's still the same one from Hazard. He does? Yeah. Can you link the stream? I'll do the shoutout. Okay, so it's the same as the... Same as this... Okay, thank you. Yep. Perfect. Let me quickly do that. Do I have it right? Not live right now. Go follow anyway. Seems to be a pretty promising player here. Maybe looking to eventually finish as well. Getting to that floor 9 to 10 range, I feel like you can probably get some good motivation to keep going further as well. That's too close to the wall, but the recovery here. Oh, good air brake. Nicely lands. Stabilizing the car there before it goes too far. You might sometimes wonder why the players are doing this, because, you know, players are doing this recovery all the time. Why are they stopping here? Is everyone just like, you know, thinking about like, oh man, why did I fail this part? Not really. But you need to jump over the pool here. And when you go over the pool, you get wet wheels. So players are just waiting for the wet wheels to dry before continuing, and it takes a while. So that's why Clover here is driving kind of back and forth to get rid of the wet wheels. And then, you know, it's a bit safer to go back and try this. Finished Deep Dip 1 like a day before Deep Dip 2 came out. Respectable. Deep Dip 1 still, you know, like it looks so casual compared to this map right now. But it's still, you know, a huge achievement. Very difficult map. We can quickly look at the overall stats. Over 1 million falls so far. Almost 1,080,000. It's quite a few. Total resets is almost 8 million. Oof. 15, almost 16 million jumps. Kinda wild. Total sessions is 900,000 or so, so we could say, like, you know, there's like an average of maybe 8 resets on every session that people do, which is, you know, the patience of players overall on average might not be super high. But of course, maybe it's just that their runs are very long. Could be true as well. My stats I don't think are up to date at all. First of all, I can't have 46 falls. Like, I don't know how that's possible, because I've only been on the start line. Well, maybe... total players 22,000. At least in the plugin, it seems. So, quite a few. I think they made DD2 a good difficulty. People wanted a challenge and they got it for sure. Yeah, for sure. I doubt anyone is going to finish this map and say that it was too easy. Total height fallen is around twice the circumference of the Earth. That is true. A bit more as well. Except Bren, you think? I don't know if this has been easy for Bren either. Okay, hover through the turbo tunnel, nicely done. How many floors would a deep dip need to have before checkpoints would be required? Oh, clever. Oh, is this gonna flip? Oh, it's an active turtle, but it's a really tough angle. Needs to do a full circle here for sure. Oh, this is... Okay, this is... Alright, that was ballsy. I like the idea. I like the idea. That was a really good attempt, actually. Unfortunately, plastic turtling is terrible. So the car would have needed to flip over on this, I think. So the idea is here that, you know, you have an active turtle, but turning around here seems to be pretty tight. I don't know if it's possible to do this tight of a turn upside down. So clever, quick thinking, going onto the beam and just trying to like flip the car over here. Not saved, actually. It fell down. Fell down below, unfortunately. But it was close. It was close to somehow getting through this. Really respectable attempt. What is this scenery here supposed to be? Like, what's supposed to be happening here? Why do we have these things here? The cacti on the plastic. I'm just wondering. Anyway. Lars getting into floor 7. Yeah, how many floors would a deep dip need to have before checkpoints would be required? Well, the thing is that checkpoints will, like, just kind of... It's basically like playing two separate maps at some point, right? I'm not even saying that the scenery there is bad. I'm just not sure what it's meant to represent. Is it some, like, storage area? Whatever. But yeah, so... I feel like once you put, like, a checkpoint, then you're just more or less making two separate maps. Of course, there's, you know, the fact that you might not be able to, like, keep the same run going for, like, 200 hours. Maybe the game will crash at some point or something. But I think it's still maybe not ideal. Yeah, it's really difficult. But could you, for example, make, like, multiple towers somehow in some clever concept? Maybe... Yeah, like, we talk about Deep Dip 3, right? And I have a hard time imagining just another, like, 16-floor tower, and I have an even harder time imagining, like, a 25-floor tower, because we're kind of approaching the, like, point where you don't want to, like, exponentially make this more difficult. I feel like this is kind of like a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing. So, maybe you have a different concept, maybe you don't have, like, a tower, maybe you have some other kind of a, like, an uphill-based thing or something. Or 3 towers, and you do, like, some inventive way where all of those 3 towers kind of are, like, harder in difficulty, but shorter, and then you can only, like, unlock the next floor, or the next tower somehow, by completing the previous one. I don't really know. Like, that sounds really difficult to do without, like, you know, letting people play the, like, later towers that you're supposed to unlock before you finish the previous ones. I don't really know how that would work. But there could be some, like, game mode formats that you can do. Some very, like, you know, you need to start coding. Coding at that point. I don't know. Could be a lot of ideas, of course. But I don't think you just redo the tower concept. You could, of course, like, one way you could do it is to build the towers in, like, a different way, where the template is a different one. And then falls are also, like, very different. Could be interesting. Or maybe you do something completely different. Some different kind of a survival challenge. Different kind of an event, maybe. What about this? What about... You have, like, multiple towers, but then you make a game mode where your run resets automatically after a certain amount of time has passed. So you have, like, a checkpoint on every tower, but the goal is that you need to complete every tower within, like, a given time limit. I don't know. It would probably be possible to do something like this. But, you know, there's a lot you can do, of course. Speed dip. Lars going for the shortcut. Looks to work. Very clean. Would be a harsh discovery, but it could be something like a new twist to this concept. Like, you know, you could restart the run whenever, but once you get a run going, then you're on, like, a timer. It could be interesting, in some sense, where it's, like, more about speed running rather than just clearing objectives. Maybe there could be something. I need to think about that and see if I come up with something along that idea. Lars, pretty weak turtle, but keeps doing the taps here. You can notice that Lars mostly just does the right taps, actually. So you can mostly just press forward when turtling, and it will stay alive. You don't need to, like, do left, right all the time. You just need to press forward and occasional directional taps. And now, kind of misses the wheel clip still, but still close enough. Why such a long stream today? I feel like all of my streams in the past 3 weeks have been about this length. Most. Lars getting the blessing. Edge of tomorrow scenario? Kinda, yeah. Kind of like a Groundhog Day type thing, right? Where first you're completely lost and the run ends when you're, like, barely a couple tricks in, but eventually you'll just nail everything when you when you learn all the tricks and stuff. That could actually be kind of interesting. I'll think about this. Add it on top of my 2 billion other projects that I need to finish. Timing it. Well done. No issue on these turtle parts anymore. Flip is good as well. Climbs very quickly. Yeah, maybe only ring checkpoints or something as well, like something like this, maybe. It would put like a big choke point, I guess, as well. I don't know. I'd prefer a tournament setting change, multiple towers for qualifiers, top 10 after 10 days of completing towers, qualify for a new tower. That could be kind of interesting, like a different way of adding like a time limit to it as well. Maybe something like that could work as well. Here we go. It's the hard part of it is that, you know, at some point as a tournament organizer, one thing you also need to kind of think about when you design like a format is that you are not imposing like a very unhealthy challenge onto the players. So if there's a deadline for the run to happen, if it's like a 2-day deadline, players will play 20 hours a day, and you are in some sense responsible for that as well. Here we're not on a time limit, right? You can play this map for 4 months if you want. It's only about who gets to the finish first. So the players will find their own rhythm and such. But like if you as a tournament organizer impose like a deadline, like you need to complete this tower within 1 day, then players will play it for 24 hours. And that's a little bit going to the sort of unethical side as well, so you need to be a bit careful. Well, Lars getting a run going. Seems to be enough speed. A great landing. Or with collisions on. Interesting. It would need to be like a one evening event, because if it lasts for like a month, then you always try to join the server when there's the least amount of people. A lot to consider, yeah. It's not easy. Lars to the low high jump lane. And by low high jump line here, I mean that Lars is taking the low jump line and then going very sharply to the high point. This is not quite enough speed. This is a scary line, because it always kind of looks like it's lacking a little bit of speed to make the landing into this second quarter pipe. So by Lars going like very high onto this wall, whereas others kind of just drop down from here, it is actually kind of risky, because you might be a bit short on the jump and you might fall down to floor 8. But it works really well when it works. So Lars, I guess, just finding it more comfortable. Yeah, like on the higher floors there would only be like one person in the same place. It would need to be a very easy tower, I think, with a focus on collisions, pushing players off the edge and stuff. Lands this one. There we go. Definitely enough speed. 231. Line is good as well. Lars getting a run going. And Hazard also. Floor 9. Trying to get those floor 11 attempts in. Oh, Lars almost flies off the tunnel. Man, that would have been a new one. I've seen some stuff happen, but not that. Not anyone flying off the tunnel. It could be like a combined sort of like a climb and then a descent. That could be pretty interesting. without checkpoints somehow, like 2 separate towers. Could be an interesting idea. Descents are just hard to make cut-proof, obviously. Well, Lars to floor 10. At this point, yeah, the players are very confident on these ice parts on Maverick's floor, but I feel that there's still a couple risky sections here. Like the pipe jumps still failable, and the ice spin still failable. The half pipes as well. Like, you still need to be a little bit careful. You can't just, like, you know, carelessly go through this one. You'll need to kind of respect these sections, even if you've done them probably 50 times at least. Landing here. There we are. Lars now to the snow uphill. Don't expect it to be a big problem. Gaining the speed. Sliding up. There we are. Hazard doing the final quarter pipes there. 4-9. Clean landing from Lars, and now a right side line here. Jumping into the pool. Well done. Very clean. Hazard. No mistakes. Lands pretty close to that edge, but no slowdown. Haven't seen Elkan today, no. Lars, clean spin, and we keep going. So, world record is from yesterday. World record happened last night by Hazard on floor 15. Bren was able today to get to floor 15 as well, but not as far as Hazard. Lars still in the end of 14, that's where the PB is. Both players on pretty decent runs right now. Just the half pipes here. Starting on the right side. You do it like this, so you get enough space to slightly go into the left side. And the left side you do because then you have more space to turn around to the right. So a lot of small things that need to go right there in the setup. Lars, small wiggles there, meeting Hazard as well. Landing looks clean, and Lars is through the floor. Hazard might have actually failed this ice slide before. Kinda looks like. Was a little bit further ahead before, or at least in the same place. Have you gone through the rest of the map since they hit 15? Yes. We know what's ahead. It looks hard. Lars, once more the setup here, clean landing, and gets to the uphill as well. Pool landing works too. Lars getting to the big jump now. No issue at all. Has been looking really good on these middle floors, like 8 to 12 maybe. Hey, hope you enjoyed, Johnny. Welcome back. That was in yesterday's vote, yes. WR clip comment. Lars, left wheel clip. Gets it just barely. Oh, that was a bit of a coin flip, but Lars wins it this time. And then straight into the plastic. Oh, it's bouncing a lot. Is it gonna hit the pool? Very close. Oh, bounces. maybe in the worst possible way. It's just not a clean enough line. Might have won the coin flip on the high jump, but definitely not on the pool landing. Well, at least does a sand turtle. Not easy, by the way. And recovers on floor 3. It's a big fall, but they happen. Really, what seems to be important on that plastic part now is getting a stable line. That's why players are turning the car like front down into the plastic. So they're not going like, they're not landing sideways into the plastic, because that probably makes the car less stable. It can kind of bounce around a little bit, and then the exit angle that you get from the plastic can be unpredictable as well. So what the players are trying to do there is aim like straight down, so that the car sort of follows the line on the plastic, and it stabilizes, it's very clean, and as long as the car is not like bouncing around, it should be a very predictable line right into the pool. But yeah, it didn't quite work there. It's possible that you still get it with some lucky bounces, right? Possible. But you don't want to rely on lucky bounces. You want to try to get the line, then hope for the best if you don't quite hit it. Last thing Lars said before he was falling was, "Okay, I need to focus." I looked at Chad during that last jump and immediately fell. Oh no. It happens. Here we go. Hazard in the same places. Did fail this pool landing, this next one, just before. Yes, Hazard still has water guard. This time, pool landing looks great. We go to the high jump. Bren was able to, you know, get that floor 15 attempt as well. Not quite as far as Hazard, failed the first section. That's pretty much as far as the updates go. Hazard a couple sections through on floor 15. Line up here. And again, trying to go for that left back wheel clip. Seems to be the safest way to land this. Just like Lars did. If you don't hit it, that's fine. You can still save it. Hazard does get it perfectly. Very nice. And now, pay attention to the very heavy downhill angle that Hazard will do here on the plastic. It's 2:30. Just because the lights outside is not an excuse to be up. Why are you up, Enforcer? Besides, Deep Dip 2 is an excuse to stay up. No one else uses the shortcut that Elcon did. Elcon is the only one to go for that on floor 13. Let's see. Third. Going in, wall right, and then the very heavy downhill angle. Oh, it's bouncing a little bit as well. Oh god, I've seen this before. Well, floor 7. A little bit better. Suppose the Larzard run lives in spirit though. It's really just the instability. Not getting the clean line onto the plastic, so it kind of bounces around, and then at the end, you know, you get the decisive bounce where somehow the car hits this final part of the plastic in just the wrong way, and it goes a little bit too far to the left. instead of flying straight here. So the stability on the plastic, that seems to be the most important thing. Weird things can happen, for sure. It's not the worst fall. Lars is already back to floor 6 as well. Oh, Lars. Okay, small drift. That was looking pretty interesting. You rarely have like a 0 speed situation there where you're just stuck. Usually you either go up or down a little bit. Good recovery though. Knows how to do those things. Going a little bit sideways, so you don't need to climb up that steep wall directly. Lover getting to the water parts as well. Hello, Onio. Though, failing in the worst possible way, and you know, this plastic piece is supposed to be there for the recovery. It's supposed to help you. It's supposed to be there when you do this recovery, go up, you bounce on it, and you land cleanly here. But we see this happen occasionally, where players just fail this line and they then hit this plastic piece when trying to do this jump. Clever nails it though. So, yeah, sometimes not that helpful. Hazard might still, I guess, get to the plastic. Might be pretty... I don't really know, like, if it's gonna flip back up, but maybe it's worth waiting for. Is it stuck? I think it's stuck. Yeah, not moving past this section here, it seems. Well, back to the climb. Betrayed by the companion queue. That's it, that's it. Clever. One more attempt towards floor 8. Turtled, unfortunately, this next jump here. Clean through the tunnel. This time it flips. What cut did Elcon find on floor 13? So, let's check Clover get to floor 8 here, or this attempt over here. Very controlled drop downs there, really good speed. Good slowdown too. So the speed looks good. There we go. So, Elcon went to floor 13. The first run we saw from Elcon on 13, but had got there before off stream, off server. So you do all of this stuff, blah 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 blah. Floor 13 is a bit of a mess. So from here you do the wood parts, jump up, land here. There's a pretty standardized shortcut here. So essentially what everyone else is doing, Virtual, Scrappy, Bren, Hazard, Lars, they are dropping down here onto this platform. Then here, and then here, and now you go over here. Take the plastic, go here, and now we're on the turbos, we do the high jump. So there is another way. At this point it seems like this shortcut, as well as some other shortcuts, are poorly intentional. So the intended way, whether it's a bait way or whatever, seems to be that you drop down to the window, you go over these blocks, into this window, onto this beam, over here, you jump over here, go into this plastic wall hug that turns into a plastic wall ride, you go all the way down, plastic bounce down here, and then on the ice wall, you go around into the quarter pipe, and now you can go back with the plastic stuff, and now you're in the same position. So this shortcut was found before anyone even had the time to try this wall ride thing, so we don't really quite know what it's about. But that's, you know, basically something that people skipped. After the shortcuts, what players are doing is they are doing the turbos, jumping up, landing here, and then doing a plastic bounce down here, landing here, doing the half pipe, upside down, landing onto this plastic, and then bouncing over to this pool. So Elcon got here to this point, and we were kind of confused, because Elcon immediately just dropped down to the window. Went over here, and jumped into this window. So we were thinking, like, does Elcon not know the shortcuts? Because, like, you're playing to win, right? You don't want to make the map harder than it already is. But Elcon knew the shortcuts. It was just not the shortcut we thought. What Elcon did was landing the left front wheel onto this plastic barrier and keeping it there through the entire downhill, through the turbos, keeping one wheel on top of this ledge. And at this point, jumped over the ledge, heavy turn to the left, jumped over and landed into this pool directly, skipping the plastic bounce, skipping this plastic half pipe upside down thing directly into the pool. And then can continue from here. Yeah, there's the clip. Thank you. So Elcon was able to carefully line this up, failed this once, and then succeeded at it once. But yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. It does skip more stuff. It is like a better shortcut in some sense. But at this point, the issue for other players is that you are already used to doing the other way. The plastic bounce has been figured out, even if it took a while. We know the strat. There's a lot of tie-ins done. And it is very risky to do this wall ride skip cut. Because if you fail it, it's over. The other shortcut is essentially free for these players. I don't really see anyone failing that ever. So this wall ride thing, sure, it does skip a couple extra things. It's a little bit faster. It's definitely riskier though. Do a clip of the plastic bounce strat? Well, yes. I don't have one at hand, but everyone is using it. So it's probably been done like 50 times collectively now. Hello, Twist. Lars had a floor 13 attempt. Hazard has had some floor 11s. Otherwise, not much. Oh, lacking speed here as well. Virtual did fail the shortcut ones. Oh, I haven't seen that. The bounce is, yeah, bounce is figured out. And even if you fail the bounce, it's likely that you get to restart the floor. At least, you know, 50-50. But I actually haven't seen a fail on the bounce in like the last 10 runs that I've seen through it. From different players. 13, it's nothing these days. Kind of true. Like, yeah, you're joking, but it's kind of true. I feel like the players feel the same way as well, where right now everyone's just looking to get to 14. Even the players who haven't cleared 13 yet are looking to get to 14. Because we are already trying to clear floor 15. And the issue with 15 is that it's very close to the end of the map. So if 15 is figured out very quickly by Brennan Hazard, like, you know, very quickly meaning like 2 days, then it could be that 16 has like a lot of things that are easier than what they seem. We can't really, like, the players can't really rely on floor 16 taking like a week to figure out. I think you kind of need to start thinking about what's gonna actually happen in this competition. So I think a lot of these players really are looking to make progress like every day now. But it's hard. Hard. 11 is the new 7. I feel like 11 honestly is still more consistent for a lot of these players than 7. I feel like we see more mistakes on 7 than 11 right now. But, you know, it might just be confirmation bias from me, because I think about the sort of like really rough falls from 7 pretty often. It's very unforgiving. No, yeah, like, yeah, we have people here who have been to floor 15 out of 16. Few people will ever see those floors. And those same players are still finding these early floors to have these mistakes, right? They're still not 100% consistent on anything. So that really tells you something. Ugh. It could be the amount of players on floor 7, which is honestly a lot these days. I feel like just about everyone who's playing on the server is getting those runs in on floor 7. Yeah, 6 days for a deep 1. I do think people expected this to take weeks. At least 2 weeks. That seems reasonable. Especially when you see the map and you see how much higher it is, and I feel like the players kind of like at this point are still prepared for this whole thing. I don't think anyone's like surprised about the sort of grind that this has been. Don't really have like a favorite floor. Right now, I guess the most interesting floor to me is 16, because we've scouted through it, but it's hard to tell what exactly it's gonna be, like how difficult some of those sections will be, and if something's gonna be just a one-shot for these players, even if it looks very scary. After 3 days, Brent thought it would take 7 to 10 days. Oh, was that it? Yeah, that was a little bit off, I suppose. What is the horn of Hazard? I'm not sure, but usually a safe bet is that it's some Trackmania player laughing or something. It's usually a safe bet. I'm not sure. Is it Uke Master laughing? Or crying? Good night, Excalibur. Rest well. Do you think 16 will take the longest time to clear? What was the longest floor so far? 11 probably, right? Something like 5 days from like entering the floor to finishing the floor? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if 16 was the same length. I really, like, it's hard to tell, because it's hard to, like, read those sections there, like, the exact difficulty. Some floor 14 parts look really dank and difficult and inconsistent, but then it turns out they're just one-shots for these players. It's possible that someone fails the final jump. I'm kind of hoping that it doesn't happen. Or if it happens, I hope that the same person gets back and still wins. Or, you know, secures the position they were going to get anyway. I am from Finland. Price pool 30,750 something. $64. And 69 cents. 50% to first place, 30% to second place, 20% to third. Completely off? Well, not that completely. Nordic countries. It is pretty late in Finland, yes. I think it's US dollars, pretty sure. How long till the stream ends? I don't know. Valen is streaming, I guess, so... At least we have someone kind of following these runs. So the sound things that we have here... Do we have some, like, close by? Somewhere. Here. So these are like voice lines on the map. So the map is giving you like some motivational speech thing. Kind of like if you know the game Getting Over It, it's very similar to that. Like when you reach like a new place for the first time, then you get some kind of a, you know, some kind of a voice line. Kind of like a small reward for getting further on the map. Feels Portal-esque? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that as well. It is very much inspired by Getting Over It though. Just like the very first tower map that these guys built. Yeah, I think the fundraiser is like, you know, it's like a different platform as well, right? It's a GoFundMe versus Matcherino. I mean, could check, I guess, if you check in on the Matcherino page, it definitely says the currency, I would imagine. Would be very strange if it doesn't. Okay. So, really quickly. Top 4 floor 16 sections that I'm scared of. I'm not too scared of this, actually. I'm actually not that scared of this wheel hang either. Maybe some others are. I honestly don't think it's gonna be the biggest problem, but I could be wrong. I'm scared of this. This jump here, like falling off from this gap, seemingly, onto ice. I'm extremely scared of this one. This looks super cursed. And maybe there's something else that I'm not seeing, but this looks to be the path. This jump here looks absolutely miserable. Maybe there's... Yeah, maybe there could be something else, I suppose, but I don't know. I really don't think it's like some, like, full send line onto these beams. I don't think there's, like, any way that you can make something like this consistent, because there's way too many variables here. Just speaking from experience, I don't think a mapper would build a thing like this. And even the landing doesn't seem like it's built for it. If it was for that, I feel like the landing area here would be, like, much more stable. Not like a plastic block that you can bounce and drop the whole tower again from. So I think it's gonna be jumping to the ice. Could be wrong. Still scared. Then, I'm also scared of this jump a little bit. Maybe not my top 4, actually. But this jump here, from here onto this plastic piece, this looks very failable. And if you are too short for this, you're gonna bounce on the plastic. And I'm very scared if you slide off the ice and fall back down. So this one seems really tricky, because the speed that you need from this wall ride is not exactly obvious. It could be just about anything, right? It could be low or high. Maybe you can even overjump this platform and fall down here. Who knows? I'm a bit worried about this jump combination. Then I'm worried about... people tell me that this is like doable, so I'm not worried about this, I suppose. A little bit scared of it visually, but this wall ride thing where you have to hang on to the wall ride 45-degree angle, kind of climb on the wall, plastic bounce, change the direction, go all the way through, and flip over here. This has to be the hardest part of the map. This has to be it. It looks ridiculous. Especially this flip over this part onto this platform. Looks like you can fall here and then the run is over. Or you might do it too late, and then maybe if you're lucky you can save it again, if you can control the speed on the landing. Yeah, cool. Jumping in the window, acceleration, chaining this jump. I'm not very afraid of this landing, but maybe I should be. It's gonna be plastic, slippery, but I feel like the players will be fine. This is road. This is concrete, so you will be able to brake pretty efficiently. Then over here, and over here, another beam. I'm afraid of not the beam, I'm afraid of this. Because the car will be two-wheeled here, and there's very little space because of this thing to actually get back on the platform. I feel like it's very possible that you fall down from here. And there's nothing you fall down onto. Even if you hit the ice somehow, like you just fall off the ice, and then it's back to floor 12 at best. So yeah, this feels brutal. But this is basically the last thing. Basically the last thing. Once you're here, then you just take speed, go here, and then you go around, pick one of these sides, jump over here, which is hopefully not too hard. And then go up, and now you're here. Now it's just the final jump, which I'm also scared of, but you know, who isn't? So, I don't feel like there's that many sections on 416 that will be run killers, but it could be that all of these parts that look kind of mundane are also very difficult. Oh, huh? Is this gonna work still? What kind of bounce was that? Okay, looks like it's gonna work. How does the final jump work? Let's watch the turbo tunnel. Key section on this floor. Okay. There we go. That works. Oops. Come on. Alright, so final jump. All the way here. So, pretty sure the best way to gather speed here is simply to drive in a circle. So this surface, you might recognize this from floor 9, for example, where we had this final part. This is basically the same surface, so it's functionally this surface is the same as concrete. So you will not like drift weirdly here. You can just drive on this. You will not slide away. So you go in a circle. You try to maximize your speed. You will test this like 15 times before you commit, at least. And then, when you feel like you have enough speed, you're gonna push the line into the center, and then jump straight forward. This kind of a quarter pipe will push you a little bit forward as well in the air, which means that if you are high enough, if you reach the red light here, this is the finish line, We can see the finish blocks here. So this is the finish line. You don't need to hit any specific spot. You just need to get to that height. So if you make it, congratulations. You've done the impossible. And if not, it's here. It's do or die, yes. Yeah, on Deep Dip 1 you also needed to commit. It's very similar. Yeah. Let's see. I might watch these runs that are going on right now and then call it a day. Yeah, I'm honestly not gonna be surprised if the first person who gets up on top will take like first of all a 5-minute break to calm down the nerves. And then they will spend another 5 minutes just testing the speed. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe even 15 minutes. Because like, maybe if you do like Deep Dip 1 and your Bren, you know, you do it in 6 days, right? Maybe once you're at the top, you don't feel that it's your only chance to do it. You might feel like, okay, well, if I fail this, I'm still gonna be able to do this again, even if it's difficult. But I feel like once you clear floor 16, on this map, after like hundreds of hours that you've put into this, like a full month of grinding, that might give you this feeling like, okay, this might actually be my one chance. Even if it's not true, like, of course, eventually you'll get back if you just play enough. But you might feel like that. You might feel that, okay, if I don't do this now, I'm never gonna do it. So, you will take your time. Hidden turbo somewhere? No, that would be... that would be controversial. A little bit. Surely no drama would spark from that kind of a solution. Maybe this is the turbo. Maybe the blessing is the turbo. Hello, left. Is Hazard off stream? Hazard not streaming still? Oh. Knows we are watching, I guess. But I like to think that at this point, we believe in the blessing. It's just bad karma. Bad karma if you don't go for the blessing. Off stream, yeah, okay. Well, maybe the blessing will work. Turn around here. Landing in. Floor 9. Lars at the same time reaching floor 8 again, and Matt on a pretty decent run too. Matt has made it to floor 10, so actually, like, doing pretty nicely. Turtling is surprisingly hard, yeah. Like, it might sometimes look like, oh, it's just, you know, you mainly press forward, but like the timings of the inputs that Lars is doing, like the directional inputs, they're very important to get right. If you do them at the bad time, you are actually just like going against the momentum of the car. So you can absolutely sabotage your own turtle by doing the wrong inputs there as well. So it's really important that you have the timings right. And you have like a good muscle memory for that. Very tricky. Landing in. You have to keep the motion going up. What it's based on is that the wheels are constantly touching the ground. If that stops, there's absolutely nothing you can do to drive. Just like a real car, generally speaking, to, you know, from what I know, I'm not like a car expert, but my understanding is that to drive a car, the wheels need to generally touch the ground. Hazard. 1,000 meters now, but of course the world record is still 600 meters higher. Wrong? Okay. My bad. Lars? Making good progress again. I feel like Hazard and Lars both looking pretty solid today. Oh, Hazard. Lands fine. Like overall, both players getting to this like floor 10 range pretty nicely now. It's of course like, you know, like if we looked back at like, you know, week 2 for example, it would be absolutely incredible to get these kinds of runs going all the time. It would be the greatest consistency ever. And the problem I think is that at some point you kind of max out your consistency to an extent. Consistency to an extent. Yes, you max it out. Yes. So you will never be 100% consistent, right? On anything. There's always going to be the one attempt where you fail, right? That's going to happen on floor 0, that's going to happen on floor 1, every single floor. So when you stack up these floors, everything kind of just adds up, and even though it's just like a fantastic achievement to get these runs going for so long, we kind of see it as like lack of progress when it doesn't go into the PB range on floor 14 or 15. That's kind of how the map evolves. Except for Bren. Bren has been the most consistent player through this entire thing, also in terms of like getting to that personal best floor. For sure. We'll see if that still keeps going. I think Bren still is looking extremely strong now that we're getting closer to floor 16. Kind of approaching the final test for the players. Not mechanically, but mentally. Hazard is really good at pathfinding, yes. I'm not qualified to give any player any therapy. Look, I've been through some like grinds that took like 2 months of like everyday playing before in speedrunning. And there was one of the weirdest things that happened a couple times, which maybe would have required therapy in hindsight. But like, when I was done with the grind, when I actually got the water guard, and I went to sleep, when I woke up the next day, I couldn't, like, break that pattern. I still thought that I needed to go back and grind, and it was such a strange feeling to kind of, like, have to tell myself through the entire day that I didn't need to do it. Like, it was done. I did it already. But it's so, like, you get so stuck in the mindset on these kinds of grinds. It was... it was first step, but also faith in pro, rather than... Maybe it's some weird form of addiction, I don't really know. It's very strange, and it's hard to describe. Like, you're very relieved at the same time, but maybe your, like, body just has got used to, like, pushing itself, like, every day, just going in and doing the grind, that you don't, like, it's hard to like, stop that immediately once you reach the achievement. Well, Hazard has been clearing this floor 10 during our philosophical talks here. Gets the landing onto the plastic. Not doing wiggle still. Trusts the speed. It will work. Here we go. Between addiction and brain rot loophole. That's, yeah, somewhere between that, yeah. Can you go too fast on that? I haven't seen it, but I think it's probably possible to, like, completely overjump the plastic ramp, but you would probably release early enough to see that. I'm not really sure what would happen if you, like, actually try to maximize your speed. Landing in. We're back to the pool. Pool jump. How do you feel following all these runs and these fails? Do you build frustration? Do you think you will collapse when someone finishes it? I think it's going to be strange when this is finally over, but I'm not getting frustrated at all. Like, if anything, I'm like empathizing with the players a lot, because I kind of know how it feels to like not make progress, and, you know, I'm very impressed how everyone's handling that, because this is truly a mental challenge. Hazard for the high jump. Jumping in. Now the left will clip. It doesn't quite work. Is it gonna land? No, it's too far. A little bit too fast there. That's such a huge punishment. And, you know, these are the types of faults that I empathize with. Petition to delete the midsection of floor 11 and delete all of floor 7. Don't think Hazard is alone in feeling that. Don't think that's the first time someone has thought about that. Close loop. Yeah, the landing bugs on floor 6, like, really all it is, like, you know, I don't mean this in, like, an actual, like, advice way, but really all it is like avoiding landings. Like, the way it happens is because the wheels are clipping the like, connection points of two different items or blocks. And that's not to say that, like, you know, just don't put the wheels on those connection point, lol. But, like, maybe keeping that in mind can allow for some, like, recoveries or something. I don't really know. It's such a hard thing, because sometimes on these speed check sections especially, you just can't avoid it, right? You just playing. If you have like a you know, 2 blocks side by side, and then, you know that, okay, if I land in the middle of these blocks I get a landing bug, then yeah, usually you can land like to the right or to the left. And that's fine. But here it's like right in the like speed check line, right? So it's much more difficult. Trying to figure out how to avoid having my speed perfectly line up with that. Yeah. I guess like if you can find some setups for those parts, could be something. Or even like landing a little bit with like front wheels only instead of the full car can maybe do something in some places, but yeah. So the problem with floor 7 is not floor 7 itself. It's that when you make mistakes, which will absolutely happen, you can't recover those mistakes. You always fall like all the way down to floor 4 or 3. That's the issue. The floor 7 difficulty, I feel like, is completely fine. I don't think it's much different from a lot of different floors. Oh, Lars, missing the line to the pool. Oh, I think, well, it's a downhill, so car will eventually fall. I think this should be recoverable. Just needs to find like a quick reaction when the car falls, whether you need to air brake or whether you need to counter steer or do anything at all to make sure the car doesn't turtle the landing again. So Lars probably already knows this. Quick solution. Doesn't air brake. Good choice. Yep. There we go. Doesn't try to do anything. Just lets the car fall with back wheels. There we go. There's a recovery. Watching down, falling down here. Lars gets it. Well done. We go back. Just not precise enough to know this speed might land bug, so I better release. Yeah, like it's weird, especially on like the that one transition just before the plastic bones part on floor 6. That looks really rough to try to adapt to somehow. There we go. Lars back in the pool. Only remember one plastic bounce on DD1, end of floor 6, but there are a ton on DD2. Any theories why? I think partially because of mapper preference, but also because they wanted to avoid things like bumpers, magnets, and reactors on this map. Reactors they wanted to avoid on DD1 as well, I guess. But yeah, there's only so much when you know, kind of like skip all that. I suppose. Left wheel clip works, but no. Oh, it hits the wall, but no, Lars is down again. Why didn't the car flip? The left wheel hit the thing. Why didn't it work? Well, Lars, I guess, can sign Hazardous petition. No magnets at all on this map, no. That is potentially the rudest jump, at least so far. I feel like there's a couple on floor 16 that look pretty rude as well. But yeah. This one lining up directly to the center. Oh, that's kind of... That's a lot. There was one specific part on 16 as well that I already forgot that went also to the center. Which one was it again? I'm not sure. I'm not sure actually. Maybe it was floor 15, but yeah, there's a lot of full stone in the center. Why aren't magnets allowed? Because you can build speed on magnets and you can kind of fly off of magnets, and you can potentially do like very big shortcuts, and I guess that was, you know, something they wanted to avoid. In 15, late 15. Man, tower is getting taller to to fly through. This one, I suppose, is pretty... Oh, no, this one sucks, dude. What is this? Yeah, I just noticed. I didn't even notice this before. Like, here, you take the speed from dirt. This is 15. And then take the clean line on the ice. And then just full send. And then I guess you land here, and then you do a dirt zoop, and you chain all of this. But if you're too slow here, and you, like, hit this one, it's again all the way straight down. What kind of... Dude, no, this is worse. This is worse than floor 11. What? That sucks. I don't think this is an ice slide. I feel like this, you just want to angle the car. To me, this doesn't look like an ice slide. I feel like you just angle the car so that you angle it to the right, and then you just press forward, and you try to build as much speed as possible without touching any directional inputs. And then you jump. Because the problem with ice slides is that ice slide exits usually eat a lot of speed, and you would need to exit this in like a pretty strange way as well. So I feel like the best way to get speed here is without the ice slide. My ice intuition tells me that. How difficult the speed check is, it's hard to say though. Could be just about anything. They kind of overcooked this one. I feel like there's like... there's a couple of sections that could have been nerfed a little bit. Just a tiny bit. But you know... Oh well. Okay, well, Hazard taking a break, Lars on the ground. Maybe we are also going to call it a day. I guess these guys, you know, they're pretty early on in the sessions, so they might go in for pretty long. Maybe Valen will be following that journey. Oh yeah, I think we might maybe get some rest here, continue tomorrow. Yeah, 16 was nerfed as well, and it doesn't really look like it too much. I guess the practice sections were added later, though. Last run for Lars. Okay, so not like a super long session. I guess Lars might have been playing earlier as well. We'll see. Okay. Anyway. Hazard might be going for a little bit longer, I suppose. Hard to say. Maybe Bren will be live at some point as well.